Chapter 1483. Titled Heavenly Emperor 401 Slaps? When the crowd heard those words, they couldn't help but laugh. The slaps continued, and some people couldn't help but count along with the slaps. 302. 303. Those sounds were like countless mockery that fell on Nan Huai-ren's heart, making him feel like his heart was being cut by a knife. The most disgusting thing was that there were so many of them that the heaven and earth were filled with those sounds. After today's matter is over, I will settle accounts with all of these people. Nan Huai-ren thought. After a long time, he finally stood up. His old face was bruised and swollen, and he didn't know how much of his beard had been knocked off by himself. Lin Ling, I will keep my word. Today's matter is over. Stop. Nan Huai-ren stared coldly at Lin Ling, wishing he could kill Lin Ling with his gaze, but he endured it in the end. Then he was ready to leave. Wait. Stop. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly opened his mouth. What else do you want to do? Don't think that you can look down on everyone just because you are the emperor's disciple. Let me tell you, I am still the emperor's disciple. Nan Huai-ren gnashed his teeth. Lin Ling still didn't want to let him go? You did keep your bet, but you didn't seem to care about the humiliation of the 7 emperors. Lin Ling said indifferently. He looked at the man in white and said, Senior, I took out the human emperor tablet, but he didn't take it seriously. That's looking down on the human emperor. Oh, the human emperor token that the 3 great ancient gave you? I heard about it. Show me the token. The white-clothed man said with a smile. He was very polite to Lin Ling because there were people on the side of the 7 emperors who valued Lin Ling very much. It's on the ground, the one with a lot of footprints. Stop. Lin Ling said with a smile. The white-clothed man's eyes narrowed, and a touch of anger appeared on his face. The golden human emperor token represents the emperor's order. Who dares to step on the human emperor token? That's stepping on the human emperor's face. His eyes wandered and fell on the purple gold Renhuang medallion on the ground. His expression suddenly became serious, even a little shocked. Many people saw the change in his expression, and they were puzzled. What was so special about that jade medallion? Purple gold. You actually have a purple gold human emperor token. The white-clothed man's heart was like thunder. Gold represented directly becoming a human emperor's disciple, and purple gold represented having the qualifications to be titled Celestial Emperor. There were very few such purple gold human emperor tokens. Only those recognized by those ancient powerhouses could obtain them. His gaze immediately fell on Lin Ling, and the shock in his eyes intensified. He thought that Lin Ling had directly become a Renhuang disciple, but who knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling? Who stepped on the violet gold human emperor tablet? With this thought in mind, the white-robed man angrily looked at the people around him. His words were filled with majesty, and wherever he looked, no one dared to look him in the eye. Their hearts roared. Purple gold human emperor token? At this moment, Nan Huai-ren's body trembled, and he swallowed hard. Of course, he knew who had stepped on the violet gold human emperor token. Who else could it be but him? It was just that he had never seen a violet gold human emperor token, so he thought it was fake. But now, it was not difficult to see from the unhindered Celestial Emperor's expression that the jade medallion was real, and it seemed to be very valuable. Senior, it was him who stepped on it. Just as Nan Huai-ren's heart was trembling, Lin Ling's calm voice drifted out. It was like a bolt from the blue, and it made Nan Huai-ren plop down on his knees again. He hated Lin Ling to the core. Well, Nan Huai-ren, I didn't expect you to be so bold as to step on a human emperor's medallion. You should know that these jade medallions were made by the human emperor, and the purple gold is even more significant. You are trampling on the face of the 7 emperors. The white-robed man was so angry that he laughed. He had never seen such a bold person. Unhindered Celestial Emperor, please spare my life. Nan Huai-ren frantically kowtowed. He also knew that things were getting troublesome. For other things, I can let you off because of Celestial Emperor Linglong. But for this matter, even if Celestial Emperor Linglong did it, she will still be punished. The white-robed man said word by word, I don't know where you got the guts to step on a human emperor token, But you even dare to step on a violet gold. What does violet gold represent? At this moment, Nan Huiran seemed to have aged even more as he muttered to himself. His question was also the question in everyone's heart. Titled Celestial Emperor. The white-robed man's face was solemn. His voice was like thunder, exploding in everyone's heart. Lin Ling was actually titled Celestial Emperor? Lin Ling is titled Celestial Emperor? Hearing that, Nan Huiran's face turned pale, without a trace of blood. He knew that he was going to die. Lin Ling was titled Celestial Emperor, and he was just a weak disciple. The result was obvious. This made him even more regretful. Why didn't he take out Lin Ling's violet gold human emperor token earlier? If he knew about this, he wouldn't have helped Celestial Emperor Hong, but Lin Ling. Of course, that was what he thought. But in fact, even if Lin Ling had taken out the violet gold human emperor token from the beginning, he still wouldn't have believed Lin Ling. Nan Huiran, no one can save you now. Not even I can. The white-robed man waved his right hand, releasing a powerful aura that turned Nan Huiran into ashes. A human emperor's disciple died just like that. Lord Nan is also dead. The crowd stared at the scene and sighed in their hearts. After offending Lin Ling, even a human emperor's disciple had to die. Lin Ling, come with me. As for the other 3 referrals, come with me. Today's human emperor's assessment ends here. After the white-robed man killed Nan Huiran, he immediately looked at Lin Ling with a smile. His attitude was even more polite. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling quickly returned the greeting. Through the white-robed man's words, he knew that the violet gold human emperor's token was actually so valuable. He always thought that it was just a token for a human emperor's disciple. Let's go. The white-robed man had the arrogance of an expert. He didn't care about the people around him and left with Lin Ling and the other 3. Around the Emperor Vane Mountain, there was complete silence. The 4 of them had become human emperor's disciples and entered the strongest mythical world in Xianpeng province. Moreover, Lin Ling had been given the title of Celestial Emperor. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Many people couldn't help but recall the titles that Lin Ling had received. Human Talent, Hero, Great Hero, Supreme, Human Emperor's Disciple, and now, Celestial Emperor. Lin Ling had done something that many people couldn't do in their lifetime. Moreover, Lin Ling was only in his 20s. Lin Ling has finally become a big problem. Golden Armor King looked coldly into the distance and finally left indifferently. The thing he didn't want to see the most had finally happened, and the result was beyond his imagination. Lin Ling had been given the title of Celestial Emperor. As for Lord Shan Wu of the Black and White Dao Palace, he sat on the ground with a plop. He knew that his end was near. There was no place for him to stay in the Black and White Dao Palace. Moreover, since he had offended Lin Ling, his fate was obvious. As expected of Lord Xuewu. His recommendation is truly amazing. The elders of the Black and White Dao Palace all said with admiration. They didn't think that Lin Ling would reach such heights. To them, every time they saw Lin Ling's strength would greatly increase. This time was no exception. Chapter 1484. Under the 7 emperors, sky-white clouds floated in the sky as the sun shone brightly. At this moment, Lin Ling was following the white-robed man. Behind him was Lai Qing and the recommendation from the Shentian dynasty. Jindosa was also following behind them. Since you have become the disciples of the human emperors, I will bring you to the 7 emperors' sky to have a look and familiarize with it. In the future, you will also cultivate there. As for the mission of the 7 emperors' sky, I believe I don't need to explain it to you. It is to nurture the strongest geniuses of the human world so that they can resist the powerful enemies of the outer world in the future. The white-robed man said with a smile. He looked like he was in his 30s, but obviously he was not at his age. Most of the time, he was looking at Lin Ling. Obviously, he valued Lin Ling a lot. This was because he knew that although Lin Ling's talent was ordinary, his martial arts comprehension was very strong. Moreover, he was able to reach the 600th step on the path to heaven. This meant that Lin Ling's martial arts comprehension had reached the realm of returning to the origin. His talent was not strong, but his martial arts comprehension was strong. He deserved the title of Heavenly Emperor. Hong Tiandi, a profound rank immortal body. After reaching the profound rank, he will have his own divine ability. His emperor's chi is able to affect thousands of martial artists, but it seems to be ineffective against Lin Ling. It seems like he is hiding an innate immortal body that even I don't know about. The white-robed man thought. At this moment, Lai Qing and the other two were following Lin Ling. They did not dare to say a word. Obviously, they were not qualified to speak. Even Gendoso was the same. Under the Seven Emperors' sky, there is a rule that forbids killing the disciples of the human emperors. This is the order of the Seven Emperors. Therefore, even though Nan Huairen made a big mistake, I did not kill him unless he insulted the Seven Emperors. As for why, the reason is very simple. It is because every disciple of the Seven Emperors is very precious. They are peerless geniuses that are born out of hundreds of millions of people in the Shenpeng province. Moreover, the cultivation of peerless geniuses requires a lot of cultivation resources. Lin Ling and the others nodded. This meant that the massacre in the Seven Emperors' world would not be so obvious. As the disciples of the Seven Martial Emperors, from today onward, you will be the strongest existence among the three mystical cultivators of the mortal world. You will be in contact with the strongest peerless geniuses of the three mystical cultivators of the mortal world. The white-robed man added. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The first thing he thought of was the Fire Spirit Princess. According to Xiao Yun, the Fire Spirit Princess was also a disciple. He didn't know if he would have the chance to meet her. That Golden Armor King and the others are also disciples of the human emperor. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and asked. It was said that the Golden Armor King possessed the immortal body of the 18 heavenly saints of the Earth Fiend. This kind of immortal body was the same as the 72 demon gods of the Heavenly Dome, but its level was even higher. The current Lin Ling did not know if he could defeat the Golden Armor King if he used all of his strength. They are the same. In the past, they also went to the Seven Martial Emperors' world to cultivate. However, they cultivated for too long, so they left the Seven Martial Emperors' world. The white-robed man nodded and said. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, although you are currently a heavenly emperor, you still need to prove yourself. Therefore, if you have the opportunity, you should go to the Martial Pavilion's middle Xian ranking to challenge it. Every time you reach the top, the Seven Martial Emperors' world will give you a reward. Now, here is a drop of Half-Saint's essence for you. The white-robed man handed a jade box to Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling smile. Although the Half-Saint's essence was not as good as the Heavenly Ruthless Pearl, it was still a rare treasure that could cultivate essence, energy, and spirit. Naturally, he would not miss out on it. Then, Lin Ling looked into the distance with a strong sense of expectation. Was he finally going to enter the Seven Martial Emperors' world? Lai Qing and the others were also looking forward to being able to enter the three great legends of the mortal world. The group passed through the boundless clouds and soon arrived at a paradise. There were birds chirping and flowers fragrant, green mountains and clear waters, and auspicious beasts flying in the sky. It gave people a very comfortable and peaceful feeling. Lin Ling and the others were surprised. In their imagination, the Seven Martial Emperors' world was majestic and domineering with countless palaces. They did not expect it to be such a peaceful place. Sir, there doesn't seem to be many people there. One of the referrals asked curiously. His name was Ning Xiaoshan, and he came from the mysterious Sky Dynasty. Among the three great legends of the mortal world, the Seven Martial Emperors' world recruits the least disciples. The Seven Martial Emperors require the best of the best. Therefore, they would rather have fewer disciples than those who are just there to make up the numbers. The unhindered Heavenly Emperor smiled and said, Moreover, this is only the Eastern Mountain, so there are fewer people here. The group landed and soon, people appeared one after another. Although there were many people, it was not as many as they had imagined. There were only about 100 people. Moreover, these people were not old, but they were very strong. Their talents and immortal physiques were unfathomable. These are this year's disciples? There are only 4. In terms of cultivation level, The strongest is only a third-layer saint. However, to be able to become a mortal emperor's disciple, they must have some ability. Voices sounded from all around. These people did not look down on Lin Ling's group because to be able to appear here, it meant that Lin Ling's group must be extraordinary. Of course, they did not think highly of them. The unhindered Heavenly Emperor personally went to receive them. These people are too lucky. Someone exclaimed with a hint of envy in his voice. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Because there was an accident, I personally went to receive them. The unhindered Heavenly Emperor said indifferently. His words made everyone smile. In front of a Heavenly Emperor, they did not dare to be arrogant. So it's like this. All the Heavenly Emperors went to the outer world to train, only the unhindered Heavenly Emperor is still here. No wonder the unhindered Heavenly Emperor personally went to receive them. Ha! Haha, but I am curious, who is this year's #1 disciple? Yes. The unhindered Heavenly Emperor shook his head. He knew that he could not hide it from them. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you have become a disciple of the 7 emperors. Every month, you will receive a drop of half-holy spiritual liquid. Moreover, the #1 disciple can cultivate in the Turtle Sea for 3 days. Turtle Sea? Lin Ling was curious. Turtle Sea, the place where the heaven and earth ancient turtles emerged. It is rich in vitality and is the most suitable place for breaking through. The unhindered Heavenly Emperor smiled and said, currently, only those who have made great contributions can cultivate there. Moreover, there is a time limit. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. Of course, he would not miss out on such a place. Alright, if there is anything else you do not know, you can ask junior brother Yuan. If there is something you cannot solve, you can come find me or announce your jade plate. I will take my leave first. The unhindered Heavenly Emperor bowed to Lin Ling and left. The crowd was surprised. The handsome black-robed youth was this year's #1 disciple. Moreover, the unhindered Heavenly Emperor actually bowed to him. This was too strange. One had to know that there was a #1 disciple every year, but it was not the turn of the Heavenly Emperor to bow to him. The most important thing was that Lin Ling was qualified to cultivate in the Turtle Sea. This made them extremely jealous because they had cultivated in the Eastern Mountain for many years, but they were not qualified to go there. Chapter 1485. The 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. Many people frowned as they looked at Lin Ling. It was as if they wanted to see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling, a first-layer saint. On the surface, his talent was only at the earth level, but he was able to reach the top of the palace. This was simply unbelievable. Junior brother, how did you reach the top of the palace? Asked a young man in luxurious robes. His hands were behind his back, and he had the pride of a disciple. His words seemed calm, but there was an indescribable majesty to them. It was as if Lin Ling had no other choice but to answer. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the young man. That young man was a 4th-layer saint, and his immortal physique had reached the Xian class. His strength was indeed not bad, but Lin Ling didn't need to be respectful. He said indifferently, just like that, we'll reach the peak. Ha! Do you think we're idiots? You're just a junior brother, and you dare to mock us. You dare to answer Shimin Si's senior brother like that? You're courting death. The surrounding disciples were stunned, and they frowned. This new disciple was very arrogant. The young man's lips curled. He was not angry, and he suddenly thought of something. He laughed, cultivating in the Turtle Sea, so it's there. Junior brother, you're finished. His words caused the others to react as well. Lin Ling had reached the top of the palace, and was cultivating in the Ghost Sea. That meant he would definitely encounter the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. What's wrong? Is there some danger? Ning Xiaoshan's face changed. Don't worry, this is Xianpeng Province's territory. Every emperor's disciple is precious, and no one is allowed to kill, so you're not in any danger. Of course, even though you're not allowed to kill, injuries are inevitable, especially for those arrogant newcomers, said Shimin Si gloatingly. As soon as his words fell, the surrounding people laughed even louder, as if they could already see Lin Ling's miserable state. Gendosa also seemed to have thought of something and immediately smiled bitterly. Lin Ling, you've been rewarded to cultivate in the Sea of Turtles. That's not a good place because the 4 poisons of Dongshan are cultivating there. The 4 poisons of Dongshan? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He was a little curious. Gendosa, don't you dare open your mouth. Although you are an old disciple, we have more old disciples. Do you want to offend us? The Shiman Si indifferently said. Gendosa frowned and didn't say anything for a while. Shiman Hai smiled again. Let me explain. They are not the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain, but the 4 immortals of Eastern Mountain. They represent the 4 most beautiful disciples of Eastern Mountain. It is your fortune to have 4 beauties accompanying you when you cultivate in the Turtle Sea. Ha! However, as soon as he said the word, fortune, the people around him laughed even louder. Let's go! The Shiman Si then waved his hand and led the crowd away. They all had cold smiles on their faces, anticipating tomorrow's result. After the old disciples left, Lin Ling and the rest stood in place, still not knowing what had happened. The Turtle Sea is good for cultivation, but that's where the 4 poisons of Dongshan are cultivating. Lin Ling, you'll be in trouble if you go there. At this time, Gendosa finally opened his mouth with a bitter smile on his face. The 4 poisons of Dongshan are all 5th stage saints, and their immortal physiques are all 5th stage mystic realm and above. Most importantly, in Eastern Mountain, other than a few disciples, no one is a match for them. This has led to them dominating a region. Who else would have their arms or legs broken if they were cultivating in the same place as them? Wu Yunyu, who was ranked first in the recommendation last year, happened to be cultivating with them. In the end, she had to crawl out with her limbs broken. How cruel! Gendosa continued, his words filled with fear. How cruel! Ning Xiaoshan's body trembled. Even Lai Qing pulled out her sword, her eyes cold. Lin Ling's face was still calm. These years, he had seen all kinds of things, so he didn't feel afraid. After all, it wasn't like he hadn't fought a 5th stage saint before. However, Lin Ling still had some doubts, so he asked, hasn't the 7 Emperors' sky always been peaceful? Does no one care about such a cruel thing? Last year, the number 1 recommendation, Wu Yunyu, also wanted to seek justice. In the end, the 4 poisons of Dongshan said that Wu Yunyu peeped on them bathing, and even tried to molest them. Because of that, even the Heavenly Emperor of Dongshan couldn't do anything. Gendosa shook his head. But the 7 Emperors' sky can't kill, so it's not a big deal to have her limbs broken. She'll recover soon enough. It's just embarrassing. That's too scary. Senior brother Lin Ling, it's better if you don't go. You'll be fine if you don't go. Ning Xiaoshan suggested. As expected of the 4 poisons of Dongshan. Just thinking about it made one afraid. No wonder those people from the Shiman Si were so proud. That's right, big brother Lin Ling, don't go. Lai Qing also nodded. Cultivation in the Turtle Sea is extremely rare. How can I miss it? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Lin Ling said indifferently, still not showing much fear. His strength was indeed inferior to the other parties, but he had the trump card of soul power, so what was there to be afraid of? Gendosa and the others also knew Lin Ling's stubbornness, so they didn't try to persuade him. Moreover, cultivation in the Turtle Sea was indeed rare, so it couldn't be missed. That night, the news that Lin Ling was going to cultivate in the Turtle Sea spread throughout Dongshan. All the disciples were looking forward to it. They even started a bet, guessing how many legs the new disciple would have broken. I bet all 5 legs, and the bet is a drop of half-saint's essence. You're very confident. I'll break both legs, and bet 2 drops of half-saint's essence. The 4 poisons of Dongshan, since they're called poisons, they must be very scary. If that new disciple dares to use their trump card, I'll bet 2. There were more than 100 disciples cultivating in Dongshan. They came from all over Shenpeng province, and they were all monsters among the peerless geniuses. Many of them were also experts on the Martial Pavilion's profound ranking. In Shenpeng province, they were all people that even the 4 pillars and 8 pillars would have to respect. For a moment, Dongshan was in an uproar. Lin Ling and the others were arranged to stay. That night, Lin Ling left alone for the Turtle Sea. Senior brother Lin Ling, I'll save you tomorrow morning. Ning Xiaoshan looked at Lin Ling sympathetically. He shuddered at the thought of Lin Ling's legs being broken. Jindosa couldn't say anything, and could only sigh. He guessed that Lin Ling's strength should be slightly weaker than his, but the 4 poisons of Dongshan were so scary that even he had to take a detour. Therefore, he didn't think that Lin Ling would have a good ending. If they dare to touch big brother Lin Ling, they'll have to ask my sword first. Lai Qing was still full of killing intent. Junior sister Lai Qing, the 7 Emperors' world doesn't allow killing. Moreover, Lin Ling won't die, he'll only be taught a lesson. Jindosa shook his head helplessly. Chapter 1486. Tortoise Mountain. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand to leave. He knew that the crowd was worried because they thought he was strong enough to fight against a 3rd-layer saint. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling could defeat a 4th-layer saint. The Tortoise Sea wasn't hard to find. It was located in an ancient mountain range. Although it was called a sea, it was more like a lake. Looking from afar, the lake was full of vitality. One could vaguely see a large number of tortoise shells. Some were as large as mountains, while others were like amber gems. The bright moon shone down from the sky, causing the lake to shine brightly. It was like a land of immortals in the mortal world. Such a rare land of treasures could only be owned by a big shot in the mortal world. Lin Ling had never seen such a land of treasures in all his years of travel. Your Majesty, the star-picking nation also had such a land of treasures in the past. It's a place where spirit tortoises hibernate and metamorphose. It's extremely rare. Your Majesty, cultivating here for 3 days is enough for you to break through. Elder Z's voice sounded at the same time. At this moment, he seemed to be disdainful. The 7 Emperors' heaven, this humble servant thought they were very powerful. In reality, they are only comparable to the 4 emperors of ancient times. Moreover, the experts under them can't compare to the star-picking emperor. Hearing this, Lin Ling no longer respected the 7 emperors' heaven. After all, the goal of the Purple Palace realm was to nurture emperors. In the future, Lin Ling would also become one of the 7 emperors. Asterisk splash. Asterisk at this moment, beside the mirror-like lake, 4 figures were like fairies under the moon. They wore clothes of different colors and were all quite young. At this moment, they were barefoot and playing with the water. Occasionally, they would cultivate. Laughter could be heard from time to time. Their origins weren't small. They were the favored daughters of some hidden families in Xianpeng province. There were even rumors that one of the 4 of them would definitely become the Carefree or Langya 10 Palace Masters. They were the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. Although it was called poison, but looking at the scene, each one of them was a devastatingly beautiful woman. Moreover, they were playing in the water by the lake. If it was any other man who was here and saw such an alluring scene, his blood would definitely boil. Of course, this was just wishful thinking in the end. Even though this place was filled with warmth and fragrance, not many people in the West Mountain dared to come here. I heard that someone broke Qian Song Xiandi's record and reached the top of the path to heaven. Too much. Qian Song Xiandi is the Xiandi that I admire the most. Someone actually dares to insult her. If I have the chance to teach him a lesson, I'll go see what kind of person he is in a few days. Next to the lake, a woman's laughter could be heard from time to time. After that, 3 women seemed to have something to do and left, leaving 1 woman to cultivate by the lake. At the same time, that woman was forging her own heavenly weapon. She didn't notice that a figure was slowly walking over from afar, as if he had come from the underworld. Perhaps the woman subconsciously believed that other than the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain, no one else would dare to approach the Turtle Sea. Therefore, she did not notice the figure in the distance. The person who had come was Lin Ling. At this moment, he was a little serious because it was too quiet in front of him. There was actually only 1 woman, which meant that the other 3 women were hiding and were going to give him a fatal blow. Make the first move to gain the upper hand, so as to avoid being surrounded. Lin Ling thought to himself. He stared at the woman in the lake and found that she had her back to him. Her willowy waist and skin were as white as snow. She was actually not wearing any clothes. She was very sinister and obviously wanted to seduce him. She was indeed worthy of being one of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. At this moment, the woman clearly noticed Lin Ling. Her beautiful eyes narrowed. Who was this person? Why was he here? Blade of Nirvana. However, just as she was about to ask something, Lin Ling instantly made his move. A frightening soul force rolled out. You! The woman's beautiful face changed dramatically. Her heart was filled with doubts. A strange man appeared here, and she didn't even ask why he came. As a result, he directly attacked without any hesitation. Mystic light. She thought so in her heart. The woman's strength was obviously not weak. After being sneak attacked by Lin Ling, her powerful immortal body instantly erupted. A mysterious light enveloped her, making her look like a fairy descending to the mortal world. However, the blade of Nirvana attacked the soul. Although it was blocked by her mysterious light, it still shot towards her soul, causing her mind to go blank. She spat out a mouthful of blood. She angrily shouted in her heart. This person was so despicable. He attacked her soul the moment he attacked. Of course, if she knew that Lin Ling had already held back and had to be on guard against the other 3, her soul would have already dispersed by now. How dare you sneak attack me under the 7 Emperors' sky? The woman's name was she, and she was one of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. However, she didn't expect that compared to her poison, this young man was the real poison. He attacked without any warning, and he specialized in attacking the soul. If it weren't for the fact that her mind was filled with stars at this moment, she really wanted to ask him why he attacked her so sneakily. However, this was not the end of her shock. Lin Ling saw that his attack had no effect, and his expression became even more serious. He took a step forward, stepped on the lake water, and shot over. He had to get rid of one of them as soon as possible. Spirit engulfs mountains and rivers. A palm that carried boundless power heavily slammed into He-She's body, causing her full bosom to change shape. Her body flew backwards like a cannonball, crossing the lake water and smashing into the distance. There was only one sentence in her mind. It was one thing to sneak attack her, but he took advantage of her and ruthlessly destroyed her. Plop. Without saying anything, she fainted. If she hadn't fainted, she would definitely have cursed him a few times. This bastard. Although the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain had an illustrious reputation, they clearly didn't plan to attack Lin Ling at all. This was because they had only just found out about Lin Ling. They also didn't expect that Lin Ling would come to the Turtle Sea to cultivate. In the end, they didn't target Lin Ling, but Lin Ling struck first and gained the upper hand, knocking one out. If there were any disciples of Eastern Mountain present at this moment and knew the whole story, they would definitely be shocked at Lin Ling's boldness. At this moment, Lin Ling also came to the side of the lake and looked indifferently at the woman on the ground. She was very beautiful. Her eyelashes were still stained with lake water, and her delicate body was snow white. If it weren't for the notoriety of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain, she would really be called a fairy. After that, Lin Ling stood quietly, waiting for the other 3 women to make their move. However, to his surprise, the surroundings of the lake were silent, as if there was no danger. This change made Lin Ling frown. Could it be that he was overthinking things? However, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. Regardless of whether he was overthinking things or not, it was always right to be cautious. If he hadn't made his move with lightning speed, the one who would be crippled and thrown out of here would be him. What a dense vitality! Lin Ling's gaze quickly fell on the lake water. He was immediately delighted. After taking off his outer clothes, he entered the lake water to cultivate. Of course, during this process, he was still vigilant of his surroundings. Moreover, his gaze was fixed on she, preventing her from sneaking an attack. Time quietly passed. She finally woke up. Just as she was about to move, she suddenly realized that the bones in her chest had been shattered. Even the slightest movement was painful to the heart. Then, she came to her senses and recalled what had happened. Previously, she had been cultivating and was using the boundless vitality of the Turtle Sea to forge a heavenly weapon in an attempt to make it reach the Emperor rank. However, at that time, someone had appeared and attacked her without saying a word. Not only had the sneak attack been bad enough, but he had also touched her private part and ruthlessly slapped it. Chapter 1487. It's good that he admitted his mistake. What was he trying to do? Could it be that he was lustful? Thinking of this, she was angry and sullen. She was one of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. She had always been the one to bully others. This was the first time someone had bullied her. Then, her gaze finally landed on the young man in the lake. She realized that the young man was also looking at her. She had to admit that the young man was quite handsome. Unfortunately, he was too perverted. He was staring at her as if he didn't see her. Suddenly, she realized that she wasn't wearing any clothes and was being stared at by the young man. That young man was indeed a shameless pervert. If she wasn't seriously injured, she would have drawn her sword and killed him. What scared her the most was that when she was unconscious, did the young man do those things to her? Thinking of this, her's eyes became moist. She was a martial arts fanatic and had never done those things. Therefore, when she thought of losing her virginity to that little thief, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. "Bastard, what did you do to me?" An angry shout came out of her mouth. She realized that the young man was still staring at her lecherously. In reality, at that moment, Lin Ling was staring at with caution. When he heard He-She-Er's words, he thought back to what had happened before and suddenly realized that he had worried too much. If the 4 poisons of Dongshan Mountain really wanted to torture him, why had only one person appeared after waiting for so long? There might be a secret behind this. Shaking his head, Lin Ling felt somewhat apologetic. He revealed a kind smile and floated up from the lake toward He-She. What do you want to do?" It seemed that the young man revealed a lecherous and evil smile. He-She was inexplicably alarmed because the young man was currently naked. "Nothing. I hurt you before, so now I want to make it up to you." Lin Ling's apologetic voice floated over. "Hurt me before?" Sure enough, he did those things to me. The most disgusting thing was that he wanted to make it up to me in the name of making it up to me. "Don't come over. I was wrong. Please, I beg you. Spare me." He shouted anxiously. Although she was one of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain, she was still a young girl who had never come in contact with anything. Now that she was seriously injured and the young man in front of her, how could she not be afraid? Wrong? As expected, she still wanted to launch a sneak attack on me. It's just that she's a little too inexperienced and I made the first move to gain the upper hand. When Lin Ling heard He-She admit her mistake, his heart instantly turned cold. She was indeed one of the 4 poisons of Dongshan. However, seeing the other party's pitiful appearance and the fact that she had admitted her mistake, Lin Ling was not a petty person, so she forgave her. "It's good that you know you were wrong. How people treat me is how I treat people. Originally, I should have given you some color, but you admitted your mistake, so I won't bother about it," Lin Ling said indifferently. He-She's heart shook fiercely. If she wasn't heavily injured, she really wanted to kill that arrogant young man with her own hands. He had clearly ambushed him and taken advantage of him, but in the end he still had to admit his mistake? Was there such a person in this world? The most disgusting thing was that the pervert still wanted to teach her a lesson. Could it be that what they did before was not satisfying enough? She was just about to speak, but she saw that Lin Ling was still looking at her. This made her heart skip a beat. In this situation, she couldn't force it, or she would die without a doubt. "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have cultivated in the lake, and I shouldn't have used my sex to seduce you," He-She said, almost crying. Of course, the reason why she was crying was not because she thought she was wrong, but because she felt that since she was young, this was the first time she had suffered such a big grievance. "Well, you're still young. You can still be saved." Lin Ling nodded. His words made He-She have the urge to vomit blood, but Lin Ling didn't know what she was thinking. He said again, "You don't want me to get close to you, and you're also injured. Then you can slowly recover here. Although it's a broken bone, it's not very difficult for a martial artist with your strength. You can recover in a few days. When you've recovered, I'll come to see you again." Lin Ling left these words and floated back into the lake. At the same time, a piece of cloth fluttered down, covering He-She's alluring body. However, she didn't feel any gratitude at all. This was because Lin Ling's words had caused her to fall into the abyss once again. Wait until her injuries were healed? That young man will come to see her again? Did that young man not have enough? Demon, a complete demon. At this moment, Lin Ling finally relaxed. Although that woman was cruel, her temperament wasn't bad. Moreover, he didn't care about her sneak attack and attack. She should be grateful to him. Then, Lin Ling entered into a state of cultivation. Billowing vitality spread out from all around, causing the Saint Sea in Lin Ling's dantian to become increasingly large. The power of the Saint Sea seemed to be connected to the laws of heaven and earth. The essence of the Saint Sea was even more vast than spiritual yuan. Only when the Saint Sea was vast could it display the great principles of martial arts. Lin Ling's Saint Sea was more condensed than an ordinary person's because when Lin Ling was at the transcendent realm, he had 8 strands of spiritual yuan. Otherwise, with his cultivation at the first layer of the Saint realm, he wouldn't be able to display a peak-level heavenly martial art. The cultivation time seemed to pass in an instant, yet it also seemed like thousands of years. During the process of cultivation, Lin Ling saw the mysterious scene of the return of the spirit turtle of heaven and earth. The spirit turtle was intelligent and knew that its lifespan was coming to an end. Therefore, it would return to its homeland and release its vitality, returning to its origin. The Saint Sea's treasures also came for this reason. Long. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Ling's dantian rumbled and his Saint Sea expanded. He had finally entered the second layer of the Saint realm. Right now, the power of his heavenly martial arts had increased once again. Even his godly demon overlord emperor physique had increased by 10%. At this moment she had already recovered 40% of her injuries. Most importantly, the damage to her soul was the most difficult to recover from. It took a lot of time for her to recover. She also saw Lin Ling's breakthrough and was extremely surprised. In these 3 days, that pervert had not touched her and had only been cultivating. Moreover, that pervert's talent seemed ordinary, but his cultivation speed was extremely fast. He had broken through in 3 days. Moreover, during these 3 days she had thought about many things. It wasn't hard to guess that the pervert was this year's #1 recommendation. However, no matter how she looked at him, he was very ordinary. She didn't know how he had reached the top of the palace. At this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Looking at she in the distance, he nodded and said, "It seems that your injuries haven't fully recovered. Do you need my help?" "No need, I can do it myself. Thank you." He-she's heart trembled. That pervert was looking at her with lustful eyes again. She quickly waved her hand. "Is that so? If there are any problems, you can come and find me at any time. My name is Lin Ling. Your injuries were caused by me, so I will take responsibility for you." Lin Ling nodded and turned to leave. Take responsibility? She had never come into contact with the matters between men and women, but she had heard of the word, take responsibility. This meant that the pervert had indeed done those things to her. If she had a child in the future, that young man would take responsibility. How could I lose my chastity to such a sinister pervert? Thinking of this, she's eyes became even more moist. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left. The 3 days of cultivation in the Saint Sea had ended. He had benefited a lot. One had to know that to break through with the help of ghost face grass, one would need countless stalks. However, he had only needed 3 days in the Saint Sea. Chapter 1488. Why did he break his legs? He dared to go to the territory of the 4 poisons of East Mountain. Even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Who doesn't know the brutality of the 4 poisons of East Mountain? I think other than the head, all the other parts are broken. Let's go see how the newcomer is doing. Shiman Si sneered and led the disciples to the place where Lin Ling lived. At this moment, Lin Ling lived under a mountain range. There were wooden houses and a small river. The environment was good. Lai Qing and the others were cultivating there. Ning Xiaoshan, you are from the Xiantian dynasty. You should have good medicine to treat his injuries, right? Yes. I've prepared everything. Alright, let's go pick up Lin Ling. I hope his injuries are not too serious. Yes. Lai Qing nodded indifferently, while Ning Xiaoshan sighed softly. Senior brother Lin Ling was too stubborn. He was probably crippled now. I've brought better healing medicine refined by the half-saint's essence. As long as Lin Ling is still breathing, he can be saved. At this moment, Gendosa also arrived. He sighed softly. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of them. He was wearing a black robe and trembling with spirit. It was Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lai Qing and the others found that Lin Ling had broken through to the next realm. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Ling, shouldn't he be crippled? Senior brother Lin Ling, how are you fine? Ha! Ning Xiaoshan stood there and couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Why would I be fine? Lin Ling frowned. But you went to the territory of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. They are the most ferocious. Even the devil who kills people like Scything Flax will be beaten to a pulp when he meets them, but you're fine? Gendosa also sucked in a breath of cold air. After so many years in East Mountain, this was the first time he had seen someone who had survived the 4 poisons of East Mountain. They weren't cruel, they were very kind, and they even apologized to me. Lin Ling shook his head. In his impression she-er's temperament was not bad. Although she was a little mischievous, she was not as cruel as the rumors said. Apologize? Lai Qing and the others were shocked. At that moment, a large number of people were walking towards the mountain range from afar. Before they even got close, their voices could already be heard. Senior brother Shimin Si, you've bet a year's worth of half-saint's essence. You'll definitely get half of it. Last year, other than Wu Yinyu, there was also a new disciple from the Shentian dynasty. He also had one of his legs broken and had to leave the place of cultivation. That new disciple is so arrogant. I'm afraid it's not just one leg that's broken. As the voices drifted, a large number of young men with extraordinary auras stepped out from the mountain range. The young man in the lead was Shimin Si. This Shimin Si was quite famous in East Mountain. Apart from his powerful immortal body, his background was not weak either. He was from the divine map palace of the unfettered 10 halls. However, when they stopped in front of the wooden house at the foot of the mountain range and saw the black-robed young man frowning at them, everyone was stunned. Some were even stupefied. That new disciple was actually fine. All of them felt as if they had been slapped in the face by Lin Ling. An indescribable anger rose in Shimin Si's heart. Why isn't your leg broken? At this moment he was completely different from the day before. Obviously, yesterday he thought that Lin Ling would definitely be at a disadvantage, so he was too lazy to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, today Lin Ling was still safe and sound. His mood suddenly became uncomfortable. Most importantly, when he first came to East Mountain, he also cultivated with the 4 poisons of East Mountain. At that time, the 4 poisons of East Mountain were still young girls and did not have the title of 4 poisons. It was because of his teasing that they became known as the 4 poisons of East Mountain. At that time, both of his legs were broken and he became the laughingstock of all the disciples of East Mountain. This kind of thing was very embarrassing. Fortunately, the next person who encountered the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain ended up in a worse state than him, so he felt better. But now, someone had come out safe and sound. How could he be willing to accept this? Why did my leg break? Lin Ling looked indifferently at Shimin Si. After experiencing the cycle of reincarnation, his current state of mind was even more peaceful. He would not be shocked even if the sky collapsed. Do you know that in East Mountain, if any disciple dares to cultivate with the 4 poisons of East Mountain, they will definitely have their legs broken? But you are fine. Don't you think you should explain yourself? Shimin Si said word by word, his expression becoming more and more gloomy. That's right. Moreover, you actually made us lose so much half-saint's essence for nothing. You have gone too far. The other disciples' expressions also became cold. Wait, senior brother Lin Ling didn't have his legs broken. That's his problem. You guys are too overbearing. Ning Xiaoshan, who had never dared to cause trouble, also frowned at this moment. He couldn't stand it anymore. These veteran disciples were too arrogant. Only a second-level saint with a 9th-grade yellow-tier immortal physique. Did I give you permission to speak? Shimin Si's expression was gloomy as he looked indifferently at Ning Xiaoshan. His eyes flickered as if he had flipped open a heavenly book. An unparalleled force bloomed, causing Ning Xiaoshan to spit out blood and stagger backward. If it weren't for the 7 Emperors' heaven forbidding killing, you would have died for resisting me. You should count yourself lucky. Shimin Si said coldly. Yesterday, because these people were new and the unhindered Celestial Emperor had just left, he didn't say much. He didn't expect these new disciples to be so unruly. Shimin Si, don't go too far. Jindosa couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily. Jindosa, you became a mortal emperor's disciple with me. Besides flattering and being lucky enough to meet the mortal emperor once, what's so great about you? After cultivating for so many years, you're only a 3rd-level saint. You're a piece of trash. Shimin Si sneered, not giving Jindosa any face. After becoming a mortal emperor's disciple, Shimin Si didn't need to give face to anyone in the entire Xianpeng province. Especially today, when he was angry, he didn't need to. Enough, you keep calling me a piece of trash. You're also a piece of trash. At this moment, Lin Ling took a step forward and said indifferently. His words caused the other disciples' pupils to constrict. This new disciple called them trash? Even Jindosa didn't dare to say anything, but this new disciple dared to? Ha, I'm trash? What a joke. Shimin Si didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed loudly. Senior brother, you've been cultivating in Eastern Mountain for a few years, right? You're only a 4th-level saint. I've only been here for 3 days and I've already broken through from the 1st level to the 2nd level. If you're not a piece of trash, then what are you? Lin Ling gradually revealed his sharpness. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back 100-fold. You. Shimin Hai's expression instantly turned ugly. He had just realized that Lin Ling had broken through to the next level. This meant that Lin Ling had gone to the Sea of Turtles to cultivate. Not only was he fine, but he had also broken through to the next level. This made him even more jealous because he knew that the 4 poisons of East Mountain were also the 4 immortals of East Mountain. Chapter 1489. Great Desolation Body, how dare you? Shimin Si's face twisted. Obviously, Lin Ling's words hit his sore spot. His legs were indeed broken in the past, and that was the biggest scar in his heart. Idiot, you've lost face, so you want others to lose face as well. Do you think a self-righteous emperor's disciple like you has the right to talk about others? I'm really curious how many legs you had broken that day. Lin Ling didn't want to stop until he was shocked to death, and he shouted coldly again. Shimin Si's body trembled, as if his healed wounds were being torn open by Lin Ling. You're dead. This new disciple actually dared to talk about that. Shimin Si is a member of the Divine Map Palace, and the Divine Map King is said to be the king of 100 books, formed from books. Shimin Si's previous life was also the Book of Creation. Although the 7 Emperors' heaven doesn't allow killing, crippling a person isn't against the rules. The surrounding emperor's disciples' eyes turned cold. They had never seen such an arrogant newcomer like Lin Ling. Did he think he was still in Xianpeng province? Everyone here was an expert on the intermediate Xian ranking. Disaster comes from the mouth. For the sake of the 7 Emperors' heaven, I'll give you a chance to swallow your words. Then, all of you will kneel down and apologize. Moreover, you have to kneel neatly. Otherwise, no matter who your backer is, you will suffer today. Shimin Si lowered his head and muttered to himself. His voice had an irresistible majesty. Obviously, if this wasn't the 7 Emperors' heaven, he would have already killed Lin Ling. Disaster comes from the mouth. I'll also give you a chance to apologize to Ning Xiaoshan and Jindosa, and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, even if you have the 7 Emperors behind you, you will suffer today. However, not only was Lin Ling not afraid, his indifferent voice also drifted out. Over the years, what kind of people had Lin Ling not seen? Arrogant and conceited people. He had seen as many as the hairs on an ox. Good. Since the 4 poisons of Dongshan didn't break your legs, then I'll serve you. The Shimen Sea finally raised its head, and the majestic power of the holy ocean erupted. The world rumbled, and his clothes and hair fluttered. At the same time, an ancient green book appeared above his head, and its pages opened like a sprout. One of the mountain river scriptures, the Great Desolation Scripture. It's the body of desolation, and it's reached the 5th level of the mystic class. The surrounding disciples retreated and looked at Lin Ling with a hint of schadenfreude. That newcomer did not know the strength of the Shimen Sea and was about to suffer. After all, the Shimen Sea was in the Shishan Mountains. Not to mention newcomers, even veteran disciples were no match for him. The aura of desolation pervaded the air. It was vast and mighty, and a storm swept out. Lin Ling, be careful. Gendosa suddenly became anxious. Lin Ling could defeat Hong Tiandi, and his strength was comparable to a 3rd heaven saint. However, how could Hong Tiandi be compared to the Shimen Sea? According to his knowledge, the Shimen Sea was not a human, but a desolate tribe. This mysterious tribe was said to be formed from the heavenly book, which meant that every bloodline was a heavenly book. Big brother Yuan, I'll deal with him. However, Lin Ling did not choose to retreat. Instead, he coldly shouted, and Gendosa and the rest could only retreat. They did not know that Lin Ling had not used his full strength to defeat Hong Tiandi. It was not as if Lin Ling had not met an expert like the Shimen Sea in the Yin Mountain. Rumble! An enormous aura swept through the mountain range. Below the mountain range, only 2 figures stood quietly. The pupils of the crowd in the distance congealed. They first looked at the Shimen Sea, then at Lin Ling. Although they were not happy with this newcomer, they could not deny that this newcomer was courageous. You are very lucky. In the Eastern Mountain, you will not die. However, breaking your leg is unavoidable. The Shimen Sea's body shone with a dazzling green light. The book above his head had already opened. An endless aura of desolation pervaded the air. Ancient plants, vines, and ancient trees were uprooted from the ground. It was as if there was a desolate ancient forest behind him. Moreover, green light constantly surged from all directions. That was vitality. This kind of innate immortal physique was terrifying. It could forcefully absorb the vitality in a large area for its own use. My leg is right here. If you can break it, then come at me. Lin Ling said indifferently. His heart was heavy. He realized that his vitality was faintly being absorbed. This Shimen Sea's innate talent was indeed strange. Do you feel that your vitality is fading? This is only the beginning. Shimen Sea revealed a sinister smile. It was as if he wanted to devour all of Lin Ling's vitality. Rumble. However, just as he finished speaking, an ancient emperor's aura bloomed. His tall body was like a giant, towering into the clouds. His arms and legs seemed to be holding up the sky. His feet were planted on the ground, overlooking all living things. The influence of Shimen Sea's immortal physique gradually decreased. At the same time, an indifferent voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. You are only at this level. This one sentence made Shimen Sea frown. Lin Ling's innate immortal physique looked like it was only yellow rank 10th grade, but it gave him a sense of pressure. It was as if it was not yellow rank 10th grade. How could he know that Lin Ling's God Devil Overlord physique looked like it was only yellow rank 10th grade, but in reality, it had already reached the strength of 9 universes. In other words, it was comparable to Mystic rank 5th grade, because the God Devil Overlord physique only needed 1 more level to reach Mystic rank 10th grade. Moreover, Lin Ling had the godly fire in the depths of his soul. Unless Shimen Sea's innate talent reached Mystic rank 10th grade, he wouldn't be able to affect Lin Ling at all. Interesting. It seems that your innate talent is quite impressive for you to be able to become a disciple. This way, breaking your legs won't be considered bullying the weak. Staring at Lin Ling, Shimen Sea revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Do all veteran disciples talk a lot of nonsense? You said you would break my legs, but I'm still standing. Lin Ling said indifferently. He took a step forward, twisting the space around him as he pounced towards Shimen Sea. Swallowing mountains and rivers. The ancient divine emperor's fist appeared majestically, as if it wanted to suppress the world. Great desolate thousand palms! Exclamation point. Shimin-Si's expression changed slightly. He could feel the momentum of the fist, but that was it. His body shook, and the green light around him grew even more resplendent. Countless vines and ancient trees behind him grew crazily, wriggling like worms. They turned into a giant palm, and with a desolate aura, it resisted Lin Ling's ancient divine emperor's fist. How terrifying! That's the power of a fourth-level saint! Exclamation point. And senior brother Shimin-Si is using a heavenly pattern martial art. His martial art is at the pinnacle. The crowd stared at Shimin-Si. Lin Ling's physical strength wasn't that dazzling, and all the light was being stolen by Shimin-Si. Last year, during the Battle of the Four Mountains under the Seven Emperors' Heaven, Shimin-Hai won a good reputation and was praised by the Seven Emperors. Some people said that he would definitely become the Celestial Emperor in the future. Chapter 1490. Power of Origin Rumble. At the same time, in the sky, the fist and the palm collided. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was shattering. A tyrannical shockwave rippled out, and the surrounding mountains were split in half. How intense! Everyone's pupils constricted. The fist and palm were like the sun and moon, colliding with each other. They were actually evenly matched. That newbie is fine. What a strong defense. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. You're only so. In the sky, Shimin-Hai narrowed his eyes and said lightly. He was also surprised by Lin Ling's defense. Lin Ling frowned. Shimin-Si was indeed very strong. Although he was only at the fourth layer of the Saint Realm, he was stronger than the ones he had fought before. Clearly, this was an advantage brought about by Shimin-Si's immortal physique. The fourth layer saints Lin Ling had defeated before didn't have a stronger immortal physique than Shimin-Si. However, although Shimin-Si was strong, Lin Ling wasn't weak either. He wasn't afraid of a fourth layer saint when he was only at the first layer of the Saint Realm. Now, he was at the second layer of the Saint Realm. His Dantian's Saint Si was even larger. You're only so. Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out of his mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's fist suddenly erupted with blue flames. The flames spiraled and a dragon roared. This fist turned into the Fire Dragon King fist. What? You're also at the peak of the heavenly pattern realm? Shimin-Si's pupils constricted. He sensed that Lin Ling was actually hiding a trump card. It was as if he was using another innate immortal physique. Moreover, the power of the Great Law was even stronger than his. You guessed right. Unfortunately, it's too late. Alas! Lin Ling said indifferently. With a shake of his right fist, the Fire Dragon King roared. Rumble! Thousands of fire dragons roared, sweeping through the world and burning everything. If Shimin-Si's strength came from the desolate Qi and was an ancient plant, then Lin Ling was an ancient fire. Rumble! The dragon coiled around Shimin-Si's arm and burned his desolation energy. Moreover, the Fire Dragon King was the most tyrannical of them all. It opened its huge mouth in anger and was tyrannical. The aura of destruction swept out in a grandiose manner. Wherever it passed, great laws would follow. Put. Shimin-Si's body was sent flying by the Fire Dragon King's attack. Shimin-Si crashed through several mountains and finally disappeared into the mountains. Furthermore, the entire mountain was burning like water. Senior brother Shimin-Si lost? The spectators from afar were shocked. That newcomer's heavenly pattern martial art had actually reached the pinnacle level. It was extremely rare for someone to reach the pinnacle level of heavenly pattern martial art before breaking through to the fourth layer of Saint Realm. In the past, Hong Tiandi had reached the third layer of Saint Realm, but he had just comprehended the pinnacle level of heavenly pattern martial art. This great law of fire is even stronger and more domineering than when I defeated Hong Tiandi. Gendosa and the others were also shocked, but after thinking about it, they all smiled bitterly. They had forgotten that Lin Ling had already reached the second layer of the Saint Realm, so the power of his martial arts had naturally increased. Boom! At this moment, the ground in front of them exploded, and millions of plants floated out. A flower bud slowly rose up and opened. It was incomparably resplendent, and a figure appeared there. It was Shimin Si, but at this moment his face was extremely gloomy. You actually injured me? A deep and angry voice slowly drifted out. Shimin Si was indeed furious. He originally wanted to break Lin Ling's legs, but in the end he didn't gain any advantage over Lin Ling in the two exchanges, and even suffered some losses. This made him feel that he, as a veteran disciple, had lost all face. Is it strange to injure you? Didn't you say that you're a veteran disciple? Do you want to break my legs? Why are you so angry now? Moreover, you said that we're trash, but that's all you're capable of. Most importantly, how long have you been a disciple? You've occupied so many heavenly treasures for your cultivation, but in the end, you're such trash. Your face is quite thick. Lin Ling indifferently said from afar. His words were filled with sarcasm. You have a sharp tongue. Good. Then I'll be serious. Shimin Si's face was extremely gloomy. Being humiliated by a newcomer, he wished he could kill Lin Ling, great desolate world. Boom! Rumble! His strongest technique finally erupted. He didn't care anymore. If Lin Ling died under his powerful technique, then Lin Ling was courting death. He couldn't be blamed. Previously, I was afraid of accidentally killing you, which led to a violation of the heavenly rules. You don't have the qualifications to be proud. Boom! 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 As if an ancient bugle horn had been blown, millions of plants grew majestically under the heavens, turning books into trees. It was as if the opening chapter of a book had been opened. Those plants covered the sky and split the sun. They didn't fear water, fire, thunder, or lightning. They appeared like the claws of a devil, and actually submerged Lin Ling. This is Senior Brother Shimin Si's transcendent heavenly pattern martial art. Boom! Staring at the world-changing divine ability, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that this was the great law formed by the desolate aura. It had stimulated the millions of ancient demonic trees, because Shimin Si had millions of seeds hidden in his body. At this moment, they instantly sprouted, erupted, and submerged. What kind of power is this? Boom! Ning Xiaoshan's face was extremely pale. He was a second-layer saint, the same as Lin Ling, but if he was submerged by those demonic trees, he would undoubtedly die. Are your legs broken? Boom! Under the heavens, Shimin Si floated there. In front of him was an ocean of demonic trees. Vines, ancient flowers, and everything else formed an ancient forest, submerging Lin Ling. Lin Ling was probably already dead. Very weak. Boom! However, at this moment, among those terrifying plants, a fiery sword light appeared, as if it had absorbed the power of millions of demonic trees, forming the most resplendent sword. Shio! The sword slashed out, splitting heaven and earth. Rumble! Millions of plants were severed by the sword. Soon after, a slender figure slowly walked out from the millions of demonic trees. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his expression was indifferent. The sword in his hand seemed to carry the roar of a fire dragon king and a boundless pressure of heaven and earth. That pressure had already surpassed the great law, forming a new realm of martial arts. Origin energy. To be honest, I don't even know your name. I went to the Turtle Sea to cultivate, so what does that have to do with you? You were hoping that my legs would be broken, but in the end, I came out safe and sound. Instead, you flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to break my legs. I don't know where your confidence comes from. A cold voice drifted out from the ground. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. Source energy. He's only at the second layer of the Saint Realm. How can he have source energy? How is this possible? Shimin Hai stared fixedly at the slender figure and shouted in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing because the origin force was above the great laws. He had only seen it in Xiao Yao and the 10 temple lords of Langya. Those cultivators were also Renawang's disciples, but they had cultivated for a longer time and had a higher cultivation level. As for a second-layer saint who had the origin force, he was the first in the 7 emperors' heavens. Chapter 1491. Rolling pressure. At this moment, in the distance, He-Shi-Er's beautiful eyes focused and stared. Previously, she heard that Shimin Hai was going to settle accounts with that pervert, so she subconsciously came to watch. Although she consoled herself that she wanted to personally deal with that pervert and didn't want him to be dealt with by others, she still felt an inexplicable sense of worry when Shimin Hai released his powerful celestial body. But now, she realized that the one who should be worried was the Shimin Si. Is that the pervert who insulted you? But his martial talent is very powerful. Beside He, the other 4 poisons of Dong Mountain were present. They were Murong Xian, Shui Bingxue, and Lin Shirin. At this moment, they were staring at Lin Ling. There was anger in their eyes, but more than that, they were surprised. This new disciple was indeed quite capable. Great Desolation Chapter, Volume 2, Myriad of Colors. Shimin Si roared in the sky. The seed in his body sprouted again, forming millions of demonic flowers that swept towards Lin Ling. You're only a disciple of the human emperor, but you think you're invincible. You don't know that you're not the only disciple among the 3 giants of the human world. There's always someone better than you. You're so arrogant, what qualifications do you have to be a disciple? On the ground, a man with a sword proudly walked forward. Fury of the Fire Dragon King, one line of heaven. The cutting sword appeared, cutting everything in its path. Rumble. The millions of demonic flowers were cut in half, and the petals were also cut off. Great Desolation Chapter, Volume 3, Resounding Forest. Shimin Si shouted ferociously. He was a dignified disciple of the human emperor, the son of the divine map palace, but he couldn't stop a newcomer. What was the origin of this newcomer? Is that all? Under the heaven and earth, only Lin Ling's shout could be heard. The ancient sword dominated the mountains and rivers, and the power of origin cut through all the great laws. One must know that Lin Ling's heavenly pattern martial arts had reached the pinnacle. In addition, the Tyrant Song Sword had absorbed the power of the great laws of the Shimin Si, which led to Lin Ling's fire martial Dao reaching the initial realm of martial origin. And this was also a saint pattern martial art. The sword cut through millions of demonic trees. Those were demonic tree seeds from the demon domain, which could devour human blood. The Divine Map King of the Divine Map Palace had personally entered the demon domain to bring them back for Shimin Si. But today, they couldn't stop the sword. Suppression. It was a complete suppression. No matter what kind of powerful means Shimin Hai used, none of them could compare to this sword. The crowd around stared at the scene. They could not believe what they were seeing. Shimin Hai's talent and background were not weak. In East Mountain, except for the 4 poisons of East Mountain, there were few who could match him. Even people like Yuan Daosher could not enter Shimin Hai's eyes. However, today, a new disciple was actually crushing Shimin Hai. This kind of thing was too dreamy. How could this be? At this moment, Shimin Si was roaring in his heart. For so many years, he had fought in the south and north. He had also fought against the 3 mysterious disciples of the mortal world, but he had never been suppressed. Moreover, he was suppressed by a newcomer. This caused his arrogance and domineering heart to crumble at this moment. And with his strength, he dared to break Lin Ling's legs? My strength surpasses yours. That's how it is. Lin Ling continued to walk forward with the Fire Dragon King in his hand. The ancient sword in his hand was roaring with a red light, carrying an incomparable sharpness. However, Lin Ling's expression was very calm, without any hint of arrogance. After experiencing the ghost domain, he saw Fallen Leaf's life, so his heart could maintain a very calm state. He also knew that the world was vast. In front of him was the ghost domain, behind him was the demon domain, and behind him were the 3 giants of the mortal world. Therefore, Lin Ling knew that he didn't have the right to be arrogant. Therefore, the last time he saw Shimin Si, the other party was high and mighty, so Lin Ling didn't care. But this time, Shimin Si overestimated himself and wanted to break his legs. This made Lin Ling want to see who would break whose legs. Earlier, you said that I was very lucky. If it wasn't for the 7 Emperors' world, I would have died long ago. However, these words should have fallen on you. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to Shimin Si, but Shimin Si stood in the sky in a daze. He couldn't answer, but he knew that he was indeed lucky. If it was any other place, he would have been killed by Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to want to kill him, but he also didn't seem to want to let him go. What do you want to do? Shimin Si spoke word by word, completely unaware of the panic in his heart. I didn't break my legs, but you want to break them. You people like to take joy in other people's misfortunes. Then I will break your legs right now. Lin Ling also spoke word by word. How others treat me is how I treat others. It's that simple. How arrogant, you actually dare to break Shimin Si's legs. The surrounding crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect to come here today. They wanted to see how many legs the newcomer had, but in the end, they only saw Shimin Si's legs being broken by the newcomer. You don't dare to break my legs, and you don't have the qualifications. Shimin Si suddenly laughed out of anger, as if this was the first time he heard such arrogant words. He was the son of the divine map palace, and someone dared to break his legs? Then try to resist. If you don't dare, why are you so stubborn? To be honest, you're just giving yourself confidence, thinking that I don't dare to break your legs. As for qualifications, then what qualifications do you have to break my legs? Lin Ling continued to walk forward, unmoved by anything. Qualification? Laughable. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Whoever won had the qualifications. You know who I am? Shimin Si's expression finally changed. For the first time, he was curious about the newcomer's name and why he was so arrogant. I'm not interested in who you are. Lin Ling raised his sword, the flames dazzling. The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Trash like you, when you're strong, you keep calling others trash. Now that you're weaker, you bring out your backer. If I were your family, I would feel embarrassed for you. Shimin Si's pupils constricted. This newcomer could already stand in front of him and call him trash. Moreover, he couldn't refute it. Try and break his legs, then see what price you have to pay. At this time, a cold voice drifted in the air. In the sky, a man in red had appeared at an unknown time. He was sitting in an ancient scroll, and around the scroll, illusions of endless mountains and rivers appeared. They were majestic, and they possessed a domineering aura. Scroll of mountains and rivers. The surrounding crowd's pupils constricted. How could they not be familiar with this man? He was also a former emperor's disciple. It was just that he exceeded the cultivation time in the seven emperors' sky, so he left. Chapter 1492. Divine Atlas King, Mountain River Scrollswamping Provinces Langya and the Carefree 10 Palaces used to be disciples of the seven emperors' heaven. After failing to obtain the title of Celestial Emperor, they all left the seven emperors' heaven. In fact, they were no longer disciples of the seven emperors' heaven, they were only disciples of the seven emperors' heaven. Therefore, to the four pillars of Xianping Province, their status was not as noble as the emperor's disciples. However, to ordinary martial artists and even the emperor's disciples, their status was terrifying because they were all very strong. At this moment, Lin Ling also looked at the sky and said calmly, "You have a problem with that?" The red-clothed man was slightly surprised by Lin Ling's calmness because there were very few people who dared to speak to him like this. "I have no interest in who you are, but I want to say that you can't touch him, or you'll pay a great price." The man in red shook his head and said. His words carried an unquestionable majesty. "You order me?" "Yes." Lin Ling asked calmly, as if he didn't know how strong the other party was. "You can think of it that way. Although you are the emperor's disciple, there are still differences among the emperor's disciples. The Shimin Si is noble because he is the son of the Divine Atlas Palace and has the bloodline of the Divine Atlas clan. I am the Divine Atlas King. No matter who your backer is, even if it's the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, you have to give me face." "Yes." The red-clothed man was still sitting on the scroll, his body exuding an aura of vicissitudes. It was as if he had fought countless battles and fought countless demons. "Divine Atlas King?" "Yes." Lin Ling muttered to himself. He suddenly remembered the words of Celestial Master Su Xing before his death. The rainforest Holy Land was massacred because of the Divine Atlas King's order. This also meant that the divine Atlas King was the mastermind behind the Rainforest Holy Land's calamity. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. In the past, such a powerful martial artist was as far away as the horizon to him. However, he could now see him with his own eyes. This also meant that Lin Ling's strength was constantly improving. Face. Lin Ling laughed, and it was a relaxed laugh. Was the Rainforest Holy Land's calamity your order? Rainforest Holy Land? Sorry, I've never heard of it. But when it comes to great calamities, I've issued quite a few such orders in my life. What, do you have a problem with that? The red-clothed man said indifferently. So it was an inadvertent command, and the result was the death of thousands of people at your word. Lin Ling was still smiling. That's normal. They're just ants, so it doesn't matter if they die. Trash doesn't have the right to live. This is natural selection. The red-clothed man felt that everything was perfectly normal. Now, will you give me face? Do we know each other? Lin Ling was still smiling, almost as if he and the red-robed man were friends. The red-robed man frowned. Not really. But I'm sure you've heard of me, the God Chart King. Since we don't know each other, why should I give you face? Lin Ling's smile finally turned cold. Your people from the Divine Map Palace wanted to break my legs in the Shiman Sea. When have you ever given me any face? Also, in the past, when my hometown was robbed and people were plundered, when have you ever given me any face? Now, you've lost your bloodline to me, and then you show up in a noble manner and talk to me about face? Lin Ling's voice was like continuous thunder, reverberating between heaven and earth. The crowd's hearts exploded. Although they disdained Lin Ling, they couldn't deny that Lin Ling's words were correct. The word face was ironic. How could the God Chart King have the nerve to say that? He didn't do anything, so why should Lin Ling give him face? To the God Map Monarch, this was a resounding slap to his face. He couldn't answer anything. It was as if he was rendered speechless by Lin Ling's thunderous barrage of questions. This is face. Lin Ling looked straight at the God Chart King, raised his sword high, and slashed. The sword light was like water. Under countless gazes, Shiman Sea's legs were brutally cut off by Lin Ling. Blood spurted out, shocking everyone. Ah! Shiman Sea let out a painful cry. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Ling to attack without any hesitation. Even if the God Chart King was here, he would still kill him. One had to know that Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but the God Chart King was one of the carefree 10 palace masters. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, he couldn't compare to him. In the 7 Emperors' heavens, Lin Ling could be safe, but if he left this place and offended the God Chart King, Lin Ling would die without a doubt. The surrounding disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so bold. This was face, and the so-called face was a sword. And the noble son of the God Chart bloodline, Lin Ling, would still be killed. You shouldn't have used your sword. In the sky, the God Chart King's face was still calm, as if he wasn't angry at all. He said calmly, "The price to pay for using my sword is great. Although you're a disciple of the human sovereign, and I don't dare to kill you, it's easy to cripple you. If you leave the 7 Emperors' heavens one day, it'll be even easier for me to kill you. Even if you have the support of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, it won't be hard to kill you." A threat. This was a heavy threat. The God Chart King wanted Lin Ling to know the price of daring to touch a disciple of the God Chart bloodline. He wanted Lin Ling to regret it, and he wanted Lin Ling to know that he couldn't ignore the God Chart King just because he was a human sovereign's disciple. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling, this newcomer, was very arrogant. When he first came to the 7 Emperors' heavens, he didn't respect the older generation of disciples. However, with such arrogance, he met the powerful God Chart King. In this world where strength was respected, sometimes backbone didn't mean everything, especially in the land of the human realm's giants. Even dragons had to bow down. With this thought in mind, many people looked at Lin Ling, wanting to know if Lin Ling regretted it now. That idiot. In this situation, it's definitely better not to provoke the God Chart King. The God Chart King is an expert who left the 7 Emperors' heavens. He himself has no fear. Although he missed the chance to be a heavenly emperor, he will still become one in the future. He's so stupid. Far away she frowned. She didn't expect that pervert to have such a strong backbone. What are you doing? The other 3-4 poisons of Dongshan were puzzled. She seemed to be speaking for the newcomer. He humiliated me, so I should be the one to teach him a lesson. If he dies in the hands of the God-Chart King, how am I going to take revenge? She shouted, but her eyes flickered. She seemed to be speaking insincerely. At this moment, all eyes were on Lin Ling, including Gendosa. The God-Chart King's strength wasn't as strong as Lord Watermist, but the God-Chart King was more domineering and unscrupulous. Lord Watermist couldn't protect Lin Ling all the time. Moreover, Lord Watermist was seriously injured. Oh right, Lin Ling still has that thing. Ning Xiaoshan and Lai Qing were also worried, but Ning Xiaoshan suddenly thought of something and quickly smiled. Are you threatening me? Lin Ling stared at the red-robed man in the sky and coldly spat out a sentence. It's not a threat. You're not qualified to be threatened by me. The red-robed man shook his head and said, I'm sorry, but I still don't know the price of using my sword. I'm a rather stupid person. Sometimes, I won't shed tears even when I see the coffin. You, God-Chart King, stop pretending. Do you want to fight or scram? Chapter 1493. Heaven and Earth as Furnace, Spiritual Refinement Method. The Shinto King was an existence comparable to the Golden Armor King. Although he was very powerful to Lin Ling, it was not enough to make Lin Ling wary. Moreover, Lin Ling wanted to know how far away he was from the Shinto King's level of strength. Boom! The sword pointed to the mountains and rivers. At this moment, countless people were shocked. They did not expect the arrogance of this newcomer to exceed their expectations. He actually gave the Shinto King 2 choices. One was to fight, and the other was to scram. Martial artists became more courageous the more they fought. Everyone thought of this saying in their hearts. Even the Shinto King's eyes narrowed. He did not expect this outcome. A mere newcomer dared to challenge him? Previously, he thought that Lin Ling would admit defeat and say that he would surpass him in the future. However, nothing happened. Lin Ling went straight to the point and challenged him. All of this was like a joke, but the Shinto King could not bring himself to laugh. It had been a long time since he saw such a proud young man. Are you a match for me? The Shinto King stood up, his face full of dignity. The scroll painting beneath him was majestic, and endless mountains and rivers appeared. He had obviously agreed to the battle. Moreover, he was not afraid of this battle. The surrounding crowd was nervous and expectant. Many of them even felt their blood boiling. What would the outcome of this battle be? We'll know after the battle. Lin Ling did not underestimate the Shinto King. He also knew that with his cultivation realm and innate immortal physique, he was no match for the Shinto King. However, he still had his trump card, so it was time to test it out. The arrival of the Shinto King had undoubtedly caused a stir in East Mountain. Hundreds of disciples were watching from afar. Although the Shinto King was no longer a disciple of the human emperor, his strength was known to all. It was his strength that allowed him to do whatever he wanted. Although he was no longer a disciple of the human emperor, he could still enter the 7 Emperors' Sky at will. The 7 Emperors' Sky only has 5 years of cultivation time. After 5 years, if one does not become a heavenly emperor, he will be stripped of his identity as a disciple of the human emperor. The Shinto King is an expert who has been stripped of his identity, but can still easily enter the 7 Emperors' Sky. Of course, the Divine Map King is only 1 step away from becoming a titled heavenly emperor. Who is it that dares to challenge the King of Shinto? He sure has guts. Could it be that he thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because the 7 Emperors' heaven forbids killing? The disciples of East Mountain were talking among themselves. I've conquered the world and fought against the experts of the human realm's 3 profound, carefree, and Langya palaces. I'm afraid you're still weaning. At this moment, a deep voice resounded in the sky. The God-Chart King stood on the scroll as if he was the representative of the heavens. He looked down at Lin Ling and wanted to know if this brat would beg for mercy after losing, or if he would be so humiliated that he would be speechless. Cut the crap. You've been cultivating here for 5 years, and you still haven't gotten the titled Heavenly Emperor. I don't understand where your pride comes from. Is everyone in the Divine Map Palace so thick-skinned? Lin Ling smiled coldly. His words were sharp, causing the pupils of the Shinto king in the sky to congeal. That newcomer had a venomous mouth, hitting his sore spot with just one sentence. Indeed, in the past, he had almost been conferred the title of Celestial Emperor. However, he was just a hair's breadth away, and that tiny hair's breadth had caused him to be forced to leave the Seven Emperors' Heaven and become the Hall Master of the 10 Carefree Halls. The difference between the Lord of the Carefree 10 Palaces and the titled Heavenly Emperor was not small. Presumptuous. Although I didn't become a Heavenly Emperor, I don't deserve your evaluation. The God Shark King's face darkened. The scroll beneath his feet released an ancient aura, majestic and majestic. Endless mountains and rivers appeared, as if the first scroll of an ancient heavenly book was opened. Rumble. On the ground, mountains rose from the ground, and endless mountains and rivers appeared. It made the God Shark King feel as if he was controlling all the mountains and rivers in his scroll. This was the Mountain River Scroll. It was said that the Mountain River Scroll was not his martial arts, but his innate immortal physique. One had to know that in Shenping Province, there were many martial artists who cultivated the Mountain River martial Tao, but there was no one who had mountains and rivers as a body. The God Shark King was the only one. Mountains and rivers turned into giants, controlling the world. The God Shark King's innate immortal physique is at least Xian level 10. Many of the Eastern Mountain disciples had serious expressions. As expected of the former emperor's disciple, such a powerful innate talent was enough to crush anyone. Once the Mountain River Scroll is released, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers will become a painting. Under my immortal physique, you can only become my mountains and rivers and be trapped in the scroll forever. In the sky, the God Shark King's arrogant voice floated out. He stared at Lin Ling with disdain. I've said it before. If you dare to use your sword, you'll have to pay a high price. So, I won't just use the Mountain River Scroll to crush you. I want you to lose your will to fight forever and know that the dignity of the Freedom Hall Master is inviolable. As soon as he finished speaking, the God Shark King clapped his hands in the air. The earth shook, and the mountains and rivers seemed to come alive, moving layer by layer. That momentum shocked the world. One of the emperor's disciples could not dodge in time and was directly crushed by the mountains and rivers. He was buried in the mountains, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. What a terrifying immortal physique. The crowd gasped again and ran far away. Heaven and earth as the furnace, mountains and rivers as the flame, spirit refinement. At this moment, the God Shark King's low voice floated out. A scroll appeared above his head, and the words spirit refinement were shocking. Spirit refinement method. It was said that when this scroll appeared, even a god would be refined. With this mysterious scroll, coupled with his innate immortal physique, he would be able to refine the heavens and earth. But that was the truth. The mountains and rivers surged, and the heavens and earth turned into a furnace, and the mountains and rivers became the flame. At this moment, countless eyes were on Lin Ling. It was undeniable that Lin Ling, a newcomer, was quite capable. His martial arts comprehension had the power of the origin. However, the God Shark King was obviously stronger. With the spirit refinement method, refining the origin would be a piece of cake. Lin Ling could not win at all. Many people already had their own thoughts, and they were waiting for the show to start. They wanted to see Lin Ling being taught a lesson and abused. What a strong talent. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He finally knew how strong the 10 Freedom Hall Masters were. However, although the God Shark King's immortal physique was strong, he did not know if it could withstand the power of the soul. Not bad at all. To be able to force me to use my true form, you, God Shark King, are quite capable. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling finally spoke. His words caused everyone's eyes to narrow. How arrogant and conceited. With such a great disparity in strength, Lin Ling actually said that the God Shark King was qualified to force him to use his true form? He was so arrogant that he could not see himself clearly. You're just showing off before your death. In the sky, the God Shark King also laughed. This was the biggest joke in the world. He said disdainfully, with my spirit refinement method and the mountain and river scroll, you can't touch me at all. You can only be refined like an ant. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly narrowed. An unparalleled soul force formed a blade of nirvanic destruction that pierced through the sky and shot towards the God Chart King. The soul attack was formless and colorless. It ignored the laws of heaven and earth and shot towards the God Chart King. Chapter 1494. What's the cost? Haha, this newcomer doesn't know his limits. Does he think he can look down on everyone just because he has the origin energy? Just you wait, the Divine Atlas King will let that newcomer know what the origin energy is. The disciples around did not know that Lin Ling had already made his move. They were still mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. The Divine Atlas King in the sky was the same. The contemptuous smile on his face deepened, but it only lasted for a moment before his smile froze. Danger. An incomparably terrifying danger. Moreover, that danger actually passed through his vast mountains and rivers and headed straight for his soul. Who attacked me? The Divine Atlas King was anxious, and his face was pale. Then, under countless horrified gazes, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His soul was attacked by the silent destruction dagger, and this scene caused the entire land to fall into a deathly silence. The Divine Atlas King was injured? How could this be? Everyone's face stiffened. A stroke of genius. However, the Divine Atlas King lived up to his reputation as the Lord of the Carefree 10 Halls. At the critical moment, an ancient brush floated out from behind him, and with a stroke, it actually wrote a huge seal word, forming a mysterious and powerful force that barely blocked the fatal blow. Even so, the Divine Atlas King was still breathing heavily, and his face was extremely haggard. Everyone saw this, and they were all dumbfounded. A divine weapon. At this moment, on the ground, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The Divine Atlas King had actually concealed a divine weapon. Otherwise, with the Divine Atlas King's carelessness, Lin Ling could have killed him with a single blow. What a pity! A divine weapon was a treasure that was above a heavenly weapon. It was even more precious, and had the power to shake heaven and earth. Lin Ling's Emperor-grade heavenly weapon, the tyrannical singing sword, could raise Lin Ling's fire elemental laws by 2 levels. The power of a divine weapon was naturally even more terrifying. Who attacked me? At this moment in the sky, the Divine Atlas King still looked as if he was facing a great enemy, and his face was solemn as he looked around. Divine Atlas King, didn't you want me to pay the price? Why are you panicking now? At this moment, on the ground, Lin Ling's mocking voice drifted out. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. Their Divine Atlas King's heart was filled with shock. Lin Ling? Was Lin Ling? Divine Atlas King? Divine Atlas King? The Divine Atlas King's pupils constricted. His face was full of disbelief. He could still accept it if it was someone else, but he couldn't accept it for Lin Ling. He was so arrogant and domineering just now. He wanted Lin Ling to know the price of using his sword. However, the current situation was as if he had slapped himself in the face. You said that I had to pay the price for using my sword. Now I want to ask you, where is the price? Only Lin Ling's frivolous voice could be heard. He was questioning the noble Divine Atlas King. What was the price that he, Lin Ling, had to pay? What an awe-inspiring young man. The surrounding crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, they looked deeply at Lin Ling. They discovered that the black-robed young man was calm and indifferent. When he was calm, he was like an ancient well without ripples. But when he was strong, no one could violate his dignity. That was the aura of an emperor. Soul force, it's actually soul force. No wonder you're so arrogant. At this moment, the Divine Atlas King finally reacted. He stared at Lin Ling ferociously. No wonder Lin Ling's attack could ignore his 10,000 mountains and rivers. It was because of his soul force. What? You're not high and mighty anymore? You're not going to make me pay the price? You're not going to order me around? I don't understand where your confidence comes from. You actually think that you're one of the 7 emperors. You think that I have to pay the price for my wrongdoings. How pathetic. On the ground, only Lin Ling's sarcastic voice could be heard. Many disciples were stunned and couldn't help but laugh secretly. The Divine Atlas King was so noble and arrogant before, but now he seemed to be humiliating himself. After all, even the Divine Atlas King couldn't easily suppress Lin Ling. What right did he have to speak in the tone of a senior? It's just soul force. I have the divine brush. I'm not afraid. The Divine Atlas King also knew that the crowd was mocking him. He felt even more humiliated and shouted angrily, I was just not on guard before. That's why you took advantage of me. Is that so? Then let's continue. On the ground, Lin Ling took a step forward with a majestic aura. Instead of talking nonsense, let's just fight. Let me tell you, don't think that you're the only one who didn't use your full strength. The cold words came out of Lin Ling's mouth again. The Divine Atlas King's heart trembled violently. That terrifying soul attack just now wasn't Lin Ling's full strength? If that was the case, then what was Lin Ling's full strength? You lied to me. The Divine Atlas King didn't dare to imagine, so he shouted angrily again. You're not qualified for me to lie to you. So either you fight or get lost. Lin Ling raised his sword. He was still so proud and firm. Although the Divine Atlas King was strong, he didn't need to be respectful with his current strength. The Divine Atlas King fell silent. His eyes flickered constantly. Should he continue the fight? He couldn't see through Lin Ling. Most importantly, the soul force attack was too strange. If he wasn't careful, he might even fall here. Therefore, although he didn't believe that Lin Ling still had a trump card, he didn't dare to continue the fight. Most importantly, this was Eastern Mountain. Even if he could fight, he couldn't go all out. If Lin Ling was like an ant, he could suppress him without using his full strength. However, Lin Ling was obviously hiding a powerful trump card. If he didn't use his full strength, he couldn't win. We'll fight again next time. The Divine Atlas King said coldly. As soon as he said this, his face turned gloomier, because this sentence meant that he admitted defeat. In fact, if he continued the fight, he might not be able to gain an advantage. Lin Ling did leave a trump card, which was the frozen space. However, the implications of this trump card were too great. It was related to the laws of heaven and earth. Lin Ling didn't want to reveal it so easily. If you don't want to fight, then scram. Lin Ling sneered. His disdainful voice bloomed like thunder. It was overbearing. Scram. His voice was mighty and spread throughout the entire Eastern Mountain. The eyes of hundreds of disciples flickered. Lin Ling actually asked the Divine Atlas King to scram? What great courage! If I have the chance to leave the Seven Emperors' sky, I'll have a good fight with you. The Divine Atlas King suppressed his anger and depression. He took a step and left. At this time, a disdainful voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Scram if you want to. What's the point of putting on an act? This voice made the Divine Atlas King's body tremble. The anger in his heart intensified. Lin Ling really cut off Shimin-Si's leg in front of him. He thought that Lin Ling would be like an ant that had to bear his anger. However, the result was that he had to flee. Chapter 1495. Shocking one must know that not long ago, the King of Divine Charts had appeared arrogantly, but Lin Ling still dared to cut off the legs of the Shimin-Si. At that time, they all thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. Then, the King of Divine Charts showed his immortal physique and powerful martial origin, so everyone thought that even if Lin Ling didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. But in the end, the King of Divine Charts had escaped. All of this was extremely shocking. This also meant that although Lin Ling's strength was not comparable to the King of Divine Charts, the King of Divine Charts was still incomparably fearful. What kind of terrifying battle record was this? At this moment, Lin Ling slowly walked back, and Gendosa and the rest were looking at Lin Ling in horror. They were shocked by Lin Ling's previous actions, especially Gendosa. He bitterly smiled in his heart. He always thought that Lin Ling was only a little weaker than him, but now it seemed that Lin Ling had already surpassed him. Even the King of Divine Charts has escaped. Lin Ling, you are really terrifying. Gendosa kept shaking his head and said, The King of Divine Charts is not as powerful as we thought. Ha! Lin Ling said with a faint smile. When he fought with the heroes in the Een Mountain, he had also seen the 5 heavenly kings who were stronger than the king of divine charts. So, the king of divine charts was not that terrifying to him. Not as powerful? Gendosa and the rest were even more speechless. Lin Ling's goal was too big. One must know that Lin Ling had only been a mortal emperor's disciple for 3 days. What if he was given 5 years? Then his strength was even more unimaginable. After Lin Ling spoke a few words with Gendosa and the rest, he looked at the surrounding mountains. Wherever his gaze passed, the faces of the mortal emperor's disciples changed dramatically. Deep in their eyes, there was a deep sense of reverence. They were completely afraid of Lin Ling, this newcomer. This world was so simple. No matter how powerful their origin was, how precious their status was, in the end, strength was respected. They could be arrogant in front of the experts in Xianpeng province, but in front of Lin Ling, who was also a mortal emperor's disciple and stronger than them, they could only lower their noble heads. You were all gloating over my misfortune before. Lin Ling's indifferent voice came out of mortal emperor's disciples' hearts was fiercely trembling. It seemed that Lin Ling did not intend to let them go. This was especially true for Shimenhai. His face was pale. He was scared. He was more scared than anyone else. Brother Lin Ling, we didn't do anything before. That's right. That was Brother Shimensi's idea. Moreover, the one who provoked you was the king of Shintu. One by one, the mortal emperor's disciples opened their mouths and bowed to Lin Ling. That made Ning Xiaoshan and the rest feel like they were dreaming. Before coming to Dongshan Mountain, every mortal emperor's disciple was noble to them, and they had to look up to them. No matter where they went, they would bow respectfully like servants. However, here, these noble disciples were actually bowing to Lin Ling. Is that so? I remember that you all came to see how many of my legs were broken. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he said indifferently, "Boom." Everyone's hearts exploded as they felt uneasy. Indeed, they had come to see Lin Ling's miserable state. However, they did not expect Lin Ling to be so fierce. Even the king of Shintu had been beaten away, and no one could stop him. Brother Lin Ling, what do you want to do? A mortal emperor's disciple asked with a respectful smile. I'm a person who clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. Although you all did not attack, you all came to watch me. Then each of you leave behind a drop of half-saint's essence, and then you can scram. Lin Ling said indifferently. Through the previous battle with the king of Godcharts, he knew the difference between him and the king of Godcharts. Apart from the cultivation realm, the biggest difference was the difference in their immortal physiques. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to raise the body of the celestial demon overlord to the mystic level as soon as possible. There were many benefits if the celestial overlord physique was upgraded. Take the inferno of hell in the depths of the soul as an example. As long as the physical body was strong, the inferno of hell could be completely controlled. Moreover, the half-saint's essence could improve all aspects, and it was also beneficial to the soul force. Half-saint's essence? Everyone smiled bitterly. This kind of treasure was even more precious than primeval stones. They were a little reluctant to part with it. If you don't want to give it to me, then I'll break both of your legs and you can leave. Lin Ling said again. His words made the mortal emperor's disciples pale. Then, they handed over a drop of half-saint's essence. They did not doubt Lin Ling's determination, nor did they doubt Lin Ling's strength. If they did not hand it over, then they would break both of their legs. They were depressed. They originally wanted to watch a good show, but they ended up losing a lot of money. I'll hand it over too. At this moment, Shimensi, who had his legs cut off, gritted his teeth and said, "Hand over all of your treasures." However, Lin Ling looked at him, and his voice was even colder. Shimensi's face turned ferocious. He wanted to tell Lin Ling his origin, but he suddenly realized that his origin was no longer a threat to Lin Ling. This was because their king of Shinta had been beaten away by Lin Ling. If you don't hand it over, then I'll cut off your limbs. Lin Ling smiled. However, his smile was extremely cold and even carried a hint of bloodlust. Shimensi's face immediately turned pale. Without another word, he handed over all of his treasures. You want to see my legs cut off? Sorry to disappoint you. Get out of my sight. After taking all of the treasures, Lin Ling kicked Shimin Si as if he was kicking trash. He flew thousands of miles away like a rubber ball and disappeared into the distant mountains. Senior brother Lin Ling, we've handed over our half-saint's essence. Can we leave now? The surrounding disciples subconsciously swallowed their saliva. They were no longer as arrogant as they were at the beginning. Clearly, Lin Ling's kick had frightened them. Get out of my sight! Lin Ling coldly shouted. He did not give any face to these people who were gloating over his misfortune. How could these disciples care about their faces? They all fled in panic. So powerful! He's only been in Eastern Mountain for 3 days, but his strength has already surpassed many disciples. I'm afraid he's about to catch up to us, the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. In the distant sky, 4 fairy-like women frowned. This was the first time they had seen such a powerful newcomer. They had a faint feeling that they were no match for Lin Ling in a one-on-one fight. Only when the 4 of them worked together would they have a chance. In Eastern Mountain, the 4 of them were ranked 2nd. This also meant that Lin Ling was ranked 3rd in the entire Eastern Mountain. He only scared away the King of Divine Charts. The King of Divine Charts wouldn't dare to be too presumptuous in this place. If they were outside, Lin Ling would definitely not be a match for the King of Divine Charts. After all, a life-and-death battle is different from the current battle. Among the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain, an indifferent woman lightly said. She was like the ice and snow of the 9 heavens, untainted by even a speck of dust. Her aura was also extremely cold. The other 3 women also nodded. The King of Divine Charts couldn't act freely in this place. Therefore, Lin Ling had yet to reach the same height as the King of Divine Charts. Thinking of this, their hearts relaxed a little. No matter what, among the 3 great legends of the mortal realm, he's one of the more outstanding disciples. Just like that little girl Princess Fire Spirit, he defeated a veteran disciple on his first time as a disciple. Speaking of which, that little girl Princess Fire Spirit, I haven't seen her for a long time. She'll definitely come to the next disciple gathering. Chapter 1496. Half-Saint's essence fluid. At this moment, Lin Ling's thoughts were somewhat different from theirs. If they really wanted to fight to the death, even if Lin Ling was not as good as the King of Divine Maps, the King of Divine Maps would not be able to do anything to him. If Lin Ling's immortal physique improved again, then the King of Divine Maps would be able to kill him easily. Therefore, Lin Ling's current goal was to improve the level of his God-Devil Overlord body. News of what happened in East Mountain spread like wildfire. Hundreds of disciples knew that a new disciple had risen rapidly. He was only below the 4 poisons of East Mountain, ranked 3rd in the whole of East Mountain. Interesting. No wonder the 3 great ancient sects called him the Celestial Emperor. It seems like I have to talk to the 7 emperors. In the distance, a man smiled as he looked at the scene on the ground. His body flickered and disappeared. Then, in the mountains below the 7 emperors, a figure stepped on the clouds and ascended to the 9 firmaments. The clouds in the sky were very mysterious. They moved slowly, but they seemed to be real. Moreover, each cloud had a powerful great law of heaven and earth. Ascending the clouds was like ascending to the heavens. There were 99,999 clouds. According to legend, this was the origin of the name Cloud of the 9 firmaments. Ascending to the 9 firmaments meant that one could laugh at the world. After an unknown period of time, the man finally reached the top of the 9 firmaments. His forehead was covered in sweat. Then he smiled bitterly. Every time he wanted to meet the 7 emperors, it was so troublesome. The cloud of the 9 firmaments was too difficult. Then, the man's eyes became serious as he looked around. The cloud of the 9 firmaments seemed to be the peak of the world. In the distance, there were laws of heaven and earth, wind, thunder, water, and fire. On the other side, there were flowers blooming and withering. On the other side, there was the extremely mysterious primordial ancient road. Every time I come here, I feel nervous. This is the peak of the mortal world. The man muttered to himself. He withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. There, 2 figures sat quietly on the clouds. In front of them was a chess record. They looked like stone statues as they stared at the record. They waited for 2 hours before they moved. Around the cloud of the 9 firmaments were auspicious beasts, kirins, white cranes, azure dragons, and so on. It was like a paradise. After a long time, the 2 people playing chess finally raised their heads and smiled at the man. Unhindered Sky Emperor, how is it? These 2 people looked extremely ordinary. Moreover, the expressions on their faces were extremely amiable and peaceful. One of them was a scholarly middle-aged man. He wore an embroidered long robe as if he was a member of the imperial family. However, every single movement of his carried the aura of the great path of the scholarly faction. Surprisingly, he was one of the 7 emperors. Emperor Yu, how is the little fellow you brought back? The other was an older man with white hair. He wore a cloth robe and straw sandals. Moreover, he was carrying a fish basket with a fishing rod hanging next to it. From any angle, this old man looked like an ordinary old man fishing in the river. However, when the unhindered Sky Emperor saw him, his expression became even more respectful. This old man was one of the 7 emperors, Emperor Li Shou. The 2 of them were in charge of East Mountain, sitting at the top of the human world's pyramid. Greetings to Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou. The unhindered Heavenly Emperor took a deep breath and said respectfully, "You're too polite. The so-called human sovereign is actually just a stronger martial artist. It's not as mysterious as you think it is." Both of them laughed. They were much more amiable and approachable than the rumors said. Of course, they were approachable, but the unhindered Heavenly Emperor did not dare to slight the 2 human emperors. He bowed again and said, "The little fellow who reached the top of the palace has now gained a firm foothold in East Mountain. When he met the King of Divine Charts earlier, he actually scared him away. Although part of the reason was that the King of Divine Charts did not dare to go all out in a battle, that little fellow indeed has the ability to make the King of Divine Charts wary." Impressive. Amazing, a rare peerless genius has finally come to my Eastern Mountain. Emperor Li Shou could not help but laugh. Obviously, he had been paying attention to Lin Ling for a long time. Emperor Yu also stroked his beard and said, "Reached the top of the palace, martial heart great perfection. Moreover, I heard from the 3 great elders that his martial arts comprehension has reached the realm of returning to the origin. To be able to experience reincarnation at such a young age, his martial arts talent is indeed not bad." Lord Human Emperor, that little fellow seemed to make the King of Divine Charts wary of his soul power. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor said again, He is hiding something that even we do not know. To be able to make the King of Divine Charts wary, his soul power must have reached at least 100 levels. That little fellow is a rare triple cultivator." Emperor Li Shou's eyes flickered. In the mortal world, triple cultivators were rarely seen. Who would have thought that one would appear in East Mountain? Lin Ling very good. Right now, many powerful disciples have appeared in South Mountain, North Mountain, and West Mountain. With this little fellow, my East Mountain has gained some face. Emperor Yu nodded in satisfaction. The mortal world is vast. The outer world's gods and devils will come at any time. With just us, it is hard to resist. It all depends on the younger generation. The 2 human emperors said indifferently. They looked at unhindered Heavenly Emperor and said, "Since the King of Divine Charts is here, that little fellow did not take out his violet gold human emperor token?" Unhindered Heavenly Emperor shook his head. He is quite arrogant. If he takes out his violet gold human emperor token, seeing it is like seeing the Heavenly Emperor. How would the King of Divine Charts dare to be arrogant? However, that little fellow clearly wants to rely on his own strength to fight the King of Divine Charts. The violet gold human emperor token is with him. Whenever he takes it out, give him some help. Although that little fellow has great potential, he still needs some time to grow. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, during this time, you will be responsible for watching over him. The 2 human emperors said. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor quickly nodded. He was shocked. Lin Ling was only a 2nd-layer Saint Realm disciple, but to be so highly regarded by the 2 human emperors, it was extremely rare even in the 7 emperors' heavens. This also meant that Lin Ling would be heavily protected. Unhindered Heavenly Emperor then left. The two human emperors continued to play chess. They muttered to themselves, ascending to the top of the palace is not as simple as it seems. The last step is governed by the laws of heaven and earth. That little fellow is obviously hiding a secret that we do not know. Ignoring the laws, not bad, not bad. Lin Ling had already entered a state of cultivation. Previously he had obtained 50 drops of half-saint's essence from the disciples. He had given 10 drops to Gendosa and the others, leaving the remaining 40 drops for his own cultivation. Moreover, after the battle with the King of Divine Charts, he had discovered his own flaws. If his talent were to increase again, killing the King of Divine Charts would be a piece of cake. The King of Divine Charts had caused great calamity in the rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling would not let this enmity go unavenged. Everything was as the King of Divine Charts had said. Trash did not have the qualifications to live. Therefore, when Lin Ling surpassed the King of Divine Charts, the King of Divine Charts would become trash. At this moment, in the fourth layer of the Purple Palace realm, Purgatory World, Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the middle of millions of flame seeds, refining the half-saint's essence. The flames around him did not dare to approach. It was as if Lin Ling's soul was hiding the Lord of Flames, and that was the Yellow Springs flame. The half-saint's essence is a treasure that can enhance all aspects. Although it is rare, its effect is not as good as the Heavenly Ruthless Bead. Chapter 1497. Mission Board. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and frowned. His Fiend God Overlord physique still hadn't broken through. There was still some distance to the fifth layer. Sure enough, the Fiend God Overlord physique was getting harder and harder from the fourth layer onwards. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll need a few hundred drops of half-saint essence. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. Your Majesty, your cultivation speed is already considered fast. In the past, the previous emperor spent 20 years to reach the fifth layer from the fourth layer. At this time, Elder Z said from the side. He was like the most loyal minister, guiding Lin Ling's cultivation. Lin Ling nodded. His cultivation speed was indeed fast. Although he was only 20 years old, he had already reached a height that many people couldn't reach in their lifetime. Right now, my heavenly rune martial arts are at the pinnacle level. Then, I'll raise my heavenly rune martial arts to the transcendent level as soon as possible. Soon after, Lin Ling took a step forward and entered the purgatory to comprehend the fire martial Tao. After a long time, Lin Ling left the purple mansion and opened the door of his wooden house. He looked around and saw Lai Qing cultivating outside. Her cultivation had actually reached the third layer of Saint Realm. However, her heavenly rune martial arts didn't increase by much. Lai Qing. Lin Ling lightly called out. Big brother Lin Ling. Lai Qing stood up and smiled at Lin Ling. Like her, Lin Ling was also a holy child of 6 Saint Realms. Now, both of them had reached the top of the mortal world. However, Lai Qing knew that Lin Ling was even more powerful than her. Therefore, she was filled with killing intent towards others. However, she worshipped Lin Ling. You are cultivating baleful qi and evil qi. However, you have to focus on one of them to form a stronger great law. Cultivating both at the same time will slow down your cultivation speed. Lin Ling smiled and said, Is that so? Lai Qing's eyes flickered, then she nodded heavily. She believed in Lin Ling's words. Also, if you want to have a deeper comprehension of heavenly pattern martial arts, you can go to the ghost domain to gain experience. That place is more suitable for you. Lin Ling reminded again. Lai Qing cultivates baleful qi and evil qi, so Lin Ling is very clear about it. Thank you, brother Lin Ling. I got it. Lai Qing quickly nodded. She had the same thought in her mind. In the distance, Ning Xiaoshan walked over. He sighed inwardly. Lin Ling was a disciple of Ren Huang like them, but the things he knew and the martial arts he learned were enough to make him their master. He couldn't help but rejoice. Although he wasn't very familiar with Lin Ling, they could still be considered friends. Now, in Eastern Mountain, all the disciples knew that he was Lin Ling's friend, so no one dared to provoke him. When he went to some cultivation places, People were in awe and respect. Lin Ling also knew that there were many cultivation places in Eastern Mountain, and all of them were extremely precious. However, for Lin Ling, they weren't very useful because his purple mansion wasn't inferior to Eastern Mountains. In fact, it was even better. What Lin Ling lacked was cultivation resources. Ning Xiaoshan, do you know where I can get half-saint's essence? Lin Ling looked at Ning Xiaoshan and smiled. Brother Lin Ling, if you want half-saint's essence, apart from the one drop you receive every month, you can only buy it from Splendid Mountain and River. Of course, Eastern Mountain also has a mission board. You can also get rewards for completing missions. Ning Xiaoshan was obviously more familiar with Eastern Mountain. Mission board. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Going to Splendid Mountain and River to buy half-saint's essence was obviously unrealistic because he was poorer than anyone else. Therefore, his gaze fell on the mission board. Yes, the mission board will give out missions to reach the outside world every month. There are missions to enter the Ghost Realm, the Demon Realm, and also missions to Xianyuan and Xianpeng Province. Completing them will give you a corresponding reward. The missions are divided into strong and weak ones. The more difficult the missions, the better the rewards. Ning Xiaoshan explained. Lin Ling nodded. This mission board was pretty good. Firstly, he could gain experience. Secondly, he could get rewards. Okay, I'll go take a look. Lin Ling bade farewell and left. He urgently needed to upgrade his godly demon overlord constitution. The mission board wasn't hard to find. Lin Ling walked along. Even if he didn't know, he could ask someone. Brother Lin Ling, you want to find the mission board? It's on the tallest mountain. The Renhuang disciples he met along the way all bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's current strength was ranked 3rd in Eastern Mountain, just below the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. Of course, there were also some who were jealous, especially those who had cultivated for 3 or 4 years. They were even more jealous because they had been here for so many years and barely had a firm foothold. However, Lin Ling had just arrived and already had a firm foothold. How could they be convinced? Of course, they only dared to be unconvinced in their hearts. They didn't dare to say it out loud. Just wait and see. The 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain won't let this Lin Ling gain a firm foothold. Yes, Lin Ling came out unscathed during the last cultivation in the Turtle Sea and broke the record of Eastern Mountain. The 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain won't let him go. There's also the first king of Eastern Mountain. He's only cultivating at the moment. If he comes back, he'll definitely suppress Lin Ling. The first king has only cultivated in Eastern Mountain for a year, but I heard that he's going to challenge the 10 temples of Langya. Some people in the mountain range sneered and talked. The Renhuang disciples were also ranked according to their age of cultivation. The longer they cultivated, the stronger they were. Then they would be respected by others. After leaving this place, they would be respected by heroes in Xianpeng Province. This was the first level of the Renhuang disciples. The second level was the height of Langya and the 10 temples of Carefree. The third level was the titled Celestial Emperor, who was also a top expert in the mortal realm. At present, Lin Ling was close to the second level, but he hadn't officially stepped into it. At this moment, Lin Ling was still moving toward the mission list. However, at this moment, a figure blocked in front of him. It was a woman in a pink dress. Her skin was as white as snow, and her facial features were extremely delicate. At this moment, she was blocking in front of Lin Ling. Her expression was somewhat complicated, and the depths of her eyes were filled with anger and grievance. She. That time, she was inexplicably attacked by Lin Ling. This caused the record of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain to be broken by Lin Ling. Her sisters even asked her what happened, and she couldn't answer. Therefore, this time, she wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. She wanted to prove that in Eastern Mountain, except for the first king of Eastern Mountain, no one could violate the dignity of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. Your injury hasn't healed yet? Do you need me to take a look? Yes. Lin Ling looked at He-Shi-Er with some surprise. He naturally knew her. At the same time, he remembered what he said at that time. If He-Shi-Er's injury hadn't healed, then she could come to him. Lin Ling was aware that that day, in order to protect himself, he acted decisively, causing him to feel somewhat guilty. Demon, let me tell you. You humiliated me that day. Today, I'm here for revenge. I will definitely avenge the humiliation of losing my virginity. Chapter 1498. Helper? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. That day, I was indeed a little reckless. But if you want revenge, you don't seem to have the strength. Hishiru was stunned for a moment, then she gritted her teeth in anger. Worthy of being called a devil, a true devil. After insulting her, he even arrogantly said that she was not strong enough. Even if the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain joined forces, you may not be my opponent. Lin Ling said indifferently. He did not get angry, but spoke the truth. Boom. His voice was like thunder, causing Hishiru's body to tremble. Today, she had promised her sisters that if she saw that demon, she would definitely teach him a lesson. But when she saw that lecherous demon again, she immediately felt powerless, as though everything she had no effect on that lecherous demon. Most importantly, the lecherous demon exuded an aura that seemed to dominate everything. This aura made her even angrier. They, the 4 poisons of East Mountain, had dominated East Mountain for so many years. Who was this lecherous demon? What right did he have to be above them? In fact, she did not know that Lin Ling was even more aggrieved than her. Although he was wrong that day, he had apologized and wanted to make up for it. But this woman seemed to want to kill him, which made him very depressed. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Seeing Hishiru trembling in anger, Lin Ling was too lazy to pay attention to her and wanted to leave. Wait, do you know what the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain are? Today, the other 3 poisons are not here. Otherwise, do you think you can leave? However, even if the other 3 poisons are not here, it's still easy for me to teach you a lesson. Hishiru suddenly sneered, which made Lin Ling frown. This woman seemed to be very confident. Your strength can make the palace masters of the Carefree Temple afraid. I admit that I'm not your opponent in a one-on-one fight, but you still haven't reached the level of the Carefree Temple master. Hishiru sneered. What do you want to say? Just say it. Lin Ling shook his head and said, It's simple. I have to teach you a lesson today. Just because I can't, doesn't mean others can't. Big brother Moyan, come help me. Hishiru put away her sword. At this moment, she seemed to be in control of everything. She took out the mother-child sound-transmitting bug and sent out a message. Not long ago, she knew that the Langya 10 Palace Masters had arrived. She had a good relationship with that person, and they called each other senior brother and junior sister. Today he was here. She would definitely be able to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Hishiru, am telling you today I will break your legs. Hishiru's voice reverberated through the air. Although she was a peerless beauty, she still had the domineering aura of an empress. Of course, since she could become one of the 4 venoms of Eastern Mountain, how could her personality be weak? It's Hishiru of the 4 poisons of Dongshan. She's looking for Lin Ling. There's going to be a good show to watch. Hishiru is vicious, unruly, and willful. Most importantly, she has a strong backing. Shiman Si can't compare to her. If she attacks Lin Ling will definitely be humiliated. How arrogant Lin Ling is. Today, let's see how he will face the 4 venoms of Eastern Mountain. Many people in the distance were looking forward to it. The 4 venoms of Eastern Mountain had been able to move unhindered in Eastern Mountain for a few years. Naturally, they were terrifying. It was just that Lin Ling had little contact with them, so he thought that these women were just kind-hearted. Junior sister, who dares to bully you? At this moment, a majestic voice came from the sky. It was as if the Demon King had arrived. The clouds parted, and a tall and burly man stepped on 7-colored clouds. He held a long staff in his hand and arrived in a mighty manner. It's Motian the Great Sage, the top expert among the disciples of Eastern Mountain in the past. Many people gasped. They didn't expect such an expert to arrive. One had to know that Motian the Great Sage was the lord of the Motian Palace of Langya. His strength could touch the firmament, and he was also an expert who was almost titled as a celestial emperor. Most importantly, the reason Lin Ling defeated the king of divine charts last time was very simple. The king of divine charts wasn't a disciple from Eastern Mountain, so he didn't dare to go all out. On the other hand, Ma Tian the great sage was a disciple from Eastern Mountain, so the Renhuang would give him some face. It wouldn't be difficult for him to teach Lin Ling a lesson and break his legs. Senior brother Ma Tian, I'm here. Ishir smiled. Her smile was very beautiful and carried a touch of joy. Demon, pervert, you're going to die this time. She looked at Lin Ling. Eastern Mountain forbids killing, so you don't have to die. However, breaking your legs is inevitable. Which leg do you want me to break? Also, remember, no matter how strong you are, you'll never be a match for the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain, the second-ranked disciple of Eastern Mountain. The next time you see me, kowtow 3 times and take a detour. Then I won't bicker with you. Her words carried a strong sense of arrogance and pride. Moreover, she was incomparably happy in her heart. She could finally see the appearance of the lecher begging for mercy. However, after she spoke, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He looked at her, neither begging for mercy nor speaking. Say something. Are you afraid? Lin Ling's appearance undoubtedly made she extremely angry. To be honest, she didn't want Lin Ling to be tortured too much. She didn't know why she didn't want to see this scene. However, if she didn't attack Lin Ling, she wouldn't be able to explain herself to the other 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. Moreover, others would also question the prestige of the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. With all these reasons added together, she wanted to show Lin Ling her power. I don't know what to say. Lin Ling stared at heaven-touching great sage, who was stepping on the clouds, and felt somewhat speechless. He really didn't know what to say in the face of heaven-touching great sage. Stubborn. You're dead. Let me tell you, don't be so arrogant next time. She gritted her teeth in anger. This pervert was very stubborn. Junior sister I'll break the legs of anyone who dares to insult you. At the same time, the angry voice in the sky was like thunder. It was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. The surrounding crowd was looking forward to it even more. It was time to suppress the newcomer. Otherwise, the newcomer wouldn't care about them at all. Rumble. At this moment in the sky, the heaven-raising staff transformed into a towering pillar that smashed down at Lin Ling. Heaven-touching great sage was as fiery as ever. He attacked without hesitation. How dare you tease my junior sister? Leave your legs to me. Heaven-touching great sage's tyrannical voice accompanied the terrifying staff strike. At that moment she's smile deepened. Lin Ling, you're doomed this time. Trash, I haven't seen you in more than half a year. You've gotten a lot bolder. At that moment, a calm voice drifted out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing the towering staff in the sky to suddenly stop. In the sky, heaven-touching great sage's pupils constricted. What a familiar voice. It seemed that only that person in the entire Xianping province dared to call him trash. He couldn't help but look at the ground, and his expression changed drastically. How dare you hit me? Not only are you bold but you're also lawless. Lin Ling said again. It's him. It's really him. Chapter 1499. Master. Clang. The sky-reaching staff in heaven-touching great sage's hand also fell to the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. Everyone's eyes narrowed. What happened? It must be because great sage Heaven Touch saw that the newcomer was too weak, so he didn't plan on using a weapon to teach him a lesson. Someone said through gritted teeth. He didn't know what had happened, so he could only console himself like this. The others also nodded, and then they continued to stare ahead. However, the next scene made them speechless. Lin Ling walked forward step by step, and his calm voice drifted out. Using a weapon against a swordsman is equivalent to using a sword against a swordsman. Tell me, how should I deal with you? On the other hand, Heaven Touch Great Sage's body trembled even more violently, and his panicked appearance caused everyone to gape. Then, a loud slap sounded. The crowd saw that Lin Ling had slapped touching the Heaven Sage. Great Sage Heaven Touch, how arrogant are you? Attacking me without asking any questions? You're getting bolder and bolder. Another round of applause sounded. Aren't you very powerful? The stick is about to break my legs. Why don't you dare to hit me now? The sounds of slapping continued, but what they expected did not happen. Instead, Everyone saw the rookie slap Great Sage Heaven Touching. Even He-Sheer's mouth was wide open and her face was full of disbelief. She kept shaking her head. This must be a dream. Lin Ling dared to hit Great Sage Heaven Touching? He was dead for sure. Master, I didn't know that you were here. I was wrong. However, Heaven Touch Great Sage wasn't angry at all. His body trembled as he spoke. Master? The hearts of everyone exploded when they heard these words. The dignified Heaven Touch Sage actually called a new disciple his master? You're not going to break my leg? Lin Ling said indifferently. I don't dare. Master, please break my legs. Heaven Touch Great Sage spoke respectfully. When Lin Ling came to his Heaven Touch Hall in the past, the Tao of forging was difficult to deal with. So, when facing Lin Ling, he only felt admiration from the bottom of his heart and didn't dare act arrogantly. Moreover, he felt bitter in his heart. If he knew that the person he was going to teach a lesson to was Lin Ling, then he wouldn't have come even if he was beaten to death. If he offended Lin Ling and caused Lin Ling to give up on guiding him in the Tao of forging, then he would cry until he had no tears left. The power of the heaven-reaching staff is already on the verge of collapse. Good, you don't cherish your weapon, but use the heaven-reaching staff to show off. Lin Ling reprimanded again. I was wrong, Master. Heaven Stroker lowered his head. At this moment he really wanted to cry, but he had no tears. The crowd felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were speechless. As for He-Sheer, she felt as if the sky had collapsed. How could this be? In the end, not only was her final reliance useless against that lecher, but she had also become his disciple. Could it be that this lecher was born to restrain her? Lin Ling sighed softly at this moment. He also knew what kind of blow He-Sheer had suffered. However, Lin Ling was also helpless in this matter because it wasn't him, Lin Ling, who had called Heaven Touch Great Sage over. Do you know your mistake? Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't know what to say. Unexpectedly, he could only say this. I was wrong again? He-Sheer was on the verge of tears. Last time, this lecher had inexplicably launched a sneak attack on her and even touched her there. Moreover, he had ruthlessly pushed her and broke a few of her bones. At that time, she was forced to admit her mistake, and now she was going to admit her mistake again. Where did she go wrong? He just wanted to show his strength. Lin Ling sighed again. Last time Lin Ling, was in the wrong. He wasn't a person who bullied the weak. How about this? I see that the level of your sword isn't high. I'll help you upgrade it to the Emperor rank. Then, we'll write off the matter between us. How about it? Emperor rank? He-Sheer was so aggrieved that she wanted to cry. However, when she heard Lin Ling's words, her beautiful eyes immediately focused. Junior sister this is a good opportunity. My master rarely makes a move. Heaven Touch Great Sage immediately became excited. He had long wanted to see his master forge a weapon. Shut up. I haven't settled the score with you for that hit from before. Lin Ling shouted coldly at Heaven Touch Great Sage. Master, didn't you slap me 3 times? Heaven Touch Great Sage hurriedly lowered his head. His humble tone made the people in the distance turn pale and their teeth chatter. They wanted to see Lin Ling put on a good show, but this time, they were obviously going to be disappointed again. Lin Ling didn't care about their grievances at all. He left with Heaven Touch Great Sage and Heaven Touch Great Sage. On the way, he asked He-Sheer to inform Ning Xiaoshan and the others. Master, are Ning Xiaoshan and the others your disciples? Why did you ask them to come here? Heaven Touch Great Sage was extremely puzzled. I'll help them upgrade their weapons while I'm at it. Lin Ling said with a smile. Where did the materials come from? Heaven Touch Great Sage was even more puzzled. Of course it's from you. Lin Ling looked at him quietly. Heaven Touch Great Sage's mouth was wide open, but he couldn't say anything. His master was robbing him again. After a long time, Lin Ling personally forged heavenly weapons for Lai Qing, Heaven Touch Great Sage, and the others at the foot of a mountain range. The first thing he forged was naturally Heaven Touch Great Sage's rod. Heaven Touch Great Sage had already prepared all the materials needed for the rod, and he was just waiting for Lin Ling to make a move. He's actually a blacksmith. Moreover, Senior brother Heaven Touch's forging skill is already very strong, but he's actually stronger than senior brother Heaven Touch? She watched quietly from the side and she was shocked. For the first time, she was curious about the origin of this pervert. In fact, she didn't believe that Lin Ling was Heaven Touch Great Sage's master because the age gap was too big. Moreover, Heaven Touch Great Sage's strength was obvious to all, and he had a wild and unruly character. How could he submit to Lin Ling? An Emperor rank heavenly weapon has the power to break the seal. Heaven Touch Great Sage, what domain do you want to strengthen? Is it defense, speed, or attack? Lin Ling asked. Of course it's attack. I want to raise the great law of martial arts by a realm. Heaven Touch Great Sage said with a smile. His attacks were ranked among the top in the 10 halls of Langya. His heavenly pattern martial arts had also reached the extraordinary realm. If the heaven-piercing staff advanced by another realm, it would step into the category of heavenly pattern martial arts. An Emperor rank heavenly weapon has the power to break the seal. Heaven Touch Great Sage, what domain do you want to strengthen? Is it defense, speed, or attack? Lin Ling asked. Of course it's attack. I want to raise the great law of martial arts by a realm. Heaven Touch Great Sage said with a smile. His attacks were ranked among the top in the 10 halls of Langya. His heavenly pattern martial arts had also reached the extraordinary realm. If the heaven-piercing staff advanced by another realm, it would step into the category of heavenly pattern martial arts. A realm? Are you trying to embarrass me? Lin Ling frowned as he looked at him. Could it be that the heavenly weapon he had personally forged was only raised by a realm? One had to know that his tyrannical song sword had been raised by 2 realms. Could it be that the increase is too great? Then it should be raised by at least half a realm. It should be enough to touch the origin energy. Heaven Touch Great Sage felt that he had asked for too much, so he chuckled. But Lin Ling was exasperated. He slapped Heaven Touch Great Sage's head, causing He Shear's heart to tremble. This pervert had the guts to hit Heaven Touch Great Sage's head. Chapter 1500. North, South, East and West Hills. You're too disappointing. Lin Ling reprimanded. Previously, when I fought with the King of Divine Charts, he already had a divine weapon in his hand. His origin force is extremely strong, and you are also the Langya Palace Hall Master, yet you only want to raise your weapon by half a realm. Let me tell you, I want your Tong Tian staff to be raised by at least 2 realms, so that it is no weaker than the King of Divine Charts martial arts realm. Heaven-touching Great Sage sucked in a breath of cold air. So it turned out that his master had beaten him because his requirements were too low. He only wanted to increase his cultivation by half a realm, but Lin Ling wanted to increase his cultivation by 2 realms. Of course, if you have better materials, I would like to try forging a divine weapon. Lin Ling's eyes shone with a fiery light. Divine weapons, a higher realm of weapons, he was looking forward to it. Look, you forged it this time. Next time, you'll have to personally forge an Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier. After that, Lin Ling took out the materials and began to carve the runes. His soul force had doubled, and his speed was as fast as lightning. One had to know that when Lin Ling forged the Tyrant Song Sword, Lin Ling's soul power hadn't even reached the 100th level. Now that he was at the 122nd level, one could imagine how much progress he had made. Rumble. In the sky, all kinds of materials floated. A large number of runes, like the laws of heaven and earth, fell on the staff one by one, forming a majestic spiritual energy fluctuation. The clouds in the sky rolled over, causing many of the Eastern Mountain disciples to gather around in shock. However, they did not dare to approach. Rumble. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, the heavenly soldier tribulation descended from the sky. So fast. Heaven-touching sage gasped, and even He Shear's beautiful eyes focused. She suddenly felt that this pervert deserved to be heaven-touching sage's master. After all, she'd never seen such a swift method of inscribing formation markings. Rumble. The Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier smashed down, but the heaven-reaching staff released a heaven-shocking aura. It was as if a demon king had awakened and was about to pierce through this world, stirring up the winds and clouds. Boom, boom. Under countless gazes, the heaven-reaching staff rose from the ground and grew larger and larger. It actually dispersed the great tribulation clouds in the sky and then landed on the ground like a stabilizing needle. What is that? What a terrifying pressure! The disciples in the distance all sucked in a breath of cold air, not daring to come any closer. The thunderclouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the blue sky appeared once again. The great tribulation of the heavenly soldiers had been annihilated. It seems that my soul force has increased, and I have the comprehension of returning to the origin of martial arts. The speed at which I forged the Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier has become even faster. This Tong Tian rod has been completely reborn. Lin Ling looked ahead indifferently and said with a smile. He was quite satisfied with the forging this time. This was because the heaven-reaching staff had already reached the level of a semi-divine weapon. Firstly, the materials prepared by the heaven-touching great sage were very rare and sufficient. Secondly, Lin Ling's soul power had greatly increased. Semi-divine weapon. Heaven-touch great sage was more familiar with the changes of the heaven-reaching rod than anyone else. His body trembled as well. Lin Ling nodded. Yes, and the power of the great law has increased by 2 realms. In the unsealed state, it will greatly increase your martial origin power. Moreover, the more you fight, the stronger your martial origin power will become. The heaven-reaching staff was already of a higher level than Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword. The difference was that the tyrannical song sword absorbed the opponent's attack and after unsealing, it would increase its strength. On the other hand, the heaven-reaching staff would become stronger as the battle went on. This attribute was very suitable for Heaven-touch Great Sage. I like it more and more. Thank you, Master. Heaven-touch Great Sage smiled excitedly and put away the heaven-reaching staff. As for He Shi, Lai Qing, Ning Shaoshan, and Gendosa, they were excited. Was Lin Ling going to forge such a powerful weapon for him? Heaven-touch Great Sage, don't be happy too early. I've already shown you before. Now it's your turn to forge. Lin Ling said indifferently. Heaven-touch Great Sage was stunned for a moment, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Previously, Lin Ling's forging speed was too fast, and he did not see it clearly at all. Don't tell me that you didn't even see through half of the 600,000 formation patterns I forged before? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. Heaven-touch Great Sage hurriedly lowered his head and said nervously, Master, I only saw 10,000 formation patterns. I really want to beat you up. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. This Heaven-touch Great Sage was too useless. Master, as long as you don't hit my head, you can beat me up however you want. Heaven-touch Great Sage said. When she saw this scene, she was so shocked that she couldn't say anything. After a long time, Lin Ling personally forged and upgraded everyone's heavenly weapons to the Emperor grade. Then, he wiped his sweat and planned to go to the mission board. She caressed her new sword lovingly. This sword was called Qin Shui, and it strengthened her defense by a large amount. When the sword was unsheathed, it was like a bright moon hanging high in the sky. It could increase her strength by 30%. Then, she volunteered to bring Lin Ling to the mission board. Obviously, her misunderstanding of Lin Ling had been resolved. Moreover, through their conversation, she found out that other than breaking her breastbone that day, Lin Ling did not take advantage of her. Ning Shaoshan and the others also followed Lin Ling. They were relieved because although they were new disciples, it seemed that as long as they were by Lin Ling's side, no one would dare to provoke them easily. Lin Ling continued to talk with Heaven-touch Great Sage along the way and became more familiar with the 7 Emperors' world. This was indeed the top of the pyramid of the mortal world. It gathered the elites and peerless geniuses of the mortal world. They could only cultivate here for 5 years. If they could not become a heavenly emperor in 5 years, they would be chased out of this place. Moreover, their identity as a disciple of the mortal emperor would also be stripped. But even so, everyone who walked out of here was an existence that could not be underestimated in the 3 mysterious realms. In other words, this was also a place to cultivate the elites of the mortal world. This made Lin Ling curious about the 7 emperors. These 7 giants of the mortal world were much better than he had imagined. Moreover, along the way they crossed thousands of mountains. Lin Ling's soul force was released from time to time. He faintly sensed that there were many experts hidden in the mountains. They were all cultivating diligently, forming great laws in that area. It was also extremely powerful. Lin Ling even sensed the origin energy above the great laws. It was just that there were fewer of them. After a long time, a red floating mountain appeared in the sky. This mountain floated above the clouds and was surrounded by gorgeous rainbows. They connected to the floating mountain, making this place look like an otherworldly mountain. What a powerful technique! Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He followed Heaven Touch Great Sage and the others and stepped onto the rainbow. Lin Ling glanced around and found that there were also mortal emperor disciples walking on the other rainbows. However, judging from their clothes, they were clearly not from the Eastern Mountain. Moreover, their strength seemed to be stronger than the Eastern Mountain disciples. He guessed Lin Ling's doubts and explained, "In the Eastern Mountain, besides the first king of the Eastern Mountain, the next is us, the 4 poisons of the Eastern Mountain, and then you. The Eastern Mountain is currently the weakest among the 4 mountains." Chapter 1501. Yin flourishes and Yang declines. Why is this happening? Lin Ling asked curiously. 5 years ago, the Eastern Mountain was the #1 mountain under the 7 emperors' heavens, and its disciples were all extremely powerful, including me. At that time, there was a full moon, but 5 years later, many disciples left, and the Eastern Mountain entered the period of a waning moon, while the other 3 mountains entered the period of a full moon. This is an unchanging rule under the 7 emperors' heavens, so the current Eastern Mountain has more yin than yang. Heaven Touch Sage explained. Lin Ling nodded. So the biggest reason was still the departure of his disciples. It looked like these 5 years of cultivation were the most crucial. He would be titled Celestial Emperor, and from then on he would have a meteoric rise. If he failed, then he could only wander the mortal world. Ishu glanced at Lin Ling. She felt that the arrival of a newcomer like Lin Ling seemed to have returned Dongshan to the time of the full moon. After a short moment, everyone stepped onto the mountain. As they looked around, the buildings here were towering like a city, and there were extremely many people. At the center of the mountain, there was a jade-green pillar of light that shot into the sky, and it emitted an indescribable majesty. Many lights that looked like fireflies floated around the pillar of light, and if one looked carefully, they were jade tokens. The spiritual chi here is even denser. Those buildings are cultivation rooms. There are 100 times, 1,000 times, and so on. Those who complete the mission can cultivate there. Great Sage Matian pointed at the buildings and then looked up at the sky. That's the mission board. In Xianpeng province, if something happens that ordinary warriors can't solve, they will help the human emperor. In order to solve these problems, the human emperor also trained his disciples at the same time. That's why he created the mission board. There are difficult and easy missions on it, and the rare ones require you to go to places like the demon realm. However, after completing the mission, the rewards are generous. You should know that the rewards from the 7 emperors' heavens are rare in the human world. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with anticipation. What he lacked right now was cultivation resources. He hoped that he would be able to receive a good mission. He is actually with someone else? As Lin Ling and the others were walking towards the mission board, surprised voices suddenly came from the street. Several yellow-robed youths walked over with furrowed brows. From the looks of it, they weren't disciples of Eastern Mountain. The one in the lead had a scar on his face and was gloomy like a centipede. He looked at Hishiu with a malicious light. How rare! The 4 poisons of East Mountain, the second disciple of East Mountain, is actually together with others. How rare! Eastern Mountain is a place where yin flourishes and yang declines. Other than the first king of Eastern Mountain, the other disciples are like trash. I'm so envious of them. They're like the 4 immortals of Eastern Mountain, but they don't have the strength to kiss a beauty. Those people spoke as they walked. Their words were filled with disdain. Moments later, those few people blocked Lin Ling and the others. The one in the lead sneered and suddenly stared at Lin Ling. Not bad. You're the first disciple I've seen walking together with the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain. Kid, what's your name? Tell me your name. As soon as he finished speaking, The others also stared at Lin Ling curiously. That was because they also saw that she seemed to be on good terms with Lin Ling. Tao Xian, what do you mean by this? At that moment, Heaven Touch Great Sage took a step forward and shouted coldly. Heaven Touch Great Sage, this doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Tao Xian wasn't afraid of Heaven Touch Great Sage. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling and said, "Didn't you hear what I said? Remember, in the Seven Emperors' heavens, sometimes you just have to be obedient and say a word. Perhaps you'll be able to see the world." At that moment, Tao Xian was a little surprised. Firstly, she was actually with another man. Secondly, this newcomer didn't seem to pay much attention to him. He was quite bold. The people around them sneered at Lin Ling and the others. Tao Xian and the others naturally knew who he was. He was the fifth disciple of Western Mountain and was stronger than the four poisons of Eastern Mountain. Most importantly, they had heard that Tao Xian's brother was an expert with the title of Celestial Emperor. It was no wonder that Tao Xian dared to not give face to Heaven Touch Great Sage. "What? I only asked you a question and you're so scared that you don't dare to speak? If that's the case, can you answer me? If he can do it, I can do it too. Will you be with me then?" Tao Xian laughed again. Clearly, he treated Lin Ling as a passerby. His real target was she. "Master, this person is Celestial Emperor Fei Yang's younger brother. Even I don't dare to provoke him." Heaven Touch Great Sage whispered to Lin Ling. She frowned but didn't say anything. She wasn't afraid of the four poisons of Eastern Mountain when they were together, but she wasn't a match for him alone. Lin Ling nodded at Heaven Touch Great Sage's words. He stared at Tao Xian. "I'll let you speak, even if you're a dog. I don't like talking to myself." Tao Xian finally shouted angrily. It was as if he was extremely dissatisfied that Lin Ling and the others didn't dare to speak. "Senior brother, are you asking for my name?" Lin Ling finally spoke. His words stunned Tao Xian. He didn't expect Lin Ling to actually dare to speak. He laughed mockingly and said, "That's right. What's your name?" "I'll call you Dad." Lin Ling's voice was cold as he spat out the words indifferently. Then he added, "Scram." The word, "scram," was like a thunderclap that stunned the surrounding disciples. How could Lin Ling not see that this guy was bullying Lin Ling? Furthermore, he wanted to get closer to she. That was why he was showing off in front of them. Unfortunately, Tao Xian wasn't qualified to act like a tyrant in front of Lin Ling. Who is this Eastern Mountain disciple? How arrogant. He's courting death. She didn't even say anything. Does he think he's the second-ranked disciple? Just you wait. Tao Xian won't let him go. After a moment of shock, the surrounding disciples sneered. Tao Xian's face stiffened. He shook his head, as if he couldn't believe that Lin Ling had spoken to him. His face darkened as he said, "You don't seem to know who I am." "Scram." Lin Ling shouted again. He didn't care who the other party was. He just told him to scram. Everyone's expression finally changed when they heard the word, scram. Tao Xian's eyes turned cold. He could see that Lin Ling was only a second-stage sage, while he was a fourth-stage sage with a powerful immortal body. He couldn't understand where Lin Ling's confidence came from. He said coldly, "You very well." Before he could finish, Lin Ling said indifferently, "I don't understand where you get your face from. Is it because you're from West Mountain? Or is it because your brother is a celestial emperor? Is that why you're standing in front of us? Do you want to prove your strength and nobility? Please, if you want to pursue the four poisons of East Mountain, then do it with your own strength. Does bullying us Eastern Mountain disciples prove that you're stronger? You're just a clown." Chapter 1502. Mission List. Lin Ling's scolding had left their mouths agape, but they also felt that Lin Ling's words were true. It was precisely because there were more females than males that they dared to be arrogant in front of the Eastern Mountain disciples. If it had been 5 years ago, they might not have dared to do so. Good. What a sharp tongue. Tao Xian was so angry that he started laughing. He stared at Heaven Touching Sage and suddenly understood something. It seemed like this young man was so arrogant because of Heaven Touching Sage's support. He laughed sinisterly and said, "With Heaven Touching Sage here, I admit that I'm not his match for the time being. However, you seem to want to enter the mission board. I can tell you that with a single word from me, you won't be able to enter. Elder, come out. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a domineering roar. A black-robed elder quickly walked over from the pillar of azure light not far away. This person used to be a disciple of the human sovereign, but after cultivating for 5 years, he still hadn't been bestowed the title of celestial emperor. Thus, he stayed in the 7 emperors' heavens to manage some trivial matters. Guarding the mission board was one of his duties. This person has no respect for anyone and looks down on the disciples of other sections. In my opinion, he should be chased out of this place. Tao Xian shouted in a low voice as if he was the master of everything. He sneered at Lin Ling. The black-robed old man's expression was indifferent. His gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Lin Ling. Who told you to come here and cause trouble? Causing trouble? The expressions of Ning Xiaoshan and the others changed drastically. When did they cause trouble? It was these West Mountain disciples who had stopped them and humiliated them. Elder, that's not the case. They were the ones who stopped us, and then created trouble out of nothing. He Sheer said anxiously and bowed to the black-robed old man. Shut up. However, before he could finish speaking, the black-robed elder reprimanded her. He then looked at Great Sage Heaven Touching and said, Great Sage Heaven Touching, you are no longer a disciple of the 7 emperors. Who allowed you to enter this place so easily? It's one thing to enter and leave so easily, but to allow these newbies to cause trouble here, let me ask you, who gave you the guts? Obviously, the black-robed old man's status was even greater in the 7 emperors' world. Moreover, his words caused the usually wild and unruly heaven searcher to frown. Even though he wasn't afraid of the black-robed old man, the black-robed old man was still the guardian of the assignment rankings. Offending the black-robed old man was equivalent to offending the 7 emperors. Seeing that Great Sage Heaven Touch was silent, the black-robed old man looked at Lin Ling and said, The 7 emperors' heaven is a place of peace. Everyone is here to cultivate. Do you think this is your home? Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. So, what do you want? In the 7 emperors' heaven, killing is not allowed. I'll cripple your cultivation base, and you can leave this place. After all, you're causing trouble in the mortal world. Not killing you is already a sign of my benevolence. The black-robed elder glanced at Tao Xian. Tao Xian smirked. His elder brother was the celestial emperor, so the black-robed elder would naturally give him face. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Cripple his cultivation? For a disciple of the 7 emperors, what was the difference between crippling his cultivation base and being killed? Lin Ling didn't expect the black-robed old man to be so bold and ruthless. He sneered and said, You want to cripple my cultivation base? You're not qualified. How dare you? I've already shown you mercy, but you're still so stubborn. The black-robed old man shouted angrily. This young man was about to die, but he still dared to be arrogant. Bold? I think you're the bold one. How dare you? Lin Ling was still not afraid. A purple gold human emperor token appeared in his hand, and he threw it over. The black-robed old man caught it, but after a glance, he frowned and said, What's this? Looks like you've committed another crime. Trying to deceive an elder of the human emperor, your cultivation base will be crippled. How dare you? As soon as he finished speaking, the old man exploded with power. His strength was comparable to the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. He was indeed an elder who worked for the human emperor. What happened? Yes. At this moment, a majestic voice was heard. Everyone looked over and saw a man in black armor slowly walking over. His whole person was like an ancient demonic insect, and his aura was extremely terrifying. Space-time Heavenly Emperor. Yes. Staring at that man, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. They naturally knew that man. He was a strong man with the title of Heavenly Emperor, and also the owner of the mission board. It was said that his immortal body was the rare space-time worm. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. Yes. The black-robed old man's expression changed drastically. He didn't think that such a small matter would attract the attention of the space-time Heavenly Monarch. However, he quickly said, Heavenly Monarch, this brat is so arrogant that he dares to cause trouble on the mission board. He even publicly humiliated the 7 sovereigns. He even took out a fake jade token to prove himself. I repeatedly tried to persuade him, but he wouldn't listen. Is that so? Yes. The burly man looked at Lin Ling indifferently, then took the jade token from the black-robed old man's hand. After looking at it carefully, his eyes narrowed, and a thick murderous aura spread out. That aura made the surrounding disciples' faces change dramatically, and a sense of uneasiness arose spontaneously. Why did the space-time Heavenly Emperor's attitude change after seeing the jade token? Elder Ren, you've worked on my mission board for more than 50 years. On account of your many years of hard work, even if there's no merit, I still appreciate your hard work. You can cripple your own cultivation base. The tall and sturdy man said indifferently. What? The black-robed old man's cultivation base was going to be crippled? The disciples' faces changed dramatically. The black-robed old man's face also changed greatly. How could this be? He looked up and stared at the burly man. There are some things that I don't need to explain clearly. You only have one choice now. 2. Cripple your own cultivation base. The burly man said again. At the same time, he looked at Lin Ling with a strong sense of fear. Only he knew that the young man's status was the same as his, a heavenly emperor. One had to know that not many people knew about the purple gold human emperor token, but those who had it were treated with great respect. I'm going to die. The black-robed old man's mouth opened wide, unable to believe his ears. One had to know that killing was not allowed in the 7 Emperors' heaven, but the space-time Heavenly Emperor still dared to kill him for the young man. This meant that something was wrong. He seemed to have kicked an iron plate. It seems that I have to do it myself. The burly man shouted coldly. Wait, sir, I'll do it myself. Sir. The black-robed old man shouted anxiously, then looked at Lin Ling bitterly. Then, he crippled his own cultivation base. Many years of hard work were gone. An elder of the 7 emperors was reduced to an ordinary person. How terrifying! The surrounding disciples' faces turned serious. For the first time, they felt that the young man from East Mountain was somewhat mysterious. Chapter 1503. Surge. Brother, Elder Ren had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai, so he offended you. I hope you don't take it to heart. The burly man looked at Lin Ling again, making Lin Ling smile politely. Then he looked at Tao Xian. Sir, this dog colluded with the elder, twisted right and wrong, and had no respect for anyone. I think we should kick him out of here and never let him step onto the mission board again. Sir, what do you think? The tall and sturdy man's heart trembled. This young man was ruthless. Even though he knew that Tao Xian's brother was a titled celestial emperor, the young man in front of him was already a celestial emperor. There was no need for him to make a choice. Tao Xian, he said coldly, from now on, you're not allowed to step onto the mission board. Also, take one of my palms and you can scram. Never allowed to step onto the mission board again? Celestial Emperor of Space-Time, why don't you just kill me? Tao Xian's expression changed drastically. The mission board was the most desirable place for disciples. If he couldn't step onto it, how could he cultivate and surpass Langia and the carefree 10 halls in the future? I gave you a choice before. I told you to get out, but you didn't. Now that you want to leave, you'll have to pay the price. Lin Ling said coldly. Tao Xian's face turned deathly pale. Just as he was about to say something, the burly man stepped forward and slammed his palm heavily. Rumble. Powerful origin energy exploded. Under countless gazes, Tao Xian disappeared from everyone's sight. It was a real disappearance. His method was extremely mysterious. The surrounding disciples were all stunned, trembling with fear. They didn't expect that Tao Xian, who had a celestial emperor as his brother, would be kicked out of here. You all seemed very arrogant before, saying something about East Mountain having more yin than yang. Now I'll give you a chance. Get out of here within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Otherwise, those who stay will never be allowed to step onto the mission board again. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked at the surrounding West Mountain disciples. The faces of the disciples turned ugly. They shouted angrily and fled, cursing in their hearts, "This young man from East Mountain is ruthless." As for the Renhuang disciples who were watching from afar, their expressions turned solemn. They had a feeling that a disciple who was no weaker than the first king of East Mountain had risen. "All right, the problem is solved. You can enter the mission board now." The burly man smiled at Lin Ling and then welcomed Lin Ling in. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to treat Lin Ling as a disciple, but as an expert of the same generation. Heaven touch great sage, and she didn't seem to be able to react. Lin Ling looked at them with a smile and explained, "Purple gold human emperor token, titled Heavenly Emperor." Boom. Their hearts trembled fiercely. Only now did they realize that Lin Ling was even more powerful than they had imagined. However, this sort of shock didn't last long, and heaven-touching great sage chuckled. As expected of his master. At this moment, Lin Ling led Lai Qing and the others into the mission board. It was a temple-like building. In the center of the temple, there was a huge pillar of green light that shot into the sky. A large number of jade tokens were floating there. It was magnificent, like a fairyland. "Lin Ling, right? My name is Space-Time Heavenly Emperor. If this is your first time accepting a mission, you should accept more than one-star missions. Many of the one-star missions are not difficult. For example, if you win a place on the lower Xian ranking and successfully reach the top, you will be rewarded with 10 drops of Half-Saint's Essence. If you rush into the middle Xian ranking, you will be rewarded with 100 drops of Half-Saint's Essence. Moreover, you must complete all of these missions within a year. This is the primary mission of every disciple of the 7 emperors." Space-Time Heavenly Emperor appeared beside Lin Ling. He looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Although Lin Ling's realm was not high, and his talent was not strong, Space-Time Heavenly Emperor still didn't dare to neglect Lin Ling. "In addition, I heard that the He family in the south of Xianping province is from the demon realm. Therefore, they need to be eradicated. This mission is not difficult. You can also accept it. In addition, challenge Langia or the Carefree 10 Halls. You will be rewarded with 200 drops of Half-Saint's Essence." Space-Time Heavenly Emperor continued to introduce more than a dozen one-star missions. All of them were easy to obtain drops of Half-Saint's Essence. Obviously, Space-Time Heavenly Emperor was trying to befriend Lin Ling by giving some simple missions with good rewards to Lin Ling. "Thank you, Heavenly Emperor." Lin Ling quickly bowed. You and I are brothers. There is no need to be so polite." Space-Time Heavenly Emperor laughed. Ning Xiaoshan and the others were extremely jealous, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't know that Space-Time Heavenly Emperor was trying to curry favor with Lin Ling because Lin Ling was already a Heavenly Emperor. In the future, it was very likely that he would be given the title of Xian Di. And Xian Di was a powerhouse that even Space-Time Heavenly Emperor had to look up to. One had to know that in the 7 Emperors world, Heavenly Emperors were not the top-titled Heavenly Emperors. Moreover, in the 3 mysterious realms of the mortal world, there were many cultivators stronger than Heavenly Emperors. After Lin Ling politely accepted all the missions, he evaluated them and became excited. Once these missions were completed, his godly demon overlord physique would be upgraded. Moreover, his cultivation would increase accordingly. After a long time, Lin Ling, Lai Qing, and the others left. At this moment, a large number of disciples had gathered at the foot of the floating mountain. The leader was Tao Xian. How could he swallow his anger at this moment? Naturally, he would look for Lin Ling to settle accounts. As for why he was driven away by Space-Time Heavenly Emperor, he didn't know. However, it didn't matter what the reason was because his brother was Heavenly Emperor Fei Yang. He didn't dare to provoke Space-Time Heavenly Emperor, but how could he not dare to provoke Lin Ling? What's going on? Who is Tao Xian challenging? It seems like it's a new disciple from East Mountain. He has embarrassed Tao Xian before. Moreover, Tao Xian will never be able to enter the mission list. Interesting. Tao Xian is the 5th disciple of West Mountain. He comes from the Tao family of Xianping province. His brother is Heavenly Emperor Fei Yang. How can a new disciple be so bold? That new disciple has an extraordinary background. He seems to be a titled Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, he fought with King Shen Tu before. Discussions broke out all around the floating mountain. A large number of disciples had appeared. These people were clearly stronger than the disciples of East Mountain. Moreover, their backgrounds were also extremely powerful. Some were from the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars, while others were from Langya and the Carefree 10 Halls. Titled Heavenly Emperor? Is a new disciple qualified? Low shouts suddenly sounded out from the mountain ranges. Some powerful disciples had finally arrived. It was obvious that they had been attracted by the title of Heavenly Emperor. Titled Heavenly Emperor? Is he a disciple of East Mountain? Damn it, even I, the first king of East Mountain, don't have the right to be titled Heavenly Emperor. I really don't know what the 7 kings are thinking. On top of a mountain peak, an arrogant youth with long hair fluttering in the wind stood coldly. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and there was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He was the first king of East Mountain. One had to know that in East Mountain he was the #1 male besides the 4 poisons of East Mountain. However, in the few days he went out to train, a new disciple had already surpassed him by being titled Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 1504. Disciples of the 4 mountains gather. He challenged the king of Shinshu and ended in a draw. This means that his strength has not reached the level of the king of Shinshu. It is said that this newcomer is from the Onyx Palace. Ha! Hee. I also heard that this newcomer defeated Hong Tiandi during the referral quota examination. Hong Tianxia, the bloodline of your Hong clan, was defeated. As one of the top disciples of South Mountain, aren't you going to do something? In the distance, several figures were standing on the mountain peak, chatting and laughing. They seemed to be chatting happily, but their eyes were shining from time to time. These people were the top disciples of the South, West, and North Mountains. Their strength was only 1 step away from the Carefree Mountain and the Langya Temple. There were even rumors that they were qualified to challenge the Carefree Mountain and the Langya Temple. However, their goal was the Heavenly King, so they did not challenge him for the time being. Yang Yi, provoking me is useless. The 7 Emperors world does not allow killing. Even if I want to kill him, I can't do it. One of the men sat on the ground, drinking wine. He was extremely arrogant. He was the top disciple of the South Mountain, Hong Tianxia. He had the bloodline of the Hong dynasty, one of the 4 great ancient nations. He had been cultivating under the 7 Emperors world for 3 years. Hi, you're right. But no matter what, we didn't see the newcomer challenge the king of Shinshu. Today we can see how strong he is. Yes, he is the Heavenly King. I think he is undeserving of his title. The other top disciples said indifferently. At this moment, on the Rainbow Avenue of the floating mountain, several figures stepped on the rainbows and slowly moved forward. They were Lin Ling and the others. Why are you with this pervert? At this moment, on the Rainbow Bridge, a surprised voice sounded. 3 elegant women stared at he with surprise in their eyes. You are one of the 4 poisons of East Mountain. This pervert humiliated you in the past. Not only did you not take revenge, but you are with him now. The 3 women of the 4 poisons of East Mountain were angry because he shook hands with the enemy. This was equivalent to humiliating the 4 poisons of East Mountain. Pervert, what did you do to senior sister One of the girls stared furiously at Lin Ling. Her name was Murong Xian. Just like her name, she was as graceful as a fairy and was one of the most beautiful women in the world. Lin Ling stared at Murong Xian, feeling a little helpless. I didn't do anything. No matter what, although senior sister doesn't care about it, we won't let you go. Otherwise, how can we be called the Eastern Mountains 4 poisons? The other woman, Lin Shirin, also frowned and said, Don't overthink it. Lin Ling and I only had a misunderstanding. Furthermore, I don't hate him anymore. At this moment he stepped forward and said, Do you think I won't resent you just because you said so? I didn't expect you to be so spineless. We are the 4 poisons of Dongshan. The other 3 girls were even more furious. They didn't know what kind of bewitching potion this newcomer had fed He actually made forget everything that had happened before. Let me tell you, pervert. Senior sister doesn't care about it, but we won't let you go. The three girls obviously weren't willing to let the matter go. After making Lin Ling shake his head helplessly, he smiled gently. It had to be said that the four poisons of Dongshan were indeed very beautiful. At this moment, each of them looked angry. It was a pretty good scene. You cannot let me go, but before that, listen to he-she. Then, Lin Ling said indifferently. You're still so arrogant. The three women gritted their teeth fiercely as they looked at he-she. He-she shrugged her shoulders and said, My Qingshui sword, he helped me raise it to an emperor stage heavenly soldier. Therefore, the conflict between him and me is written off. Just because of a sword? Spineless. You're simply a disgrace to us, the four poisons of Dongshan. The three girls were stunned for a moment and began to mock him with cold words. However, after they finished speaking, their expressions changed drastically. Qingshui's sword became an emperor stage heavenly soldier? He helped you forge it? One had to know that an emperor stage heavenly soldier was very rare. Other than the Great Hall of Heaven and Earth, it was very difficult to buy one anywhere else. Moreover, even if one could buy one, it would not be a handy weapon. Without a doubt, a martial artist could raise the level of the weapon he was used to. This was obviously more precious than a high-level weapon. That's right, he forged it for me. Moreover, senior brother Matian's heavenly staff was also forged by him. It's now a semi-divine weapon. He-she also knew that her junior sisters and senior sisters were definitely surprised and even envious. Sure enough, the three girls' beautiful eyes focused. They looked at each other and revealed a smile that could topple countries. We are also martial artists and are broad-minded. Since senior sister she doesn't care about it, then let's shake hands and make peace. That's right. In Dongshan, we acknowledge your position. You are the only man below the first king of Dongshan that we acknowledge. I wonder when you have time to forge my weapon for me? Their attitudes instantly changed 180 degrees, and it caused Sky-Touch Sage to open his mouth wide and shake his head helplessly. Moreover, Ning Xiaoshan was even able to discern that these senior sisters of his had actually revealed a wisp of flattery. Wasn't this change too great? Lin Ling was also speechless, but he immediately nodded. For him, as long as the other party prepared the materials, the forging was not too difficult. The few of them suddenly seemed to be familiar with each other and walked down the Rainbow Bridge. When they walked down the Rainbow Bridge, a large number of eyes below the floating mountain instantly focused on the black-robed young man in the lead. Their eyes were cold and indifferent. However, this gaze quietly turned into jealousy when they saw the young man and the four poisons of Dongshan talking cheerfully and wittily. The four poisons of Dongshan? Among the four mountains under the seven emperors' heaven, the four poisons of Dongshan were famous. They were also known as the four immortals of Dongshan and were one of the symbols of Dongshan's strength. Now, the four immortals were walking together with a newcomer and seemed to have a good relationship. How could they not be jealous? What a lucky kid. If I was in Dongshan, with the situation of Dongshan having more yin than yang, I would definitely be able to get closer to these beauties. However, it won't be easy for that kid to gain a foothold in Dongshan. Many disciples from the other mountains said indifferently. Their words were filled with jealousy. Similarly, the disciples of Dongshan were also gathered in another direction. They looked at Lin Ling in the distance and were shocked. They had never expected that Lin Ling, who had just dominated Dongshan, would be noticed by the disciples of the four mountains. There are so many people and they are all very strong. They have all reached the fifth layer of the Saint Realm. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others also saw the strong disciples around them. Ning Xiaoshan and the others' faces turned serious. The waters of the seven emperors' heaven were indeed very deep. If these peerless geniuses were placed in Shenpeng province, each one of them would be comparable to the 10 halls of Carefree and Langya. Lin Ling was also secretly surprised. In his heart, he now knew why Dongshan was the weakest. Then, his gaze fell on a young man in front of him. The young man was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the road. His body was surrounded by majestic laws and a mysterious aura was released, causing the void to continuously explode. Chapter 1505. East Mountain's first king Yishi frowned and said, This guy suffered a loss before, so he's here for revenge. Lin Ling smiled and did not show much respect. He continued to lead the group forward. Stop! Stop! At this moment, Tao Xian finally opened his eyes. Deep within them, a demon was faintly discernible. It was extremely ferocious. Clearly, his strength was not to be underestimated since he was ranked 5th in West Mountain. Moreover, he had dared to ignore Heavenstroker Great Sage earlier. This meant that although he was not as strong as Heavenstroker Great Sage, he was not far off. If he performed well, he was confident that he could defeat Heavenstroker Great Sage. I just found out that you have a Celestial Emperor Jade token. No wonder you're so arrogant. Stop! Tao Xian slowly stood up. His face was extremely cold. Fight me. If you lose, hand over the violet gold human emperor token. He said. Stop. At the same time, all the disciples around the floating mountain narrowed their eyes in anticipation. They wanted to see if this newcomer who already had the title of Celestial Emperor was strong enough. So you're here to challenge me? Lin Ling's expression was as calm as an ancient well. Finally, his soft voice drifted out. Do you think I'll fight you just because you want me to? Scram. Stop. Refuse? Hearing those words, everyone's expressions turned ugly. They thought that Lin Ling would prove himself and tell everyone why he had the purple gold emperor card. However, Lin Ling had rejected them directly. This made them feel as if they had punched cotton and had nowhere to put their strength. Some of the stronger disciples smirked disdainfully. As expected, this newcomer did not dare to fight. It seemed that what the East Mountain disciples said about how strong he was nothing more than a rumor. How can such a coward be qualified to have the title of Celestial Emperor? I'm disappointed. But it's normal that he doesn't dare because he's only a level 2 saint while Tao Xian is a level 4 saint. There's no way this newcomer can win with a difference of 2 levels. Stop. I want to teach him a lesson. He has the title of Celestial Emperor but is so weak. This is an insult to us. Stop. Disdainful voices drifted out from the surrounding mountains. Tao Xian's expression was gloomy at first, but when he heard the voices around him, he sneered. All mountains are watching you. They came from afar and have been waiting for you for so long. If you don't fight them, how can you face them? Stop. Hearing this, Lin Ling was a bit stunned. If others wanted him to fight, he would fight. But if he didn't fight, wouldn't he be letting others down? What kind of logic was this? Could it be that those disciples were all Renhuangs? Why were they so influential? If I don't fight, what can you do? As for what other people think, what does that have to do with me? Stop. Lin Ling shook his head and sneered once again. He then led He Shi and the rest forward. He Shi and the rest coldly snorted. They had never seen such a shameless person. These people were not sent by Lin Ling. The crime of waiting was on Lin Ling's head. Not only was he shameless, he was also overbearing. Is not to fight to fight? Tao Xian sneered. Tao Xian snorted disdainfully. He was about to attack, but when he thought of Lin Ling's violet gold human emperor card, his expression changed drastically. Killing was not allowed in the Seven Emperors world. Lin Ling had refused to fight. If Tao Xian attacked by force, he would be violating the rules. For a moment, he stood there, his expression uncertain. He wanted to attack, but he was afraid. It was a funny look. Come on, since you're so arrogant, why don't you try to attack me? Go! Lin Ling knew Tao Xian wouldn't dare to act rashly, so he smiled calmly. You! Tao Xian gnashed his teeth. He was so strong, but the newcomer refused to fight. He couldn't prove himself. How arrogant! The crowd's expression turned colder. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Not only did he not dare to fight, he even dared to provoke Tao Xian. He was provoking everyone as if to say, try to attack me. Junior brother, if you don't fight, you'll disappoint everyone. You have the purple gold human emperor token. Shouldn't you prove yourself? At least let us know why you're called Celestial Emperor. An indifferent voice sounded. At this time, an indifferent voice drifted in from the distance, causing everyone to look over. They saw a man with a blue cloak standing on top of a towering mountain peak. He was tall and sturdy, with extremely broad shoulders. Moreover, his shoulders, elbows, and fists were covered with black bones. He was extremely domineering. It's the first king of East Mountain. Er's expression turned serious when she saw the mighty man. He's the only man in East Mountain who doesn't fear the 4 poisons of East Mountain. He's only been a Renhuang disciple for a year, but he's already the first king of East Mountain. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and the Eye of Time quietly appeared. He could clearly see that the man's immortal body was very strange. It was actually a black demonic bone, and the Dantian's sacred sea was also formed from the demonic bone. It was as if flesh and blood were useless to the man. Only the bones were everything. Your Majesty, that man has obtained the supreme demonic bone. His talent has reached the earth rank, and this talent can continue to improve. In my humble opinion, the supreme demonic bone should have been obtained in the demon zone. Just then, Purple Elder's voice was heard. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder in Lin Ling's eyes, that man was just a black skeleton. You're a disciple of East Mountain, so you'll fight. The first king of East Mountain spoke again. The powerful disciples around him sneered. That newcomer came from East Mountain. Now that the first king of East Mountain had spoken, he had no choice but to fight. Everyone had the same goal. They wanted to see why Lin Ling was called Celestial Emperor. If they could do what Lin Ling could do, they could also be called Celestial Emperors. They might even be able to seize Lin Ling's purple gold human emperor token. To be honest, they were jealous. You're ordering me? Lin Ling stared at the burly man, feeling a little ridiculous. Isn't that right? I'm the first king of East Mountain. It's normal for me to order you. In the distance, the first king of East Mountain looked down at Lin Ling. Excuse me, are you one of the 7 emperors? Lin Ling acted as if he didn't know how powerful the first king of East Mountain was. His words stunned the first king of East Mountain, and he couldn't answer. Lin Ling spoke again. Since you're not one of the 7 emperors, what right do you have to order me? You're the first king of East Mountain, and I'm a disciple of East Mountain, so I have to listen to your orders? You're too arrogant. I just want you to prove yourself. The first king of East Mountain frowned, but his expression was still calm. Proof? Do you think I'll prove myself just because you want me to? The title of Celestial Emperor was given by the 7 emperors. If you're so powerful, why don't you go and question the 7 emperors? I don't think you dare. You're just a trash who only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong. Lin Ling coldly snorted. His words were so imposing that the first king of East Mountain's pupils constricted. He actually said anything, and it was hard to refute. Chapter 1506. 5 ghosts move the mountain. You guys are the same, a bunch of trash. You only know how to be jealous of other people's achievements. You don't know that as long as you're strong enough, you can also be a celestial emperor. You guys only know how to gather here to see how much weaker your opponent is. No wonder you can't become a human sovereign's disciple. Lin Ling's indifferent gaze swept across the crowd, and he shouted again. Anger. Each of the powerful disciples' faces turned ferocious, but they couldn't say anything. They were indeed bullying the weak and fearing the strong. She and the other 4 venoms of East Mountain laughed. They didn't expect Lin Ling's mouth to be so sharp that the disciples couldn't refute him. You're only a level 2 saint. What right do you have to talk nonsense? Lin Ling, you're just trash with your mouth. At this moment, Tao Xian, who had been silent all this while, shouted coldly. He thought that the first king of East Mountain could force Lin Ling to fight, but the result was that Lin Ling had made him speechless. So he could only rely on himself. He couldn't let Lin Ling leave. Fuck my mouth? Lin Ling laughed. His body was filled with a dense, gloomy qi. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the ghost realm, filled with vicissitudes and reincarnation qi. You want to fight? Sure. How about a battle to the death? Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out from his mouth. Since the other party kept pestering him, he would fulfill his wish. A battle to the death? Many people's faces changed. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so decisive. He would rather die than live in dishonor. If he wanted to fight, a battle to the death. At this moment, Tao Xian was silent. All right, I'll agree on his behalf. At this moment, a cold voice drifted out. attracting everyone's attention. They saw a man floating in the void with his hands behind his back. He was Celestial Emperor Fiyang. Brother! Tao Xian's face suddenly lit up. Heavenly Emperor Fiyang waved his hand and stared at Lin Ling. He already knew that because of that newcomer, his younger brother would never be able to enter the mission board. Therefore, he wanted to see if that newcomer was qualified to be titled as Heavenly Emperor, to be able to match his status. According to the rules, we titled Celestial Emperors are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of disciples. However, you're too arrogant. You want a battle to the death, I'll agree to it on behalf of Tao Xian. Moreover, you're also a titled Celestial Emperor, so you can also ask the people behind you to agree to this battle. No matter what the result is, the 7 emperors won't blame you. Celestial Emperor Fei Yang said indifferently. I'll agree on behalf of Lin Ling, said Fei Yang indifferently. Many people looked over and saw that it was Zhong Mo Tiandi. The 2 celestial emperors looked at each other and nodded. A battle to the death was very rare in the 7 emperors' heavens. Both sides had to agree to it. Seeing that both sides had agreed to it, and with the celestial emperors presiding over the battle, everyone sneered. This way they could see how strong Lin Ling was. If Lin Ling lost, he would die, and his title as Celestial Emperor would be revoked. That newcomer is a level 2 saint, and Tao Xian is ranked 5th in the West Mountain. He's a level 4 saint, and he's a level 7 Xian rank 7 saint. That newcomer can't compete with him. Many strong disciples said indifferently. The battle between the disciples of the human emperor realm immediately stirred up a great commotion. Either way, everyone who was here was the strongest peerless geniuses of the Xian Peng territory, thus the battle was surely going to be spectacular. Lin Ling, you'll regret this battle. At that moment, Tao Xian sneered. There was a hint of malevolence in his smile. The battle that had attracted everyone's attention had boosted his confidence. Moreover, with his brother backing him up, he could freely torture Lin Ling. As soon as he finished speaking, a ghostly wind howled around him, and a large number of specters appeared. One had to know that specters were extremely difficult to deal with in the ghost domain. Now, all of them were under Tao Xian's control. It was obvious that his talent was related to the ghost Dao. 5 ghosts moved the mountain. Rumble! The evil spirits roared ferociously, causing the 5 ghosts move the mountain to appear behind Tao Xian. It was extremely strange. At this moment, the ghost chi started to surge. Tao Xian is ranked 5th in the West Mountain. His strength is terrifying. 5 ghosts move the mountain is a transcendent level heavenly pattern martial art. Someone said with a serious expression. The ghost Dao had always been unpredictable. It was the most difficult martial art to deal with. Kill! Cold! A cold voice came from Tao Xian's mouth. The 5 ghosts move the mountain was like a ghost town, suppressing Lin Ling. 100 dragons roar. Boom! At the same time, Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a cold light. The tyrant song appeared in his hand, spewing flames. It was also a transcendent level heavenly pattern martial art. Lin Ling stepped on the Fire Dragon King and swept towards Tao Xian. What? Shit! Tao Xian's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Lin Ling to also have a transcendent level heavenly pattern martial art. However, he could still sense that Lin Ling's heavenly pattern martial art was only at the peak level. The reason he was so strong was because of the sword in his hand. Tao Xian wasn't afraid of such strength. Of course, that was what he thought. But when he looked into Lin Ling's eyes, his heart trembled. Lin Ling's eyes were cold, as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life and seen through the creation of heaven and earth. With just a glance, Tao Xian's ghost Dao was shaken. Deliberately mystifying. Shit! Tao Xian didn't think Lin Ling could shake him, so he didn't retreat. Instead, he charged towards Lin Ling. Rumble! 2 majestic powers clashed in the air. Tao Xian's eyes narrowed. He sensed that Lin Ling's power was of extreme yang. It actually suppressed his path of ghosts, causing his ghost will to dissipate. Most importantly, his 5 ghosts move the mountain, which had been invincible, did not affect Lin Ling at all. One had to know that his 5 ghosts move the mountain could move heaven and earth when it was powerful. The density of the ghost chi was so dense that it could invade the opponent's energy and assimilate it. However, it didn't seem to have much effect on Lin Ling. Tao Xian's eyes suddenly turned to Lin Ling. He suddenly had a misconception that Lin Ling was even more of a ghost than him. But how was that possible? He cultivated the ghost Dao, while Lin Ling cultivated the fire Dao. How could he understand ghosts better than him? Had Lin Ling died as a ghost before? You have some skill, but that's all there is to it. 5 ghosts move the wealth. Tao Xian roared. For the first time, he felt that Lin Ling was difficult to see through. He burst forth with an even stronger ghost Dao law, which intertwined with the fire dragon in the sky. Although fire could counter Yin Qi, his ghost Dao was clearly not an ordinary ghost Dao. It was not afraid of water or fire. What he was truly wary of was the other kind of power on Lin Ling's body. Is that so? Uprooting the mountains and rivers? Lin Ling said calmly. After a few exchanges, he knew that Tao Xian's path of the ghost was indeed very powerful, but it didn't seem to have much effect on him. He might as well give up on the martial way of the fire and use the body of the God-fiend overlord for close combat. Rumble. Chapter 1507. I know ghosts better than you. The surrounding disciples were stunned as well. The two had clashed using grand principles at first, but Tao Xian's eerie ghostly aura was ineffective against Lin Ling. Lin Ling had given up on fire martial Dao and attacked with his physical body, twisting space and forcing Tao Xian to retreat. This was unbelievable. 5 ghosts escape. Tao Xian's expression was cold. His hands moved rapidly, summoning a large number of ghosts. Some moved mountains, some moved wealth, and some rushed toward Lin Ling. These ghosts weren't afraid of physical attacks, and they weren't afraid of the power of the 5 elements either. They were extremely powerful. Faced with the terrifying evil ghosts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, an ordinary warrior would have panicked, but Lin Ling didn't care at all. In the ghost realm, in Samsara City, he was a ghost, and a ghost that even the real ghost clan feared. Tao Xian cultivated the ghost way, but could he compare to the ghost clan in the ghost realm? Twisting space. Lin Ling let out a low roar as his body pierced through the void. The ancient sword in his hand was burning with flames, and a casual swing of his sword contained the great law of fire at the great mastery stage. The combination of the 2 powers caused all the evil spirits in Lin Ling's path to be reduced to ashes. Something's not right. If Tao Xian had a fire elemental talent, he would be able to crush Lin Ling with ease. But Tao Xian has a ghost elemental talent, which seems to be ineffective against Lin Ling. The surrounding disciples gasped. The scene before them was completely different from what they'd imagined. Lin Ling was crushing Tao Xian with his violent strength. Avicii hell. Tao Xian's expression grew uglier. He weaved in and out of the exploding void, unleashing even more terrifying grand principles. Yaksha, Mengpe, and the reincarnation of hell appeared in the sky. This was the power of origin above the grand principles. The power of origin, also known as saintly pattern martial arts, was above heavenly pattern martial arts. It was more powerful than the grand principles because everything in heaven and earth returned to the origin. For example, the first drop of rain, the first flame, and the first cloud at the beginning of the world all carried the power of the laws of heaven and earth. That was why the power of origin was stronger. Tao Xian has unleashed the power of the immortal physique, profound 7th level. The pupils of the surrounding disciples narrowed. They didn't expect Tao Xian to be the first to use his innate immortal physique in the battle against Lin Ling. This Lin Ling was even more remarkable than they had imagined. Of course, they could also see that Lin Ling possessed a mysterious power. This was one of the main reasons why Lin Ling was able to suppress Tao Xian. However, that was before. Now that Tao Xian had unleashed his immortal physique, Lin Ling's defeat was certain. Reincarnation of heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the sky. Apart from the Avicii hell, the 6 paths of reincarnation had also appeared. This Tao Xian was indeed powerful. If he could control the laws of the 6 paths of reincarnation, he would be able to become the lord of the ghost realm. That's right. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you are a human, You will be bound by the laws of heaven and earth and enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Tao Xian shouted coldly from the sky. He had used his powerful immortal physique. How could Lin Ling not die? Reincarnation, is it effective on those who have already been reincarnated? Lin Ling emitted a mysterious aura that distorted space. Instead of retreating, he advanced towards the demonic storm in the sky. At this moment, he was like a member of the masses, about to enter the cycle of reincarnation and be punished by heaven and earth. After entering the cycle, he would have to endure the torment of the Avicii hell. Crazy! Many people saw that Lin Ling didn't use the power of laws and instead charged into the Avicii hell with his physical body. They thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. You overestimate yourself. Celestial Emperor Feiyang sneered. His little brother's Avicii hell already contained the power of origin. As long as one's immortal physique, cultivation level and martial comprehension were inferior to his little brother's, they would be crushed to death by the Avicii hell. Even unhindered Celestial Emperor frowned. From all angles, Lin Ling shouldn't have charged into the Avicii hell. That was giving up his own strength to go against Tao Xian's. Rumble. At the same time, the cycle of reincarnation opened. The Avicii hell shook heaven and earth as if it wanted to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling's figure disappeared within. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was already dead. However, no one knew that the countless demons in the Avicii hell screamed in fear when they saw Lin Ling. They retreated as if they had met their natural enemy, allowing Lin Ling to get closer and closer to Tao Xian. The Avicii hell was a powerful source of martial arts to others, but it was even more useless to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had entered the cycle of reincarnation, and his soul hid the Yellow Spring's flame. He was the least afraid of the ghost Tao. Even ghosts and devils would take a detour when they saw him. Tao Xian, I've said it before. You are not qualified to use the ghost Tao of reincarnation against someone who has reincarnated. At this moment, everyone heard a cold voice. The Avicii hell in the sky that was filled with white bones and countless demons suddenly changed. It turned into the cycle of falling leaves. The falling leaves fluttered in the sky, allowing countless people to see the life of a falling leaf. Playing ghost in front of me? I'm more of a ghost than you are. Lin Ling's figure was faintly discernible among the fallen leaves. Everyone's jaws dropped. Lin Ling was fine? How was this possible? Even Tao Xian's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. One had to know that his Avicii hell could even kill a 5th-layer saint. Lin Ling was only a 2nd-layer saint. How could he be unaffected? Suddenly he remembered Lin Ling's words. Playing ghost in front of Lin Ling? Lin Ling was more of a ghost than he was. I don't believe it. The 18 heavenly ghosts of the Avicii hell. Tao Xian roared. He slapped out with both hands, stirring up a ghastly wind. The 18 heavenly ghosts appeared, their cold teeth gleaming. Ghost chi filled the sky. Scram. Rumble. In the Avicii hell, Lin Ling was like the king of evil ghosts. His pupils appeared and he stared at the heavenly ghosts, causing them to tremble. It was as if they were looking at Emperor Yama. Puff, puff, puff. Lin Ling strode forward and punched each of the 18 heavenly ghosts to death. In the next moment, Lin Ling distorted space and appeared in front of Tao Xian. His ancient god sovereign body appeared. His head touched the sky, his feet touched the ground, and his ancient god fist punched out. Boom! The punch made Tao Xian bow like a shrimp, his bones shattering. You dare to challenge me? Lin Ling unleashed a power that surpassed the 9 universes. His seemingly thin and weak fists were like the fists of a sovereign. He punched out again and again, causing Tao Xian to continuously spit out blood. It was a shocking scene. The surrounding disciples were dumbfounded. They thought Tao Xian would kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had been suppressing Tao Xian since the beginning of the battle. In the end, Tao Xian was killed. It was as if Tao Xian had met his nemesis when he met Lin Ling. This reminded them of Tao Xian's words. He said that Lin Ling was a piece of trash who only relied on his mouth. However, the scene before them proved that when Lin Ling didn't rely on his mouth, he relied on his strength to beat Tao Xian until he spat out blood. I admit defeat. Many of Tao Xian's bones were broken. His face was pale as he shouted anxiously. He was completely terrified. No wonder Lin Ling didn't want to fight. It was because he didn't want to. I refused to fight you, but you kept bothering me. Now you admit defeat? Chapter 1508. Fighting Lin Ling again. At that moment, Tao Xian was filled with regret. If he had known that Lin Ling was so powerful, he would never have challenged him. It was as if he had slapped himself hard in the face. Brother, save me. Tao Xian was hit by Lin Ling's fist again. He spat out a mouthful of blood and rushed towards Celestial Emperor Feiyang. Celestial Emperor Feiyang's face was solemn. He didn't know why Lin Ling wasn't afraid of his brother's Tao of Ghost, but his brother was in danger and he had to save him. Overbearing Celestial Emperor, what do you think? Celestial Emperor Feiyang knew that they were the ones who issued the challenge, so he could only look at overbearing Celestial Emperor for help. Lin Ling, let him go. Overbearing Celestial Emperor smiled. He was worried about Lin Ling before, but who knew that Lin Ling would be so strong? He was able to ignore the Tao of Ghost and suppress Tao Xian. This was unprecedented in the Seven Emperors world. Moreover, overbearing Celestial Emperor had a feeling that Lin Ling could win because Lin Ling was a ghost. All right, overbearing Celestial Emperor, but Tao Xian, kneel down and kowtow 3 times and I'll spare your life. When Lin Ling heard Sky Sovereign Zhong Mo Tian's words, he stopped and walked forward. He was wearing a black robe. At that moment, all the disciples of the 4 mountains were astonished, and their faces were extremely solemn. At this moment, Tao Xian's expression was ugly, but there was nothing he could do about Lin Ling. He could only kneel down and kowtow 3 times to Lin Ling because this battle was the focus of everyone's attention. Even if he didn't want to admit defeat, if Lin Ling killed him, no one would speak up for him. Bang bang bang. Tao Xian kept kowtowing while Lin Ling stood in front of him and looked down at him. You said I relied on my mouth, so why are you kneeling down and begging for mercy? His words made Tao Xian raise his head. His eyes were filled with malevolence and fury, but of course, there was also a strong sense of fear. Can't say anything? You said I wasn't qualified to be titled Celestial Emperor. Now, do you think you are more qualified than me? Lin Ling asked again. Tao Xian opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He'd been brutally tortured by Lin Ling. Did he have the right to deny Lin Ling? Since you can't say it, then scram. Lin Ling shook his head and kicked out fiercely. It was like the leg of a giant, overbearing and magnificent. Rumble. Tao Xian was sent flying like a cannonball. He pierced through dozens of mountains and was eventually submerged by them. The 5th strongest disciple of the West Mountain had been defeated. What a terrifying fellow. When he refused to fight, no one knew how strong he was. However, once he accepted the challenge, his attacks were like a storm. No matter what, Lin Ling had gained a firm foothold in the 4 mountains after this battle. Who among the ordinary Renhuang disciples would dare to disobey him? The 5 elements of heaven and earth reinforce each other. Lin Ling, you happen to have the power to restrain Tao Xian, so you won by a fluke. How about I fight you next? At that moment, a meteor streaked across the sky and landed heavily on the ground. It was the first king of East Mountain. Demonic Bone King, what right do you have to challenge Lin Ling? Seeing the Demonic Bone King, the reigning Celestial Emperor frowned. The first king of East Mountain was indeed powerful. He had a high chance of being titled Celestial Emperor within 5 years. Why don't I have the right? Lin Ling humiliated me and looked down on me. Therefore, he has to accept my challenge. If he wins, I'll be the first to approve of him being titled Celestial Emperor. The Demonic Bone King stood there like a demon, a giant, and said indifferently. Hearing that, many people frowned. The first king of East Mountain was really domineering. It was as if Lin Ling needed his approval to be titled Celestial Emperor. Reigning Celestial Emperor, although killing is not allowed in the 7 Emperors world, I don't think the 7 Emperors will object to my challenge if someone provokes me and humiliates me with arrogant words. The 7 Emperors don't want to raise cowards, so why can't I challenge Lin Ling? The Demonic Bone King shouted again. He was very smart. He turned Lin Ling's previous refusal into a humiliation, so he could find an excuse to fight Lin Ling and even take Lin Ling's violet gold human emperor card. The reigning celestial emperor frowned. Although the demonic Bone King was domineering, he was right. The 7 emperors didn't want cowards, nor would they object to this kind of battle. Lin Ling, life or death battle, you can choose. Seeing the reigning celestial emperor's silence, the demonic Bone King sneered and shouted proudly. The crowd quieted down. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but everyone knew that there was still a gap between him and the first king of East Mountain. If Lin Ling wanted to fight, he would lose. Is the first king of East Mountain so embarrassing? Just as Lin Ling was about to speak, a figure slowly walked out from the crowd. This person was very short, wore a large cloak, and carried a sky-piercer halberd that was taller than him. It gave people a very strange feeling. However, after seeing this person clearly, the faces of many disciples changed slightly. The second-ranked emperor's disciple of North Mountain, the 9 spirits of heaven. However, the 9 spirits of heaven had always been a loner. Why would he come out and speak at this moment? Many people couldn't help but be curious. 9 spirits of heaven. You have a problem with that? The demonic Bone King frowned, as if he didn't dare to underestimate the other party. The first king of East Mountain is only a king in front of the weak. When faced with the strong, he is still nothing. The short youth in the distance said as he walked. He then shook his head. If you and Lin Ling fought fairly, I wouldn't have come out to speak. However, Lin Ling fought Tao Xian. Do you feel embarrassed if you fight again? After these words, the demonic Bone King's face turned ugly. In fact, if he fought again, it would be unfair. Also, you said that Lin Ling humiliated you. However, everyone saw that you were the one who forced Lin Ling to fight. Lin Ling refused, but you said that Lin Ling humiliated you. Does Lin Ling have to do whatever you want Lin Ling to do? The 9 spirits of heaven said again, I am a person who wins and loses. It's not that I want to help Lin Ling, but that I can't stand it. If you want to fight Lin Ling, sure, but you have to fight me first. It seems that the 9 spirits of heaven are going to help Lin Ling. The crowd's hearts surged as they understood the situation. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He didn't know the short youth, but the other party spoke from a fair point of view. This made Lin Ling have a good impression of him. At this moment, the demonic Bone King's face turned even uglier. The 9 spirits of heaven had degraded him with just a few words. He had lost all face, but he couldn't refute the 9 spirits of heaven. He immediately looked at Lin Ling and said, As the celestial emperor, do you only know how to rely on the help of outsiders? You should know that as the celestial emperor, you should accept challenges from a large number of people. If you don't dare to fight, then you don't have the title of celestial emperor. The demonic Bone King obviously had no other choice, so he tried to provoke Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's expression didn't change, as if the powerful first king of East Mountain couldn't give him any pressure. He quietly listened to the demonic Bone King, then said, Are you done? Chapter 1509. Shut up. What I'm about to say is similar to what the 9 spirits of heaven said. You said that I humiliated you, but in fact, you've been standing on your own side, forcing me to do as you say. If I didn't do it, I would be humiliating you, so it's more like jealousy. You think that I'm not as strong as you, so I'm not qualified to be called a celestial emperor. But don't forget, you're standing at the top of the pyramid of the human world, but you were as insignificant as an ant in the past. Lin Ling said word by word. His words were sharp and domineering. You're right. I'm standing at the top of the pyramid. I was insignificant in the past, but at least I'm stronger than you now. Demonic Bone King said indifferently. He still wanted to say something, but Lin Ling shouted coldly, You said you were done. Now shut up. Shut up? Demonic Bone King's pupils constricted. Lin Ling told him to shut up? He was the strongest disciple in East Mountain, and his strength had already reached the level of the Langya Tenhals. Lin Ling dared to shout at him? The surrounding disciples also opened their mouths wide. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so daring. Well, I'd like to see what else you want to say. Demonic Bone King laughed out of anger. I want to ask you, how did you become the #1 king in East Mountain? Lin Ling asked as if he didn't know how powerful Demonic Bone King was. I became a disciple for a year, defeated all the disciples in East Mountain, and became number one. Demonic Bone King said proudly. In the Seven Emperors' heaven, he was a famous peerless genius. So useless? Useless. Lin Ling smiled contemptuously. His words made Demonic Bone King's pupils constrict. He only used a year to become the number one king in East Mountain, and Lin Ling said he was useless? You must not be convinced. Then let me tell you. I have only been a Renwang's disciple for a dozen days, but now I have reached the second position of East Mountain. If you give me a year, do you think you can still keep your position as the first king of East Mountain? You'll definitely be trampled under my feet. Of course, I understand why you want to challenge me. Because you're afraid. You're afraid that I'll grow up and surpass you. Lin Ling indifferently looked at the Devil Bone King. His voice was calm, but it was like a sword that pierced into the Devil Bone King's heart, causing his expression to darken. It was true that he had dominated Eastern Mountain in a year, but Lin Ling had only used a dozen days. Although he was not afraid of Lin Ling, others would not think so. They would think that he, the number one king of Eastern Mountain, was afraid of being surpassed by the younger generation. That was why he was suppressing him now. He couldn't lose face like this. At this moment, the surrounding disciples were indeed discussing spiritedly. Although the Devil Bone King was stronger than Lin Ling, it was only for now. What if Lin Ling had a year's time? This was indeed difficult to evaluate. For a moment, many people looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's words were as sharp as swords. This also meant that Lin Ling's heart of martial arts had reached the great perfection realm. He was fearless and unaffected by any external factors. Everything is just your words. In the future, you still won't be my opponent. You think too highly of yourself. The Devil Bone King's body emitted a dense yin qi as he indifferently said, I don't think highly of myself, nor do I look down on myself. Facing the world, I only have a calm heart. At least, I won't be like you, looking down on everything and thinking that you are invincible. However, in reality, you can only dominate Eastern Mountain. In the mortal world, you are still an ant. Lin Ling smiled. After reincarnating, he had seen many things compared to the Devil Bone King. He knew that the world was vast, the ghost realm, the devil realm, and the outer realm had many secrets. Therefore, although Lin Ling was insolent, he was never arrogant. You may not be convinced, but I can tell you that if you want to fight to the death, you will die. Lin Ling paused and indifferently looked at the Devil Bone King. At this moment, his eyes bloomed with incomparable majesty, as if he was a realm lord. If they really fought, then he, the Devil Bone King, would die. The crowd's hearts exploded. They didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. Only Lin Ling himself knew that if he went all out, then the number one king of Eastern Mountain would also die. The reason was very simple. It was the Yellow Springs flame that came from the depths of his soul. However, if the Yellow Springs flame were to erupt, then his body would inevitably be burned because only his soul force could barely control it. Therefore, Lin Ling was also so confident. The Devil Bone King's pupils shrank as he looked at Lin Ling's eyes. He actually felt that he had entered the reincarnation cycle and was facing the Yellow Springs Great Emperor. This made him speechless for a moment. The surrounding disciples saw the Devil Bone King's silence and were also surprised. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant, saying that the Devil Bone King would die in a battle to the death. Most importantly, they saw that the Devil Bone King didn't dare to accept. Lin Ling's pupils were still fixed on the Devil Bone King, but the Yellow Springs flame in the depths of his eyes gradually disappeared. He said indifferently, You said that I'm the Celestial Emperor, but I don't have the qualifications. Therefore, you want to deprive me of my title and become the Celestial Emperor yourself. Fine, 1 month from now, in this battle, if you win, you will be the Celestial Emperor. Yes. As soon as Lin Ling's words fell, the crowd's expression changed. Lin Ling actually agreed to the battle, and even said that if he lost, he would hand over the Violet Gold Human Emperor token. The person who obtained the Violet Gold Human Emperor token would be given the title of Celestial Emperor. This was the height that every emperor's disciple yearned for. No one would easily hand it over after obtaining it. Who knew that Lin Ling would be so generous as to fight with the Violet Gold Human Emperor token? As for Lin Ling, he was only a second-layer saint. It was impossible for him to reach the same height as the Devil Bone King in a month's time. He was bound to lose this battle. Who gave him such confidence? He's only been a sovereign's disciple for a dozen days, yet he dares to challenge the number one king of Eastern Mountain? It seems like he's even crazier than I thought. Sigh. I really envy the Devil Bone King. He got the title of Celestial Emperor so easily. Sigh. Many powerful disciples were envious. Obviously, they all thought that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt. Even if Lin Ling's cultivation had caught up with the Devil Bone King, how could he catch up with the latter's immortal physique? At this moment, even the unhindered Heavenly Emperor frowned. It was very difficult to reach the Saint Realm. Even he thought that it was impossible to surpass the Devil Bone King in a month's time. You're really confident. Sigh. The 9 spirits of heaven was stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly. A month? Sigh. The Devil Bone King stood there quietly. His black demon bones were wriggling. It was clear that he was extremely angry at this moment, because not only was Lin Ling not afraid to fight, he had even challenged him to a fight. Furthermore, he had even said that if he lost, he would hand over the title of Heavenly Emperor. This was a kind of contempt. It was as if he, the Devil Bone King, could not win at all. He even said that he would hand over the violet gold human emperor card. He could imagine that after today, the news of a disciple of Eastern Mountain challenging the first king of Eastern Mountain would spread like wildfire. And his prestige and strength as the first king of Eastern Mountain would be questioned by others, causing him to lose face. What, you don't dare? Lin Ling stared at the Devil Bone King indifferently and said again, why wouldn't I dare? In a month's time, I'll see where your confidence comes from. You'll know how stupid and ridiculous you are for daring to challenge me, the number one king of Eastern Mountain. Chapter 1510. A month's battle. I hope that after a month, there will be no Heavenly Emperor or anyone else backing you up. A cold voice floated out of the Devil Bone King's mouth at the same time. This also meant that he had accepted the challenge. After a month, he wanted Lin Ling to regret and ruthlessly humiliate Lin Ling. He wanted to tell Lin Ling and everyone else that Lin Ling was not qualified to be Heavenly Emperor. He, the first king of Eastern Mountain, was the true Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Interesting, I'm looking forward to it. The surrounding disciples watched the Devil Bone King leave, and then stared at Lin Ling, still surprised. A month's time was really short. For many people, it could not change anything at all. And if Lin Ling lost, then there would be a good show to watch, because Lin Ling's title of Heavenly Emperor was given by the 7 emperors. If he lost, it was equivalent to losing face for the 7 emperors. At that time, even the 7 emperors would not be able to keep Lin Ling. You are really crazy. Although the Devil Bone King's strength is not as good as mine, it is not much worse. It will be very difficult for you to win against him. The 9 spirits of heaven frowned and said to Lin Ling previously he just could not stand the unfairness of the disciples, so he stood up to speak, but they did not expect that Lin Ling did not need his help at all. He was fearless. Sometimes, you need to give yourself some pressure. Lin Ling said with a faint smile, with calmness. Pressure? Although a martial artist's growth must be without pressure, the pressure you give yourself is too great. The 9 spirits of heaven said. For the first time, he felt that this newcomer was somewhat mysterious, because giving oneself 100 times the pressure was not something that anyone dared to do. A pot of wine, different people will taste different. This also represents different lives. Just like the leaves on a tree, there will never be the same leaves. This is also a different life for every martial artist, and I chose this kind. Lin Ling looked at the sky and smiled. Hearing this, the 9 spirits of heaven's heart sank. For some reason, Lin Ling's words gave him an indescribable feeling. Different wine, different life? He thought to himself that this Lin Ling seemed to have experienced a lot and was different from other Renhuang's disciples. He knew that every Renhuang disciple here was a peerless genius in Xianpeng province. Their heart of martial arts was in the perfect realm, unaffected by the heavens and earth, unaffected by the words of others. They were always confident. However, It was his first time seeing someone with a heart of martial arts like Lin Ling's. You shouldn't have been able to beat Tao Xian, he's a 7th-level mystic after all. How did you win? The 9 spirits of heaven thought of the previous battle and asked curiously. He cultivates the ghost Dao and understands the great Dao of reincarnation, but against someone who has already died, what's the use of reincarnation? Lin Ling retracted his gaze from the sky and smiled. People who have died? The 9 spirits of heaven's heart trembled. How old was Lin Ling? He seemed to be younger than him, but Lin Ling had died before? And looking at Lin Ling's appearance, he didn't seem to be a reincarnated cultivator. This was too shocking. He was stunned for a moment, and Lin Ling looked at the man in the distance and bowed with a smile. Unhindered Heaven Emperor, thank you for before. No need. Unhindered Heaven Emperor didn't say much. After bowing, he left quietly. Heaven Emperor Feiyang looked at Lin Ling coldly. Originally, Lin Ling had abused his brother, and with his status, he would definitely teach him a lesson. However, Lin Ling was now a Heaven Emperor, and his status was the same as his, so he didn't have the right to touch Lin Ling. 1 month later, if you lose, you will be kicked out of the 7 Emperors' heaven. Heaven Emperor Feiyang left this sentence and turned to leave. You don't have to worry about that. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. He nodded at He Shi and the others and strode away. 1 month later, the powerful disciples around also stared at Lin Ling, and the anticipation in their hearts grew stronger. As expected of my master, he can already challenge East Mountain's first king. I've heard of that arrogant junior, and that guy's strength is probably not much weaker than mine. Heaven Touch Great Sage followed Lin Ling with a heavy heart. Although he was one of the 10 temple masters of Langya, he didn't dare to provoke East Mountain's first king in the 7 Emperors' heaven. It was still possible outside, but he wasn't very confident in defeating East Mountain's first king. Let's talk about it 1 month later. That guy's strength is indeed not weak. Lin Ling didn't show any arrogance because he knew that the number 1 king of the Eastern Mountain had an Earth-rank immortal body and the supreme demon bone. With such terrifying talent, given some time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to surpass Lady Xue Wu and the other experts. He Shi and the others were even more aware of East Mountain's first king's strength. They were also surprised by Lin Ling's courage, especially Murong Xian and the others. They didn't expect this lecher to be so bold. One must know that East Mountain's first king had dominated East Mountain for a year, but this lecher actually took less than 2 months. Whether Lin Ling could win this battle or not, it was undeniable that his strength was definitely among the top in the mortal world. You're the 9 spirits of heaven? Surnamed Shenyuan, that's rare. Lin Ling walked forward, and the short 9 spirits of heaven followed behind him. Carrying a 2-meter-long halberd, they gave off an extremely strange feeling, but they couldn't be underestimated. In the entire mortal world, there is only one Shenyuan. The 9 spirits of heaven said indifferently. Their short stature had an indescribable aura. Then do you know Shenyuan Guer? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and asked. Nope. When the surname Shenyuan was mentioned, the 9 spirits of heaven's face became even colder. Lin Ling smiled and didn't continue to ask. Lin Ling, I have high hopes for you. Don't lose this battle. The 9 spirits of heaven stopped and looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the other party to believe in him so much. He immediately nodded. I've experienced a lot of battles, so I won't lose. Good. That's good. If you win, you'll be the ruler of the Xianpeng Great Region. The 9 spirits of heaven left these words and strode away, looking a little cold. This guy. Sigh. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. When the short 9 spirits of heaven became cold, it gave people a strange feeling. In the next month, I have to cultivate hard, so I'll be separated from everyone for the time being. Sigh. Lin Ling looked at heaven-touching Sage and the others. They also knew that Lin Ling was pressed for time, so they nodded and let Lin Ling leave alone. Your Majesty, what an arrogant junior. He actually dares to challenge you. Your Majesty's current strength can be ranked among the top 10 generals of the star-picking nation. At this time, Purple Elder's voice sounded. He was especially protective of his own and spoke to Lin Ling. Although that's the case, I'm currently standing at the top of the pyramid in Xianping province. Naturally, the opponents I encounter can also be ranked among the top 10 generals. Lin Ling shook his head and said, he didn't think that the Devil Bone King was an easy opponent to take down. Next, I have to raise the level of the Fiend God Overlord body. Only then can the gap between me and the Devil Bone King shrink. Sigh. Chapter 1511. Fire Dragon King's Realm. Your Majesty, if you use Time Freeze and your powerful soul power, you might be able to kill the Devil Bone King in one strike. Purple Elder still felt that the Devil Bone King was not Lin Ling's opponent. Time Freeze is related to the laws of heaven and earth, so I don't want to use it casually. How could Lin Ling not know about Purple Elder's trump cards? However, those trump cards could affect the whole situation, so he did not want to use them casually. If I want to increase the level of my Fiend God Overlord body, I can only use Half Saint's essence. Let's go to Splendid Land and challenge the Xian board. Lin Ling had already accepted the mission. As long as he could enter the Xian board, he would be able to obtain the reward of Half Saint's essence. However, before proceeding, Lin Ling needed to increase his strength by another 10%. After returning to his residence, Lin Ling immediately entered the Purple Mansion. The fourth layer of the Purple Mansion, Purgatory World, was filled with flames. Currently, my heavenly pattern martial arts are at the pinnacle level. The battles during this period have made me more familiar with the fire martial Dao. It is time to enter the transcendent realm. Okay. Lin Ling thought in the endless flames. Then he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the strange flames of heaven and earth. Even if Lin Ling hadn't comprehended the transcendent realm's heavenly pattern martial arts, he wasn't far from it. Firstly, his Tyrant Song Sword art could be raised to this stage, allowing him to familiarize himself with this realm in advance. Second, Lin Ling had the ability to return to the origin of martial arts. That was the comprehension of origin power. Fire Dragon King's Realm. After spending half a year in the Purple Mansion, Lin Ling finally touched the great law that transcended the realm. This great law was different from the tyrannical Song Sword. Under Lin Ling's comprehension, he actually transformed into a Fire Dragon King. The reason why he comprehended this martial art was because Lin Ling cultivated the fire martial Dao in the past. There was a martial art that used fire as nourishment to increase one's strength. And the current Fire Dragon King's realm was to give up millions of fire dragons to form a huge Fire Dragon King. Then it would devour the Fire Dragon King and transform itself into the Great Law of Fire. So it's like that. Lin Ling opened his eyes and stretched out his left hand. A terrifying Great Law of Flames appeared and transformed into a mini dragon. However, after Lin Ling struck out with his palm, the mini dragon grew larger and larger. Wherever it passed, there would be Great Law of Flames, causing the void to explode and the horns of the fire dragon to appear. Finally, a gigantic Fire Dragon King appeared. Amazing! Your Majesty's martial way of fire has already surpassed Star-Picking Nation's undying Fire King. Old Violet thought from afar. On the ground, the majestic Fire Dragon King appeared and circled around in the air. It opened its mouth and roared. Below the Fire Dragon King, Lin Ling was like the son of the Fire Dragon King, standing in the middle of the great law of the universe, dominating everything. His Majesty's heavenly pattern martial arts transcendence realm seems to be devouring Fire Dragon Kings. Old Violet said again. Everyone's heavenly pattern martial arts were different. Some people comprehended the heavenly pattern martial arts of their predecessors while others comprehended it on their own. Those who comprehended it on their own would be able to change according to their master's heavenly pattern martial arts. Therefore, Old Violet guessed that His Majesty must have cultivated a great law of flames that could devour the energy of heaven and earth. After a long time, Lin Ling walked over with a faint smile on his face. His eyes were sharp. At this moment, his strength had increased by another 10%. Without relying on any of his trump cards, he could easily defeat a fourth-layer Saint expert with just his own strength. With my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to reach the first place of the lower Xian ranking. A month's time was very short. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't want to waste any time. Jinxiu Mountain and River was the core of Xianpeng Province. It was also the place where the most experts gathered. Other than the experts from Xianpeng Province, there were also experts from Xianyuan and Xianhuangdiu. The 4 lists of the cultivation pavilion represented the strongest cultivators in the human world. The difference between them and the 3 myths was that the 3 myths were peerless geniuses and they were much younger. At this moment, the Xian ranking was filled with the top experts from the first to second layer of the Saint Realm. Flames bloomed on the Xian ranking, and behind each flame was a name that one had to look up to. The lower Xian ranking list rarely changes. Of course, it's very difficult to break through to the Saint layer. Therefore, some people have been on the lower Xian ranking list for a few years, but they still haven't reached the middle Xian ranking list. The first one is an ancient cultivator from the great region of Xianyuan. The second one is a strong student from Xianhuangdiu. The third one is Gendosa from the 7 Emperors world. They're still smiling proudly in the world. Below the lower Xian ranking list, a large number of cultivators were standing there and looking up at the lower Xian ranking list. They were looking forward to it. Maybe for them, looking at those strong cultivators was motivating them. The lower Xian ranking list is the same. First, you have to win 10 battles in a row. Then, you'll get 3 million purity stones as a reward. If you go back to the 7 Emperors world, you'll get 10 drops of half-saint's essence. If you reach the middle Xian ranking list, you'll get 100 drops of half-saint's essence. That's enough for me to reach the 5th layer of my godly demon overlord body. At this moment, among the warriors, a handsome young man looked at the list indifferently. His eyes were burning with passion. He was Lin Ling. 1 month is too short, so I have to save time. I have to reach the top of the lower Xian ranking list in 1 day, said Lin Ling smiling. He was extremely confident. Shameless boasting. The lower Xian ranking list isn't like the yellow ranking. It can change at any time. You're dreaming if you want to reach the top in 1 day, said an expert disdainfully as soon as Lin Ling finished speaking. It was impossible to reach the top in 1 day. Even an old monster who had cultivated for 100 years couldn't do it. It was also difficult for the disciples of the 3 great legends because most of them had to take 1 step at a time to reach the top. Lin Ling smiled and didn't pay attention to the other party's words. One had to know that Lin Ling had gone to the ghost realm. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds, so he hadn't come to challenge the lower Xian ranking list for a long time. However, it wasn't the same for the other powerful disciples. They would come to challenge the lower Xian ranking list as soon as their strength increased a little, and then they would slowly climb to the top. One of them took 1 step at a time, while Lin Ling had accumulated a lot of strength. So, it was naturally different. Lin Ling, why are you here? At this moment, a familiar voice was heard. Lin Ling looked over and immediately saw Lord Xuewu and Venerable Si coming. Seeing this, Lin Ling quickly walked over with a smile. Lin Ling, what a familiar name. It's the disciple of the human sovereign from half a month ago. Below the lower Xian ranking list, the martial artists who had disdained Lin Ling before narrowed their eyes. It was Lin Ling. Everyone in Xianpeng Province knew about Lin Ling. This peerless genius who was in the limelight had defeated Hong Tindi not long ago and took the 1st place in the recommendation list. He was known as the young man who would surpass Langya and the 10 carefree palaces in the future. No wonder he ignored me before. It's because he disdained me. Chapter 15:12. The name of senior brother. Fortunately, he didn't take it to heart. It seems that compared to the other disciples, he is more approachable and didn't bully the weak. The cultivator said nervously. If it weren't for his fear of Lin Ling's majesty, he would have gone over to apologize at this moment. Compared to this, I'm more curious about what Lin Ling said before. He wants to reach the top of the Xian ranking. That's right. In the past, he was the first on the yellow board. Now, in less than half a year, he is going to reach the top of the lower profound board. This progress is too terrifying. I admit that Lin Ling is a peerless genius, but it's still very difficult for him to reach the top of the lower Xian ranking because he has only been a disciple of the human emperor for half a month. According to my guess, he would at most be ranked in the 50s of the lower Xian ranking. The surrounding warriors were in high spirits. They felt honored to be able to see Lin Ling with their own eyes. However, they weren't sure if Lin Ling could reach the top of the Xian board. For a time, the news spread everywhere. Many martial artists from Xianping province came to visit because of the fame. Lord Watamist and Venerable Si Kaming also knew that Lin Ling wanted to challenge the Xian role. They couldn't help but gasp. Lin Ling, don't you need more time to prepare? After all, you've only been a human sovereign's disciple for half a month. Lord Watermist had already recovered from his injuries. He looked at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Ling, he would have perished long ago. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling again, he felt that he was on the same level as him. Needless to say, Venerable Si Kaming had to look up to Lin Ling. Time is limited, so there's no need to prepare any more. Lin Ling said with a smile, his handsome face full of confidence. You always do things that surprise people. However, since you have made up your mind, I will not persuade you. You only need to know that Lord Yuan is ranked 3rd on the lower profound ranking. Lady Xuewu said with a smile. At the same time, she reminded Lin Ling, Lord Yuan? Gendosa, right? Thank you, I got it. Lin Ling smiled again. Lord Yuan was about to address Lin Ling as senior brother. Blindly arrogant and conceited. With such an attitude, you won't go far in the world of martial arts. At this moment, a cold shout rang out. Lin Ling looked over and saw a large number of figures walking over. It was Lord Shan Wu. Today, a genius from our Black-White Dao Palace has gone to challenge the Xian role. Thus, many people from our Black-White Dao Palace have come. Lady Watermist stared at him as she explained to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lord Shan Wu had brought a large number of people with him. He was frowning as he walked over. When he saw Lin Ling, anger surged in his heart. He no longer had any authority in the Black-White Dao Palace. It was only a matter of time before he was stripped of his position as palace master. And all of this had been brought about by Lin Ling. Thus, when he saw Lin Ling, he wished he could swallow Lin Ling's bones. 2nd level saint. As expected of the 7 emperors. In half a month, Lin Ling's cultivation has risen. Lord Shan Wu frowned as he discovered that Lin Ling's cultivation had risen. 2nd level saint. That's not very strong. Lord, is this Lin Ling, the Black-White Dao Palace's recommendation this year? Good, when I become a mortal emperor's disciple next year, I will surpass him and seize his glory. Beside Lord Shan Wu, a youth spoke. This person had his hands behind his back and an indescribable expression on his face. He was the Black-White Dao Palace's new recommendation. It had to be known that the 4 pillars and 8 pillars each year had a recommendation quota. This year, Lin Ling had already become a mortal emperor's disciple. Thus, the Black-White Dao Palace had already begun preparing for next year's recommendation quota. Clearly, this youth was the one that Lord Shan Wu valued. Lin Ling, don't be arrogant. Wait for me. I will surpass you. The youth was extremely confident as he stared at Lin Ling and shouted. His cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the Saint Realm. He was stronger than the Black-White Dao Palace's previous recommendation quota, so he was confident. What kind of dog is this? However, Lin Ling only glanced at the youth before speaking indifferently. This youth's cultivation was not weak, but he could clearly sense that in other areas, he was as weak as a dog. Did this youth think that just because his cultivation had reached the standard, his strength would also reach the standard? If this youth were to enter the 7 Emperors' world, he would be nothing more than trash. You're calling me a dog? Lord Shan Wu, can I teach him a lesson? Although he is my senior brother, his mouth is too smelly. I want to slap him 3 times. The youth's eyes narrowed as he shouted angrily. Lin Ling's cultivation was the same as his. What right did Lin Ling have to become a mortal emperor's disciple while he had to wait for a year? This year's mortal emperor's disciple exam was because he had missed it. Otherwise, how could Lin Ling be so arrogant? Slap me 3 times? Lin Ling smiled and led Lord Xuewu and Lord Shan Wu forward. Then Lin Ling stood in front of the youth, looking down at him. Lin Ling could not understand where this youth's confidence came from. Moreover, his mouth was so arrogant. One had to know that Lin Ling and Lord Shan Wu had never been on good terms. Since this youth was with Lord Shan Wu, this meant that he was Lin Ling's enemy. Between enemies, Lin Ling did not even speak, and this youth was so arrogant that he could not see through him. This made Lin Ling unable to laugh even if he wanted to. What do you want? Don't think that you can be my senior brother just because you are older. The youth's name was Zhang Zhan, and he was from a hidden family in Xianping province. This family was said to be a descendant of one of the 4 ancient countries, the Fire God dynasty. Moreover, Zhang Zhan had a heavenly soldier ranked 10th on the heavenly soldier ranking. With all these factors added together, he felt that he was the top genius of Xianpeng province. What do I want to do? Lin Ling looked at Zhang Zhan indifferently. After smiling, he slapped out. Facing your senior brother, shouldn't you be bowing? Since this is a recommendation from the Black-White Dao Palace, who taught you to be so rude? Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out, and the pupils of the surrounding people froze. Zhang Zhan's mouth was wide open. He never thought that Lin Ling would dare to slap him. Even Lord Mountain Wu frowned. Lin Ling had slapped one of his men in front of him. This was too arrogant. One had to know that although Lin Ling was strong, how could he compare to an expert like the 4 pillars and 8 pillars? Good. You have guts. However, for the sake of Lord Mountain Wu and Lord Watermist, I'll swallow this slap. However, I'll return this slap tenfold. Zhang Zhan's face was extremely gloomy. However, with Lord Watermist present, he didn't dare to be arrogant. After all, his strength was inferior to Lord Watermist's. In addition, Lin Ling had said that he didn't bow when he saw his senior brother. This was clearly his fault. Tenfold? How about 20 times? Or 100 times? Lin Ling laughed again. He had no grudges with Zhang Zhan, but the latter had been arrogant the moment he saw him. It was as if he wanted to step on Lin Ling to become famous. How could Lin Ling give him any face? Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of slaps continued to ring out. A total of 10 slaps. According to Zhang Zhan's words, 1 slap must be returned tenfold. Then, Zhang Zhan would return 100 slaps to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, use your actions to tell Zhang Zhan that he should return it to me tenfold. At the same time, he was telling Zhang Zhan that he was still a newcomer. It was better for him to keep a low profile. Lin Ling, you're not giving me any face. Chapter 1513. Pretentious. Zhang Zhan gritted his teeth. He almost wanted to teach this senior brother Lin Ling a lesson. However, since Lord Shan Wu had spoken, he believed that Lord Shan Wu would uphold justice for him. Why should I give you face? I'm still his senior brother. Not only did he not greet me, he even had such bad breath. How could I not hit him? It's better to wake him up, to let him know that there's always someone better. As for you, Lord Shan Wu? Slap. Lin Ling smiled as if he was talking to Lord Shan Wu with a friend. However, as soon as he finished his sentence, he slapped Lord Shan Wu too. I'll hit you too. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of a slap was heard. The spectators in the distance were shocked. Lord Shan Wu was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. He was stronger than Langya and the unfettered Tenhals. However, he was not a peerless genius. He was just old. However, no matter how old he was, his strength was still there. Yet Lin Ling still dared to hit him. Even Lord Xuewu was shocked. She did not expect Lin Ling to be so courageous. You hit me? Lord Shan Wu's thin face was filled with shock. Previously, he had wanted to uphold justice for Zhang Zhan. However, Lin Ling was so overbearing and arrogant that he even hit him. This made his face extremely gloomy. He used his hand to touch his slightly hot face. Lin Ling, you should know the difference in strength between us. You should also know that there are some things that you have to pay the corresponding price for doing. He was threatening Lin Ling. He wanted Lin Ling to see the truth and regret his actions. Slap. However, the answer he got was a slap. I'm a disciple of the human emperor. Not only did you not greet me, you even allowed your disciple to humiliate me. Lord Shan Wu, do you know what you've done? Lin Ling said coldly after slapping Lord Shan Wu. Lord Shan Wu had tried to harm him many times. Now that his status was higher than Lord Shan Wu, he would not give him any face. A human emperor's disciple? Lord Shan Wu's eyes narrowed. He just remembered that a human emperor's disciple was extremely noble. Even in the 7 emperors' heavens, no one dared to offend them. You said that there are some things that you have to pay the price for. Lord Shan Wu, I wonder what price I have to pay. Lin Ling's Shan Wu was reprimanding Lord Shan Wu. You. Lord Shan Wu's was Shan Wu's disciple. Now Lin, Shan Wu's disciple, what was the price? Lord Shan Wu was Shan Wu? Lord Shan Wu's Shan Xing to Shan Yu, Lord Shan Yin the Shan pillars. Shan Fefido Transin Lord Shan Wu looked around and saw that many people were looking at him mockingly. He felt even more embarrassed. However, when he thought of Lin Ling's identity as a Renawang's disciple, he lowered his head and said, I was rude just now. I hope Lord Lin Ling will not take it to heart. Since you're so sincere and I've slapped you a few times, I'll let you off this time. Lin Ling nodded. Boom. Lord Shan Wu's heart thundered. Lin Ling was going to spare him? It was not difficult for him to kill Lin Ling with his current strength. However, he did not dare to do so. I know you can't wait to kill me. But let me remind you, if you want to kill me, it's best if no one knows. Otherwise, if the 7 emperors heaven find out, your lowly life will definitely die. Lin Ling knew what Lord Shan Wu was thinking and laughed coldly. Lord Shan Wu's body was trembling. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, he forced himself to smile. Lord Lin Ling, you're overthinking. At this moment he wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he did not dare to. The feeling of being in a stalemate was worse than killing him. Lin Ling, you're so arrogant. The crowd in the distance was shocked. Not just anyone in the great Xianping region could do such a thing. In the past, when Lord Shan Wu fought with Lord Xuewu, Lin Ling was with Lord Xuewu. Naturally, he's suppressing his opponent now. Lord Xuewu is lucky. He supported Lin Ling in the past. Today, Lin Ling is repaying him. We can hold our heads high. This is what a martial artist should be like. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they began to discuss among themselves. They looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Lord Xuewu was very excited. He had helped Lin Ling in the past because he knew that Lin Ling would surpass him in the future. However, he did not expect that Lin Ling would surpass him in less than a year. A Renawang's disciple is indeed arrogant. Even Lord Shan Wu was beaten speechless. At this moment, Zhang Zhan was not afraid of Lin Ling. He was only angry because he had been slapped in the face by Lin Ling. He had thought that Lord Shan Wu would back him up. In the end, Lord Shan Wu had also been beaten up. That meant that he had been beaten up for nothing. In his family, he was the pride of the heavens. Who would dare to beat him up? He had thought that after leaving the mountain, he would be able to laugh at the world. However, he had met an arrogant guy like Lin Ling. Of course, in his opinion, Lin Ling was only arrogant because of his identity as a Renawang's disciple. Otherwise, he was nothing. Senior brother Lin Ling. Impressive, very impressive. Previously, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Therefore, I have offended you. Please forgive me. Brother. At this moment, Zhang Zhan smiled at Lin Ling. His attitude was respectful. This surprised the others. Zhang Zhan had been slapped in the face. He should have been angry. Therefore, they did not understand what he was doing now. This Zhang Zhan knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He's not simple. Lord Xuewu thought. Lord Xuewu thought to himself. He was not very clear about Zhang Zhan's background. However, to be able to be recommended by Lord Shan Wu, he must not be a nobody. Lord Shan Wu sneered. He knew that Zhang Zhan was arrogant and would definitely not swallow his anger. Clearly, Zhang Zhan was retreating in order to advance. He wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. This Zhang Zhan was indeed powerful. He knew that he could not fight Lin Ling head-on, so he must be using a scheme. This thought rose in the minds of the others. Now, it was up to Lin Ling to deal with it. After all, one did not hit a smiling person. Since the other party had respectfully called him senior brother, Lin Ling should not put down his pride to make things difficult for the other party. Failed to recognize Mount Tai? You have dog eyes, so how can you recognize Mount Tai? However, when everyone thought that Lin Ling would also talk politely, Lin Ling laughed mockingly. His disdainful words stunned the crowd. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so unconventional and overbearing. Zhang Zhan's pupils constricted. He also did not expect Lin Ling to call him dog eyes. Hee, senior brother Lin Ling, your words are sharp. Zhang Zhan was still laughing, but his hands were clenched tightly behind his back. Blue veins popped out. Clearly, he was suppressing his anger. You don't need to give face to dogs. Dogs have no face, so they can't compare to humans. Just as Zhang Zhan was forcefully suppressing his anger, Lin Ling spoke again. Zhang Zhan gritted his teeth and finally could not help but shout, Senior brother Lin Ling, don't push your luck. That's right. We are enemies, so there's no need to pretend. I can tell you that I don't like you when I see you, so I called you a dog. I'm just that simple. If I want to scold you, I'll scold you. If you can't take it, you can scram. Lin Ling's face was still cold as he shouted again. Chapter 1514. Star-plucking Thunder God Blade. Zhang Zhan's handsome face was distorted with anger. His plan had been ruined. He was most afraid of opponents like Lin Ling, who did not play by the rules. He roared, You are the senior brother, and I am the junior brother. I think that if I participate in this year's exam, you will be qualified to be proud. You Lin Ling are just a trash. If you are not convinced, how about we fight? He was too lazy to be hypocritical. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling directly. He wanted Lin Ling to regret. I haven't even spoken 3 sentences and you've already become angry out of humiliation. This kind of heart of martial arts is really disappointing. Wow. But what surprised everyone was that when Zhang Zhan became angry, Lin Ling became calm instead. It was completely different from his previous thunderous momentum. Playing? The crowd was stunned for a moment. Such a word appeared in their minds. Lin Ling was playing with Zhang Zhan. And this was indeed the case. Zhang Zhan didn't think that Lin Ling wouldn't be angry at all, but instead be so calm and relaxed. He was stunned for a moment, and then the anger in his heart began to boil like a volcano. Everyone could see that he was shaking with anger. Although that young man's cultivation is not bad, he is still too inexperienced. He can't be compared to Lin Ling. He was provoked by Lin Ling with just a few words. Lin Ling is worthy of being the #1 referral this year. No one can compare to him at all. Amazing! The people around were full of admiration. Who was strong and who was weak, it was clear at a glance. Those voices fell into Zhang Zhan's ears. It was like endless mockery. He roared again, Junior brother Zhang, I dare you to fight with senior brother. Rumble. After saying that, he waved his right hand and a black broadsword appeared. Then he stabbed it into the ground, causing a void explosion. Sizzle. At the same time, endless lightning swept out, making it difficult for the people in the distance to breathe. That broadsword was extraordinary. That's the star-plucking thunder divine blade. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Of course, they recognized that saber. More than 10 years ago, that saber had appeared in Xianping province and caused a huge uproar. Its name had shaken Xianping province. Although it had disappeared in the following period of time, that saber was still regarded by many martial artists as one of the 10 great celestial soldiers of Xianping province, ranked 9th. With this saber, one's comprehension of the great regulations of lightning will be greatly improved. No wonder that young man is so confident and dares to challenge Lin Ling. If I remember correctly, this saber was obtained by an expert from the Li Hua divine dynasty. That young man is a descendant of the Li Hua divine dynasty. If he is a descendant of the Li Hua divine court, then he has indeed missed this year's assessment. Otherwise, he could have become a human sovereign's disciple and even surpassed Lin Ling. The surrounding people were shocked and no longer dared to underestimate Zhang Zhan. At that moment, Zhang Zhan seemed to be emitting endless light as if he had become a human sovereign's disciple. He looked at Lin Ling provocatively and said, Senior brother Lin Ling, I know that you have defeated Hong Tiandi. However, this is not something to be proud of because Hong Tiandi and I are both descendants of ancient countries. However, I am stronger than him. After saying that, the broadsword on the ground buzzed and released a thunderous pressure. It was as if it was not a broadsword that was stabbed into the ground, but a thunderbolt. Li Hua Divine Court. Lady Shui Wu's expression turned serious. Then, she saw Lin Ling frown and immediately explained, Star-picking nation, Hong Dynasty, Spirit Creek Celestial Fruit, and Li Hua Divine Court are the 4 ancient countries. They are on par with the 7 emperors' heaven today. Hearing that, Lin Ling's expression turned serious. As everyone knows, among the 4 ancient countries, star-picking nations' weapons are the most famous. My star-picking Thunder God blade came from one of the 10 generals under the star-picking Great Emperor, the immortal Thunder God. Zhang Zhan said proudly as he noticed the respectful gazes around him. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. It must be known that among the 4 great ancient countries, the star-plucking country's Tao of forging was unique. Taking the current era as an example, being able to obtain a weapon from the star-plucking country was something that every martial artist dreamed of. Unfortunately, that kind of treasure was too rare, and ordinary people would never be able to come across it. This blade is at the emperor level. Zhang Zhan's aura grew stronger and stronger like a thunderbolt. Emperor level. The hearts of the crowd trembled again. Lin Ling stared at the star-picking Thunder God blade. The Eye of Time quietly appeared and he nodded. It was indeed a weapon from star-picking nation. There were more than 500,000 runes on it. However, it had some flaws. Compared to Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword, it was still weaker. After all, Lin Ling's weapons came from star-picking nation. In the current era, if he claimed to be the best, no one would dare to claim to be second. Are you surprised? Zhang Zhan saw that Lin Ling was silent and immediately thought that Lin Ling was afraid. He asked proudly, I am indeed surprised. Lin Ling nodded. Of course, he was not surprised by how powerful the blade was. He just did not expect to see the weapon of star-picking nation's top 10 generals. That was all. Senior brother Lin Ling, why don't you give me some pointers? This blade is right there. If you can move it, I, Zhang Zhan, will give you 1 million vitality stones. Of course, if senior brother Lin Ling feels that it is too difficult, you can just bow respectfully when you see me in the future. Zhang Zhan said indifferently. Right now, he wanted to humiliate Lin Ling. 1 million vitality stones. This Zhang Zhan is so confident. It should not be difficult to move it. Dream on. The powerful celestial weapon has already recognized its master. So, not to mention moving that blade, it is difficult to even pull it out. Getting close to it is equivalent to withstanding the great rule of thunder. So terrifying. The surrounding people felt that the blade was even more difficult to deal with. Could it be that senior brother Lin Ling does not dare to do it? Or do you think that I, Zhang Zhan, can't give you those vitality stones? You can rest assured that I am from the Li Hua Divine Dynasty. A mere 1 million vitality stones is nothing to me. I am not as shabby as senior brother Lin Ling, who has never seen 1 million vitality stones in his life. Zhang Zhan laughed and his words were full of sarcasm. Since that is the case, how about I add a wager? If Lin Ling can move that blade, I will also give him 1 million vitality stones. Of course, if Lin Ling fails, he will have to kneel down and kowtow 3 times. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Following which, a large number of people walked over. Looking over, one could see that the person leading them was clad in armor. He was like a divine general. It was the Golden Armor King. The Golden Armor King of Langya Ten Halls is here to join in the fun. It is said that Lin Ling wants to challenge him. Therefore, the Golden Armor King and Lin Ling are like fire and water. Now, the Golden Armor King will definitely teach Lin Ling a lesson. Even the Golden Armor King has said so. It seems like Lin Ling is helpless against that blade. Many people shook their heads. An Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier was already rare. Furthermore, it came from the star-picking nation. It was obviously stronger than an ordinary Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier. It was not strange that Lin Ling could not move it. Lin Ling, why don't you dare to say anything? Don't you want money? The Golden Armor King had already arrived in front of the crowd and smiled faintly. Come on, senior brother Lin Ling. Zhang Zhan saw that there was an expert backing him. His aura was like thunder and fire. He actually shouted at Lin Ling. The two forces are clashing. Previously, Lin Ling had the upper hand. Now, he is being suppressed. Seeing this scene, many people were looking forward to it. This was a clash between the top experts. 2 million vitality stones? At this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly. Lin Ling, be careful. Lord Shui Wu reminded from the side. The other party was too confident. Therefore, that blade must be extraordinary. If Lin Ling was tempted, he would definitely fall into the other party's trap. Lord Shui Wu, if you don't dare, then you don't dare. Why do you have to slander us? Lin Ling is a dignified disciple of the human emperor. He doesn't even dare to touch a blade. I think he should just give up his identity as a disciple. Don't you think so, Lin Ling? Lord Shan Wu said with a smile, as if he was elated. This Zhang Zhan was indeed powerful. With just a few words, he made Lin Ling swallow his anger. Hearing Lord Shan Wu's words, Lin Ling nodded and said lightly, 2 million vitality stones is too little. Why don't Lord Shan Wu also bet 1 million? If I can't move it, I will kneel down and kowtow to you. Chapter 15:15. A sword breaks a saber and emperor stage heavenly soldier from the star-picking nation. Lin Ling actually wanted to shake it? This was simply a fool's dream. Everyone's pupils constricted as they stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Even Mistress Mist frowned and said worriedly, Lin Ling, the star-picking nation's weapon can't be compared to today's weapons. It said that it has more runes. That's it. This saber isn't considered an emperor stage weapon. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. What? Not considered an emperor stage weapon? The surrounding people held their breaths. Although they admitted that Lin Ling's strength was not bad, Lin Ling was too arrogant. He actually dared to evaluate the star-picking nation's weapon like this. Shameless boasting. Zhang Zhan shouted angrily. Lin Ling was simply ignorant. He probably didn't even know what the star-picking nation was. Lin Ling, you're as arrogant as ever. Do you think this is an ordinary emperor stage weapon? But that's fine too. Since you've agreed, I'll wait for you to kneel and kowtow. Golden Armor King's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling on the spot. But before that, he wanted to humiliate Lin Ling properly. Since you're so confident, I'll also add 1 million. If you can pull this saber out of the ground, it'll be your win. Mistress Mountain Mist also sneered. Lin Ling was so stupid. He knew that it was a trap but still jumped in. Mistress Mountain Mist could also vent her anger. There's no need for him to pull it out of the ground. If he can get close to the saber, it'll be his win. Zhang Zhan had absolute confidence in his star-picking Thunder God saber. This was because the saber's defense was extremely strong. It had formed its own great law of thunder, and even that great law was above his comprehension of martial arts. It belonged to an emperor stage weapon that could be unsealed at any time. One had to know that after the patriarch rewarded him with this saber, he had once used it to kill a disciple of the Yungu Immortal Foundation. An emperor stage weapon had the power to unseal, but it could be unsealed at any time. This was extremely rare. Thunder God Saber, someone has underestimated you. Then let him see your power. After that, Zhang Zhan calmly spoke. As the sound of his voice faded, it was as though the mandate of thunder had descended. That ancient saber let out a humming sound as the law of thunder and lightning gushed forth, causing the surroundings to turn into a pool of thunder and lightning. The law of thunder and lightning had actually reached the Empyrean realm. After the thunder and lightning bloomed, a god of thunder could be faintly seen floating above the saber. This was one of the 10 great generals of star-picking nation, the indestructible thunder god. What a terrifying saber! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated one after another. They were afraid that the lightning from the saber would wreak havoc. An emperor stage weapon that can be unsealed at any time? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Naturally, he could see the power of that saber. Although they were both at the Monarch level, the functions of the star-plucking Thunder Divine Saber and the Tyrant Song Sword were clearly different. The advantage of the star-plucking Thunder Divine Saber was that it could be unsealed at any time, allowing the wielder to possess the great laws of the transcendent realm. Saber, not bad. Unfortunately, It's a general's saber. Nodding, Lin Ling drew his sword and walked forward. Many people widened their eyes. What did Lin Ling want to do? Zhang Zhan sneered. Did Lin Ling want to break the sword with his saber? The Golden Armor King also shook his head in disdain. Lin Ling's sword was also very powerful, but even an Emperor Stage heavenly soldier could not shake the star-plucking Thunder God blade. The reason was very simple, because the star-plucking Thunder God blade came from the star-picking nation, and was an Emperor Stage. Your sword will break. Zhang Zhan sneered and said confidently. Not necessarily. At this moment, Lin Ling held the Tyrant Song sword in his hand. He did not use any spiritual energy. It was as if he was a very ordinary sword. Crazy! Seeing this scene, the crowd exclaimed. If Lin Ling used the Law Realm, he might be able to get close to the saber. However, if he didn't use anything, he would be dead. Clang. However, something shocking happened. When the sword was drawn, it was as if an ancient god had descended. On the ground, the ancient saber hummed and thunder raged. The immortal Thunder God, one of the 10 great generals of the star-picking nation, glared angrily. However, after seeing Lin Ling's sword, the illusion actually knelt down. Ka-ka-ka. Wherever the sword passed, it hummed continuously. It was like the most dazzling sword. Then, Lin Ling put away his sword and stood there. His robe fluttered as if he was not afraid of the terrifying thunder power of the Thunder God saber. One man, one sword, and one saber formed a shocking scene. The entire space seemed to be frozen in time. What the hell happened? Many people had doubts in their hearts. You haven't won yet. Zhang Zhan frowned. He did not understand what had happened. This saber has been sealed. Along with the pride of the star-picking nation, let it drift away with the wind. Immortal Thunder God, the glory you left behind is enough to be proud of. You have succeeded in your mission and retire. Lin Ling did not seem to hear Zhang Zhan's words. Instead, he was talking to the saber. At this moment, the crowd was even more confused. Clang. At this moment, as if the order of a venerable emperor had arrived, the saber hummed. Then, under countless gazes, it shattered. An ancient emperor-level heavenly weapon had disappeared just like that. Silence. The surroundings were dead silent. What had happened? Lin Ling had broken the saber with a single strike? How is that possible? That's an emperor-level heavenly weapon. Zhang Zhan's pupils constricted as if he could not believe what he had seen. The saber left behind by their patriarch had been broken by Lin Ling with a single strike. Could it be that Lin Ling's sword had surpassed the emperor level? This thought made his heart tremble. He stood rooted to the ground. In fact, he had overestimated the tyrannical Song sword. Lin Ling had broken the saber with a single strike. Firstly, Lin Ling was too familiar with the forging methods of the star-picking nation. Naturally, he knew where the saber's weakness was. Secondly, when the immortal Thunder God met Lin Ling, it was as if he had met the emperor. That was because Lin Ling was the only venerable emperor in the star-picking nation. This guy, how did he do it? At this moment, Lady Shui Wu's mouth was wide open. With Lin Ling's strength, it would be very difficult for him to move that saber. Unless Lin Ling's sword was a divine weapon, it would be a draw at most. However, breaking the saber with a single strike was now possible. Thank you, 3 million source stones. In the silence, Lin Ling's voice floated out. It seemed calm, but it shook everyone's hearts like thunder. Golden Armor King and the other two's faces were ferocious, especially Zhang Zhan. His killing intent was thick because Lin Ling had broken his saber. What, you can't afford it? Lin Ling asked indifferently as if he did not know that Golden Armor King and the other two were enraged. Previously, Zhang Zhan had asked Lin Ling to move the star-picking Thunder God's saber and took out 1 million source stones as a bet. At that time, Lin Ling was extremely excited. Who would have thought that there would be 2 more people participating in the bet? This was equivalent to giving away money. Therefore, he was even more excited because he was currently in need of money. Don't worry, 3 million source stones, I can afford it. Golden Armor King was silent for a moment. He waved his right hand and a green ring appeared. However, everyone could see that his expression was extremely ugly. Thank you for your timely help. When I become stronger in the future, I will remember your kindness. Lin Ling received it with a faint smile. At the same time, he politely said a sentence. However, although it seemed polite, there was a strong sense of sarcasm. This sarcasm could be heard by anyone. This was because Lin Ling and the other three were enemies. Now, Golden Armor King and the other two were giving away money to Lin Ling. This was equivalent to cultivating an enemy. You are very good. Chapter 15:16. Another bet. Moreover, Golden Armor King still doesn't know how Lin Ling broke his saber. Could it be that Lin Ling's sword has entered the ranks of Xian Peng's 10 great celestial soldiers? This thought also rose in the hearts of others. The 10 great celestial soldiers, each one of them has an illustrious reputation. In the past, they had experienced great battles in Xian Peng and received recognition. For example, the third-ranked soaring dragon umbrella. It is said that when this umbrella appears, a flood dragon will overturn rivers and seas. Another example is the fourth-ranked amber divine sword. Looks like the 10 great celestial soldiers' ranking is about to change. Lin Ling's sword has entered the 9th rank. I wonder what's the name of that sword? Yes, I know everything about Lin Ling. That sword is called Tyrant Song. Only this sword can sing under the heavens. It comes from the rainforest's sacred land. A martial artist who worships Lin Ling said. He is extremely familiar with Lin Ling. Unknowingly, Lin Ling's sword has entered the 9th rank of Xianpeng Province's 10 great celestial soldiers. It will be passed down through the ages. At this moment, Golden Armor King also knows that Lin Ling's sword is more powerful than expected. He pondered for a moment and said, Lin Ling, how about another bet? 3 million vitality stones. If you enter the intermediate Xian ranking within 3 days, these vitality stones will belong to you. Intermediate Xian ranking? Wow! Many people were shocked. One had to know that the middle Xian ranking only recorded cultivators of the 4th to 6th stage of the Saint Realm, and Lin Ling was only at the 2nd stage of the Saint Realm. Moreover, the intermediate Xian ranking doesn't allow celestial soldiers and can only rely on martial arts. This is obviously more difficult. Some people who are familiar with Lin Ling know that Lin Ling defeated Hong Tiandi in the past because of that sword. And this is the truth. The Tyrant Song sword has helped Lin Ling a lot in the past. It has surpassed his levels several times. Golden Armor King, you are making things difficult for him. Lord Water Mist didn't underestimate Lin Ling, but he also felt that it would be very difficult to charge into the intermediate Xian ranking. The main reason was that the intermediate Xian ranking was also the martial dais of experts like the Golden Armor King. Currently, Lin Ling was still lacking a portion of strength from that martial dais. I didn't ask him to agree to a bet. Of course, if Lin Ling is afraid, then he can just return the primeval stones he won with both hands. Golden Armor King said indifferently. Although his words were said to be mutually willing, although he said Xian's words, he didn't give Lin the vitality stones. In that case, I will also bet 3 million vitality stones. Lin Ling, do you dare? Lord Shanwu also spoke. The Xian ranking is also a chance for me, Zhang Zhan, to make a name for myself in Xianpeng. Lin Ling, let's see who can enter the Xian ranking. Zhang Zhan looked at Lin Ling indifferently and shouted coldly. The three of them were either soft or hard, but in reality, they all wanted Lin Ling to participate in this gamble. Countless gazes looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to know if Lin Ling would dare to bet. 6 million vitality stones? How about 10 million? Facing the pressure of the three, Lin Ling didn't show any hesitation and directly said. Golden Armor King and the other two frowned. They hadn't expected Lin Ling to agree so easily. Moreover, he had even raised the stakes. Even Lady Water Mist hadn't expected this. Okay, but do you have 10 million vitality stones? Golden Armor King thought for a while and said indifferently. He doesn't, I will give it for him. At that moment, a feminine voice drifted over. Soon after, a beautiful and alluring female walked out, slowly appearing in front of the crowd. Her enchanting beauty caused the eyes of many to burn with desire. This was the first time they had seen such a mature and sexy female. It's Lu Su Su. Some older warriors had serious expressions. They knew that she was a beautiful rose that could only be seen from afar. Golden Armor King and the other two stared at Lu Susu with surprise. Lin Ling smiled bitterly in his heart. That female profiteer really didn't wake up early without benefits. She could be seen everywhere. Okay, since Palace Lord Lu has paid for Lin Ling, let's start the bet. Golden Armor King nodded. He was a little nervous because the bet was too big. If he lost, he would have to pay a big price. It was a bet of 10 million vitality stones. One must know that the reward for reaching the top of the lower Xian ranking was 1 million vitality stones. Who didn't know how difficult it was to reach the top of the lower Xian ranking? Okay, no need for 3 days, 1 day will do. Yes. Lin Ling naturally agreed. How could he let go of someone who was willing to give him money? 1 day? Hee, you are very confident. Let's do it today. Golden Armor King sneered. He was more confident. Lin Ling's strength was indeed strong, but there was still a gap between him and Lin Ling. If Lin Ling wanted to win, he would have to go through the challenge of the lower Xian ranking. Then, he would have to reach the top of the lower Xian ranking. He knew that Lin Ling could win many rounds, but it was impossible for him to win until the end. As everyone knew, the most difficult part of challenging the lower Xian ranking was continuous battles. See you on the martial stage. Bye. Lin Ling didn't say anything and left. The crowd was excited. This bet was very exciting. It was related to 10 million vitality stones. Anyone who lost would lose their family fortune. The news of the bet between the two forces spread quickly. At the same time, the Martial Pavilion also issued a bet for more warriors to participate. Lin Ling didn't expect that his name would once again shake Xianping province. Of course, those warriors weren't fools. They would analyze the bet based on Lin Ling's past battles. However, from various angles, Lin Ling didn't have much hope of winning. However, they analyzed the battle between Lin Ling and Hong Tiandi. They didn't know Lin Ling's strength in the Ghost Realm, nor did they know Lin Ling's strength in the lower 7 Emperors' heavens. In short, many people believed that Lin Ling's trump card was that sword. The Xian ranking challenge has always been fair. Heavenly weapons are not allowed. Lin Ling doesn't have a sword, so he can only rely on his physical strength and the martial way of fire. His strength has been greatly reduced. According to my guess, he can at most enter the lower Xian ranking, but it's impossible for him to reach the top. If it's a one-on-one battle, Lin Ling still has a chance to win. However, the Xian ranking challenge is a series of battles. It's very difficult for Lin Ling to win. Then let's bet on Lin Ling losing. In the splendid landscape, most of the martial artists had bet on Lin Ling's loss. Only a small number of martial artists were optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. This was because they had also bet on Lin Ling's victory last time. Therefore, they had tasted the sweetness and knew that Lin Ling was a person who had repeatedly created miracles. This time, he would definitely be able to do it again. Lin Ling, don't lose. My 10 million primordial stones are my dowry. If you lose, I won't be able to get married. On the way to the martial stage, Lu Susu said to Lin Ling in a sweet voice. Palace Master Lu, I don't believe that you will put all your eggs in one basket. This 10 million primordial stones is only a part of your wealth. Lin Ling didn't fall for it. Lu Susu was also a disciple of the 7 Emperors. However, Lin Ling had never seen her in the 4 mountains. This meant that Lu Susu's status was higher. Perhaps she had the identity of a heavenly emperor and could directly meet the 7 emperors. I hate smart men the most. Lu Susu immediately rolled her eyes. Lin Ling was right. How could she, Lu Susu, only have 10 million primordial stones? Lin Ling, I also bet 1 million primordial stones on you to win. Lord Watermist and Venerable Sea Calming looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Although they didn't know how Lin Ling would win as friends, they would definitely support Lin Ling at this moment. Thank you. Chapter 1517. A peerless talent. Lin Ling had broken through to the Xian ranking list, which meant that he was invincible among cultivators of the 4th layer. Even though Lin Ling could defeat cultivators of the 4th layer, he had to fight to know if he was invincible among cultivators of the 4th layer. Moreover, it would be a battle of attrition all the way to the top. Lin Ling had to be careful. When Lin Ling arrived at the martial arts platform, the surroundings were bustling with noise and excitement. It was more lively than Lin Ling had imagined. Lin Ling was a little surprised. It's Lin Ling, the guy who created miracles in the Huang ranking list. Today, he's on the Xian ranking list. Wow! The crowd also saw Lin Ling and started cheering. Of course, many people were cursing him because they had bet on Lin Ling to lose. They wanted to influence Lin Ling's mentality. You overestimate yourself. You think you can get on the Xian ranking list just because you're first? Idiot! You've just become an emperor's disciple half a month ago. You don't know how vast the world is. You're so arrogant. Sooner or later, you'll suffer. Listen, if you can't defeat him, just admit defeat. Otherwise, your self-confidence will be damaged and you'll never be able to continue on the path of cultivation. Ugh! Some people were cursing him, some were trying to persuade him, but their goal was the same. They wanted Lin Ling to admit defeat. They wanted to change Lin Ling's mentality. Lin Ling smiled coldly. He wasn't surprised by the crowd's attitude. After all, they had bet on him, so they didn't want to lose money. However, those people couldn't influence Lin Ling at all. How lively! Tian Ming, what's going on in the Xian ranking list? Ugh! At that moment, on the other side of the battle stage, there were people coming in. Those people were wearing different clothes, but they weren't rare in the bright and colorful mountain and lakes region. They were the disciples of Champion University and Yanggu Celestial Terrace. Champion University and Yanggu Celestial Terrace recruited more people every year. Therefore, sometimes, they would show up because the ranking list of the Celestial Terrace was the most valuable one. The battle stage was deathly silent. Those disciples were like dazzling stars, attracting everybody's attention. Even Master Xue Wu, the Golden Armor King, and the others narrowed their eyes. At the moment, they were stronger than those disciples, but that was only for now. Soon, those disciples would surpass them and become celestial emperors. Celestial emperors were strong. Even Master Shan Wu and Master Xue Wu couldn't become celestial emperors. Only peerless geniuses. I've heard that he can't see himself in the central Xian ranking list. A disdainful shout was the first to ring out. Many people looked over and found that it was the disciples of the 7 emperors. There were many people there as well. Tao Xian. Lin Ling also saw the person who spoke and could not help but laugh. Just a defeated opponent. At that moment, Tao Xian and a few disciples were standing there. Tao Xian looked ice cold. Last time, he had been defeated by Lin Ling. He had thought that Lin Ling was extremely strong, but after that his brother, Celestial Emperor Fei Yang, had told him that Lin Ling could suppress his ghost Dao. Therefore, it wouldn't be difficult for anyone else to defeat Lin Ling. Hee, I'm waiting for you to lose. By the way, I've heard that you bet with someone, so I bet 3 drops of half-saint's essence, said Tao Xian smiling coldly. Next to him was Shimin Si. He also bet that Lin Ling would lose. Thank you, you losers. And Shimin Si from the Divine Map Palace, do you still have money to bet? Didn't I take all your money last time? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. His words made the 2 people's faces turn ugly, and they didn't say anything else. I'll bet 1 drop of half-saint's essence. He's just become a sovereign's disciple for half a month, but he wants to enter the central Xian ranking list and be invincible in the 4th layer of the Saint Realm. I'll bet 2. The other disciples also sneered and placed their bets one after another. Their bets were not on the martial pavilion, but on the Golden Armor King's side. In this way, if Lin Ling lost, the bet would be enough to bankrupt Lin Ling. 1 drop of half-saint's essence was worth 1 million primal stones. Now, there were dozens of drops, which meant tens of millions of primal stones. So big. Everyone is betting that Lin Ling will lose. If Lin Ling loses, he's dead meat. Many people around the stage were shocked by the amount of bets. Even Lu Susu's expression turned serious when she saw the bets getting bigger and bigger. Lin Ling, I bet you'll win, don't disappoint me, said someone from the 7 Emperors group. It was Gendosa, Lai Qing and the others. Next to them was a short young man with an extraordinary chi. He was standing there indifferently, attracting many people's attention. That short young man is the 9 spirits of heaven. He's one of the 7 emperor's disciples. At the same time, many people from Champion University and Yungu's celestial stage were looking at the 9 spirits of heaven. They all knew the 9 spirits of heaven. You're one of the 7 emperor's disciples, the first one in the northern mountain. It said that you're as strong as the 10 temples of Langya. I wouldn't have thought you'd come too. On the ancient rhythmic immortal platform, a young man in white laughed. This young man was like a tree in the wind, exuding the confidence of an emperor from the center of his brows. Tianming, how have you been? Asked the 9 spirits of heaven. He was short and arrogant. He ignored the crowd and looked at the young man. It seems like that's the best group of disciples. That young man in white clothes is so handsome. Is his name Tianming? There was no lack of young girls around. They stared at Tianming's group, their eyes filled with longing. He was strong and handsome. No matter where he went, he would be popular. Some young women were also looking at the 9 spirits of heaven. Even though the 9 spirits of heaven were short, they had a unique chi. They were also very attractive. Apart from the 9 spirits of heaven, look at Champion University. That man in gray clothes is also handsome. Many people looked at the other side. On the side of Champion University, there was a man in gray clothes with a sword on his back. He looked calm and serene, as if he could see through the world. He looked sad and sad. People couldn't help but pity him. Of course, the other strong disciples didn't dare look down on him. Du Gu Kong Lei. Shenyuan Jiuhun stared at the man and said indifferently. Obviously, as a powerful disciple, he knew who the man was. Celestial Emperor, also known as Celestial Emperor Du Gu. Tianming also faintly said a few words. Celestial Emperor Du Gu? The crowd was astonished. That handsome young man was a celestial emperor. No wonder he was a peerless genius. Celestial Emperor Du Gu? What? Lin Ling was also shocked. That man's body contained the power of origin, the power of injury. It didn't seem to be very powerful, but once it was unleashed, it would most likely be intolerable by heaven and earth. As expected of a peerless genius with the title of Celestial Emperor. After that, Lin Ling realized that there were many geniuses there. They were all peerless geniuses. They were all peerless geniuses. They were almost celestial emperors. When he saw the little girl next to Celestial Emperor Du Gu, he was astonished. Chapter 15:18. Dragons don't live with snakes. How cute! That little girl will definitely become a beauty who can cause the downfall of a country. Wow! Don't underestimate her, said the crowd when they saw the little girl. Don't underestimate her. She's the Fire Spirit Princess, the youngest disciple of Champion University. She's a half-titled Celestial Emperor, said a cultivator from Shenhuang Dayu proudly. Many people were astonished. Was that little girl really that strong? Who told you to talk so much? Slap him. Slap, said the Fire Spirit Princess aggressively. Her voice was clear and melodious, but it sounded majestic and dignified. Yes, Fire Spirit Princess. Yes. The martial artist smiled bitterly. Even if the disciple had supreme authority, he could do nothing about it. That's Lin Ling. He became an emperor's disciple half a month ago and now he wants to break through to the central Xian ranking list? Said Tianming at that moment, looking at Lin Ling. Today, some disciples from the Yungu celestial stage also wanted to break through to the central Xian ranking list. They had practiced for the same amount of time as Lin Ling, so the half-titled celestial emperors had come. Second Saint Layer, not bad, but it seems like you're still lacking strength. Sigh, said Tianming, looking at Lin Ling in a disdainful way. He sounded like an elder disciple, arrogant and proud. Don't underestimate him because I can't see through him either. At this moment, Xinyuan Jiuhun sneered. His words made Tianming frown. He knew Xinyuan Jiuhun's strength very well, so when Xinyuan Jiuhun said that, he felt that Lin Ling had some ability. Brother Tianming, I've heard about you for a long time, but Lin Ling isn't that strong. Indeed, he's only relying on Saint Touch the Heaven. He's not qualified to join your circle. Meanwhile, Tao Xian, Shimin Si, and the others who had remained silent until now spoke up disdainfully. They realized that Tian Ming, Dugu Konglei, and the rest of the experts were not even looking at them. It made them feel uncomfortable, as they were peerless geniuses too. How could they be ignored? Linling, not bad. Later on, there will also be disciples from my Younggu Immortal platform who wish to challenge the rankings. You guys will definitely meet them. I really want to see how amazing the junior apprentice brother that even the 9 spirits of heaven thinks highly of is. However, what made Tao Xian and the others want to vomit blood was that Tian Ming still didn't look at them. Instead, he was talking to Lin Ling. This meant that Tao Xian didn't have the right to step into their circle. Only Lin Ling had the right. This difference in treatment made Tao Xian and the others grit their teeth. They felt even more unreconciled. How could they not compare to Lin Ling? It's you. Humph, I thought you were dead, but you're still alive. Your life belongs to this princess. The fire spirit princess stopped eating her apple and stared at Lin Ling. She had recognized Lin Ling. What? The fire spirit princess knows Lin Ling too. Tao Xian and the others were furious. The fire spirit princess was famous among the 3 great myths, as she was the youngest peerless genius. However, even this little girl was ignoring them. It made them feel like clowns. However, at this moment, they were indeed like clowns. Even Lin Ling didn't bother to look at them. It's getting more and more lively. Let's place our bets. As more and more people arrived, Dugu Konglei, who had been silent all this time, raised his head and said with a smile. His smile was surprisingly beautiful, more alluring than any woman's smile. As you wish, I bet on Lin Ling's loss. Tian Ming said with a smile. Many people around him reacted the same way. I'll bet on Lin Ling's victory. Dugu Konglei was still smiling as he made a shocking decision. Up until now, other than the 9 spirits of heaven, he was the only one who had bet on Lin Ling's victory. Most importantly, he didn't have any relationship with Lin Ling, unlike the 9 spirits of heaven and the others. Fire Spirit Princess, what about you? Dugu Konglei looked at the Fire Spirit Princess and asked. The Fire Spirit Princess frowned. She was about to speak when Tao Xian and the others spoke again. Fire Spirit Princess, don't forget that Lin Ling is only a 2nd layer saint. He wants to challenge the strongest 4th layer saint. Do you think he can win? They were jealous of Lin Ling, so they wanted to step on Lin Ling by any means possible. I'll bet on that guy. However, the Fire Spirit Princess ignored them again and directly made a decision. Tao Xian and the others felt disgusted as if they had swallowed a fly. Dragons don't coexist with snakes, they remembered this saying. They were just snakes while Lin Ling was the real dragon. Another one who bet on Lin Ling's victory. They will definitely lose everything. At this moment, no one paid attention to Tao Xian and the others. Instead, they stared at the Fire Spirit Princess with shock in their hearts. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like the stakes were getting bigger and bigger. If he lost, he would really lose everything. Alright, since everyone has placed their bets, we can start now. At that moment, an elder from the martial pavilion spoke. Previously, he had been waiting because of today's challenge. Many heroes had gathered, so he did not dare to neglect them. Now, the challenge could begin. Wait, you all bet on Lin Ling. Why didn't anyone bet on me? I'm Zhang Zhan from the Lihua Celestial Dynasty, one of the 4 ancient nations. Although I didn't become a Renwang's disciple, I'm still stronger than Lin Ling bet on me. At this moment, Zhang Zhan, who had been ignored, shouted angrily. He was boiling with anger. Why did Lin Ling get all the attention? He couldn't accept it. Let's start. However, no one paid attention to him when he stood up. Everyone was looking at the elder of the martial pavilion. Zhang Zhan's face was red with anger. Everyone's expression told him that he was trash and Lin Ling was a Renwang's disciple. He was overestimating himself if he wanted to compete with Lin Ling. Zhang Zhan, you are not convinced by Lin Ling. Your fighting spirit is very good. However, Lin Ling's name can shake the Xianpeng Big region because he created miracles time and time again. As for you, you are just a nobody. Do you think it is possible for you to reach the heavens in a single step? An ancient warrior looked at Zhang Zhan with disdain. All right, I'll prove myself. Zhang Zhan nodded coldly and walked towards the battle stage. On the way, he shouted, Lin Ling, don't lose faster than me or I'll crush you. Apart from him, there were also disciples from Champion University on Yanggu's celestial stage. They all smiled coldly and said, Lin Ling is the same as us. He became a Renwang's disciple not long ago, but he wants to become a Renwang's disciple. He's overestimating himself. Lin Ling just smiled and didn't say anything. Today, many people want to challenge the Xian ranking list, so let's divide the battles into 3 stages. First, you have to win 10 battles in a row. Then, you can challenge the Xian ranking list cultivators, said the elder of the martial pavilion. Winning 10 battles in a row is nothing. Zhang Zhan and the others nodded indifferently. They were all cultivators of the 2nd Shengqi layer. As for the cultivators of the 3rd Shengqi layer, they weren't afraid. A young man looked at Lin Ling coldly and said, Lin Ling, you're not strong, but you're trying to be mysterious. We're just more discreet than you are. We don't want to bully the weak, that's all. Otherwise, how could you have become so famous? Chapter 1519. Fighting 10 people in a row. Lin Ling was startled. He had challenged the Xian ranking for the sake of the reward. The whole process was a bet issued by the Golden Armor King. Now, he was the one who was deliberately mystifying things? You can talk after you win. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. Just watch, you will be surprised by our strength. The young man snorted coldly. Next, one after another, they went up the stage and fought 10 opponents in a row. These opponents were all powerful cultivators from the 3 mysterious realms. Their cultivation bases were between the 1st and 3rd layer of the Saint Realm. This challenge seemed easy, but it was a test of endurance. If the spiritual energy in the Saint Ocean was too exhausted, then they would lose without a doubt. You dare to challenge me? Get lost. Lin Shi, 8th consecutive victory. Luda, 6th battle, failure. Around the stage, the voices of the martial pavilion elders could be heard from time to time. Even if these geniuses were strong, there were still 2 to 3 people who failed. Wait, I was too careless before. If I had used my true strength, I wouldn't have lost. A disciple shouted unwillingly. He could have won before, but he was too careless and was forced to a dead end by his opponent. If he had used his full strength at the beginning, he would have won. There are no ifs in the martial pavilion. The martial pavilion elder said coldly. A battle between cultivators was ever-changing. A loss was a loss. How could there be so many excuses? Moreover, this was only a challenge. If it was a life-and-death battle, then there would be no ifs. Those disciples left unwillingly. Lin Ling shook his head. These people had high cultivation bases and high combat strength, but low combat strength. They were like flowers in a greenhouse. It's the 9th battle. I've wasted a lot of time. Next, I'll finish one person in an incense stick's time. At this time, Zhang Zhan's confident voice drifted out. Many people looked at him and sucked in a breath of cold air. Finishing one person in an incense stick's time? One should know that at the end of the winning streak, the opponents were already at the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm. This Zhang Zhan was indeed confident. Rumble. However, what surprised many people was that Zhang Zhan did it. In an incense stick's time, he defeated all his opponents and became the first genius to challenge the Xian ranking. Next, the disciple from the Yanggu Immortal Foundation was also unwilling. He wanted to finish the remaining 2 people in an incense stick's time. The crowd was shocked, as expected of a disciple of one of the 3 legends. And the result was not surprising. The disciple successfully passed. Did you see that? It's just that I keep a low profile, unlike you who does things in a high-profile manner just to attract attention. Those disciples left the martial stage and coldly snorted at Lin Ling. His words made many people nod their heads. After all, that disciple's strength was not weaker than Lin Ling's. However, that disciple was low-key and calm, while Lin Ling was arrogant and unbridled. Indeed, there was no comparison. Unknowingly, out of the 9 challengers, 5 of them had passed. Soon, it was Lin Ling's turn. The atmosphere around the Marshall platform surged. Because Lin Ling had the most bets, this battle was the focus of everyone's attention. Don't lose after winning 10 matches in a row. Otherwise, you'll lose face. Your strength is not bad, but I can tell you that winning streaks is another kind of battle. Only absolute geniuses can succeed. Ordinary geniuses will definitely lose. Zhang Zhan and the others had all passed, so they were in a good mood as they watched Lin Ling struggle. Lin Ling did not say much nonsense. He did not even look at them as he strode onto the Marshall platform. Lin Ling, are you ready? The challenge starts with 1 dan. Even if your spiritual qi is exhausted and your physical strength is exhausted, you won't be able to rest unless you admit defeat. The Marshall Pavilion elders smiled at Lin Ling half a year ago. Lin Ling had created a miracle and reached the top of the yellow board. At that time, he was also the one who presided over it. Therefore, he had a good impression of Lin Ling. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. Good. There are strong and weak opponents. But at the beginning, they will all be at the lower realm. I will draw lots to decide the opponents. The Marshall Pavilion elder said again. No need. 10 people at once. Lin Ling said indifferently. Silence. Around the Marshall platform, there was silence. Previously, Zhang Zhan and the others had proudly defeated 1 person in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. But now, Lin Ling was actually fighting 1 against 10. Lin Ling, die. Zhang Zhan and the others' faces suddenly turned ugly. Lin Ling's move was like a beautiful slap that ruthlessly hit their faces. He will definitely lose. Die. Zhang Zhan roared. Xiu. Xiu. At this moment, 10 opponents appeared on the Marshall platform. Most of them were very old, so their cultivation was extremely solid. Very arrogant. But do you think you can win? Die. I have already bet on you losing, so I will definitely stop you. Die. Surround him and fight. Die. The 10 people's faces were cold. They did not give Lin Ling any more nonsense and immediately attacked together. Surrounding me is useless against me. Die. Lin Ling's face was calm. These 10 people seemed to be a lot, but in fact they were very weak. There were 2 first-layer saints, 5 second-layer saints, and 3 third-layer saints. Therefore, they could not enter Lin Ling's eyes. Those 10 people have joined forces. If I were Lin Ling, my first goal would be to preserve my strength for the next battle against the lower realm experts of the profound board. Therefore, I will deal with the weaker ones at the beginning. Yes. However, did you notice that the weaker ones have strong defenses? On the other hand, the stronger ones have strong attacks. Yes. It seems that Lin Ling will have to spend a lot of time if he wants to defeat someone with a lower cultivation base. Yes. Many cultivators around the Marshall platform commented. They believed that Lin Ling would definitely eliminate the weaker ones first. Heaven and earth. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling was not as complicated as they thought. He directly attacked the strongest person. The reason was very simple. He wanted to save time. Boom. Space fluctuated and Lin Ling appeared in front of a third-layer saint. He punched out. Rumble. That expert obviously did not expect Lin Ling to not play by the rules and actually meet force with force. Therefore, he was defeated instantly. Rumble. Lin Ling's attack was like thunder. The remaining 3 experts were all defeated. Now, only the second-layer saints were left. Admit defeat yourself. Take one of my punches. Broken arms and legs will be inevitable. Yes. On the Marshall platform, Lin Ling stood like a pine tree and said indifferently. The remaining experts turned pale. It was too fast. They were just about to surround and attack when 3 of them were seriously injured. Moreover, those 3 were the strongest among them. There is still a chance. Remember, we are betting. Roar. He could not let Lin Ling win too easily. Even if he could injure Lin Ling a little, it would be good. Distort space, swallow mountains and rivers. Boom! However, just as he finished speaking, the space in front of him was distorted. The ancient god sovereign's hand swept over. With a bang, the void exploded. That old man was slapped out of the martial platform by Lin Ling. His beard fluttered in the air. The old man fell to the ground and fainted. Is there still a chance? Boom! Then, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out, directly crushing the martial heart of those people. The remaining people trembled. They were afraid. They wanted to exhaust Lin Ling's spirit energy, but Lin Ling's attacks were too wild. Every move he made broke bones. Moreover, he dared to meet force with force. Now that they were left with weak cultivations, how could they fight? There is no chance. I admit defeat. Yes. I also admit defeat. Yes. Those cultivators left one after another, dejected. He won. It was too easy. Yes. Those people are really trash. Yes. Did you notice? The whole battle only took an incense stick's worth of time. Yes. Chapter 1520. Finished in an incense stick's time. An incense stick's time? When Zhang Zhan and the others heard those words, their faces stiffened. That was too fast. At the same time, Lin Ling left the stage and his disdainful voice floated out. You said you were just more low-key than me and didn't want to bully the weak? I'm trash and not worthy of your attention? The voice floated out like a ruthless slap to Zhang Zhan and the others' faces. They thought that Lin Ling couldn't compare to them and that everything before was just deliberately mystifying. That was why they released their brilliance to let Lin Ling see them clearly. But now, compared to Lin Ling, their brilliance was like the light of a firefly. Although I also bet on Lin Ling to lose, I can't deny that Lin Ling won beautifully. Finished in an incense stick's time, amazing. After being surprised, the surrounding people were full of admiration. Those voices made Zhang Zhan and the others tremble in anger. Golden Armor King and the other experts weren't surprised that Lin Ling could win, but they were surprised by Lin Ling's scheming. Lin Ling fought 10 people in a row. This kind of fighting method didn't seem good, but in fact, it was the best way to save spirit chi. Because the remaining people were intimidated and didn't dare to fight again, it saved them the time to challenge them one by one. That's all. Next is the theme song. But soon, Golden Armor King sneered. Next, they began to challenge the lower profound ranking. Most of the experts on the lower profound ranking were at the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm. They were very strong and had been famous for a long time. Then they fought one after another. When others fought, they also took the time to rest. It was Zhang Zhan's first battle. He quickly jumped onto the martial arts stage. He didn't look at his opponent, but looked at Lin Ling and said, "Next is the theme song. Let's see who can rush to a higher ranking. Let me tell you, I want the top 3 of the lower Xian ranking." Obviously, he and Lin Ling were going to fight to the death. If his ranking was higher than Lin Ling, then he could also surpass Lin Ling. Considering that there are too many challengers, you will still have 10 battles to reach the top. The first battle will be between the 99th and 89th ranked martial artists. The voice of the Martial Pavilion Elder floated out. It doesn't matter. If it's possible, I would even dare to challenge the first place of the lower Xian ranking. Zhang Zhan smiled confidently. From the very beginning, he unleashed his innate talent. He actually had an 8th grade Huang-ranked immortal physique, the Grand Inferno physique. This kind of innate talent was extremely mysterious. He could injure his opponent's meridians with a single move, and it was burning with flames. Moreover, if the Great Law were to be unleashed, the meridians of those who were within it would be shattered. As expected of a descendant of the Lihua divine dynasty. Many people exclaimed as they watched Zhang Zhan's battle. Zhang Zhan started from the 90s and continued to challenge. However, his spiritual chi was starting to run out. Because he had unleashed his powerful innate talent from the very beginning, he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Idiot! Lin Ling glanced at the other party and shook his head. 68th place, Central Hall Master Mo Zhantian from Xinpeng Province. Who would have thought that Zhang Zhanxin's new opponent would appear? He was a famous expert in Xinpeng Province, second only to the Carefree and Langya 10 Palace Halls. Bang bang bang. The two of them began to fight. However, what was surprising was that although Mo Zhantian seemed to be unleashing his full strength, he did not cause much damage to Zhang Zhan. What's going on? Many people were surprised. However, they soon understood that the other party was going easy on Zhang Zhan. Obviously, he knew Zhang Zhan. It looked like a battle, but in fact, he was giving Zhang Zhan time to rest. How despicable! When the crowd came to their senses, they could not help but curse. Zhang Zhan wanted to compete with Lin Ling? Alright, Mo Zhantian, you should admit defeat. Zhang Zhan could not put down his pride and whispered to Mo Zhantian. Then he struck out with his palm and sent Mo Zhantian out of the martial arts arena. The descendant of the Lihua divine dynasty is indeed powerful. Mo Zhantian cupped his hands outside the martial arts arena as if he did not know Zhang Zhan. Did you guys think that I was not using my full strength? In fact, only after the battle did you know that Zhang Zhan's great law is very sharp. He's already half a step away from the origin energy. Otherwise, I would have lost even faster. It's up to you to believe it or not. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode away. Of course, not many people believed his words. Did Mo Zhantian think they were fools? After Zhang Zhan recovered his strength, he fought again and rushed to the 40th rank. Such a record was unique in the lower Xian ranking because no one could rush to the 40th rank in one go. Most martial artists took one step at a time and spent several years to reach the top. Lin Ling, you're not the only one who can create miracles. I've said it before. I missed the referral quota assessment this year. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the chance to be arrogant. After consecutive victories, Zhang Zhan's fighting spirit was high. It was as if he had already crushed Lin Ling. Of course, many people scolded him for being shameless because other than Mo Zhantian, there were a few experts on the ranking who were also giving way to him. Otherwise, he would only be in the 50th rank at most. Zhang Zhan simply ignored the voices of the crowd and shouted angrily at Lin Ling again, "Lin Ling, may I ask what rank I am now?" He wanted Lin Ling to count clearly and know his rank on the lower Xian ranking. I didn't pay attention. The lower Xian ranking is dispensable to me. My goal is the middle Xian ranking. Lin Ling had been cultivating and grasping the time. After hearing Zhang Zhan's words, he said indifferently. Zhang Zhan was stunned. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Lin Ling's words were casual, but it showed the difference between him and Lin Ling. He rushed to the 40th rank and was complacent. However, Lin Ling's goal was the middle Xian ranking. The lower Xian ranking was dispensable to Lin Ling. This Zhang Zhan is a disgrace. It's like a child fighting with Lin Ling. Lin Ling doesn't care about children at all. The crowd also laughed. I want to reach the top. Zhang Zhan. Zhang Zhan roared. He continued to fight from the 40th rank, but when he reached the 30th rank, a powerful opponent appeared. This person's talent had reached the 10th grade of the yellow rank. He was a rare physical body cultivator, and he was over 90 years old. Most importantly, he didn't give Zhang Zhan any face at all. Your talent is heaven-defying, but you will lose if you meet a physical body cultivator. Also, I can tell you that Lin Ling is a physical body cultivator, so your talent is useless against him. That old man had white hair. He transformed into a giant as soon as he went up. His fists and palms made Zhang Zhan vomit blood continuously. Zhang Zhan's talent was also useless, and he was defeated in the end. It didn't matter if he was defeated. Zhang Zhan, had created the first record. However, the old man's words made him furious because the old man said that he couldn't compare with Lin Ling. Zhang Zhan, ranked 32nd. The Martial Pavilion elder said indifferently. 32nd is also very impressive. Lin Ling definitely can't surpass me. Zhang Zhan walked down with a gloomy face. He was confident in his heart. Next was the appearance of the disciples of the various myths. However, they were weaker than Zhang Zhan. Most of them didn't reach the top 50. Of course, this didn't mean that they were weak. The reason was simple. First, they had only been disciples for a short time. Second, Zhang Zhan was indeed powerful. He was stronger than Hong Tiandi in the past. Chapter 1521. Face slapping, last person, Lin Ling. At this time, the Martial Pavilion elder's voice rang out. He was excited because the most anticipated battle had finally arrived. The martial stage was completely silent. Many people knew that Lin Ling would win, but how many rounds he would win, whether he could reach the top, this was the key. Lin Ling, Zhang Zhandu is only in the 30s, the other disciples are not even in the 50s, you should admit defeat. That's right. That's right, too hard is easy to break. You're too insolent, be careful that your heart of martial arts suffers a setback. That's enough. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to enter the stage, many people immediately shouted in anger, wanting to use words to suppress Lin Ling because they had bet on Lin Ling's loss. Facing the waves of angry curses, Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, I'm sorry that you did not bet on me to win, so you will have to bleed a lot. That's enough. Arrogant. That's enough. Courting death. That's enough. Lin Ling's words ignited the fuse, causing many experts to be enraged. Even Tianming from the ancient immortal platform sneered, how arrogant. If you fail, you will be the one losing face. That's enough. No matter how humiliating it is, it has nothing to do with you, a half-step titled Heavenly Emperor's disciple. That's enough. Lin Ling looked at him with a faint smile. He also knew that Tianming had bet on Lin Ling's loss, so he was targeting him, but did Lin Ling need to give him any face? No need for safety. Directly counterattack. Those words were like swords and thunder, directly striking Tianming's heart, causing his face to turn gloomy. He did not expect that Lin Ling would dare to refute him, because to him, Lin Ling was just a new disciple, and he was half a step into the Heavenly Emperor's position. How can I care about the words of an ant? I don't need to care about a trash who will never be qualified to be a Heavenly Emperor. That's enough. Tianming suddenly said indifferently, as if telling everyone that he was already a half-step titled Heavenly Emperor. Lin Ling dared to say that he was overestimating himself and did not have the qualifications. I'm sorry, Lin Ling is already a Heavenly Emperor. At this time, the 9 spirits of heaven lightly said. These words caused Tianming's pupils to shrink. Before this, he had said that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to be titled Heavenly Emperor and that he was trash. But now, these words from the 9 spirits of heaven were like a ruthless slap to his face. In terms of status, he was trash. A mere second-level saint and a celestial emperor? Looks like you 7 emperors, heaven emperors, are also a bunch of mischievous people. Tianming gritted his teeth and coldly snorted. Then he fell silent. However, anyone could see that his heart was filled with jealousy. At this moment, Lin Ling did not pay attention to the surrounding voices and slowly walked up to the martial stage. Lin Ling, are you ready? At the same time, the voice of the martial pavilion elder drifted out. Lin Ling nodded. I'll do it. The expert ranked more than 90 on the lower Xian ranking appeared. It was a red-haired young man, a disciple from Yungu Immortal Deus. However, he was older and could be eliminated at any time, but his strength was not to be underestimated. I've been a disciple for 4 years and still have not been titled Heavenly Emperor. But you have been titled Heavenly Emperor. What qualifications do you have? The red-haired young man was not weak. He was a 3rd-level saint and had a solid foundation in martial arts. Answer me. Then, the red-haired young man saw that Lin Ling was silent and angrily shouted again. Obviously, Lin Ling had offended Tianming before, so he wanted to curry favor with Tianming. A disciple from Yungu Immortal Deus? Is that place filled with barking dogs? Lin Ling finally raised his eyes and said indifferently, Good. You're the first one who dares to say that to me. I can tell you that your footsteps are stopping. The red-haired young man exploded with flames that reached the sky. The martial stage shook and the infernal god appeared. He actually had a talent for fire element and had reached the 10th grade of the yellow rank. How can this be? When others challenged him before, he didn't seem so strong. He hid his strength. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's first opponent was actually so strong. Then how would he fight next? Aren't you surprised? Let me tell you, today I was supposed to reach the top of the list, but your appearance disrupted my plan, causing me to stop when I reached the 90th position. So, you should know where you're wrong. The red-haired young man took a step forward, as fierce as fire. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Where did Lin Ling go wrong? Because he disrupted the list of the red-haired young man, so Lin Ling, was wrong? He said indifferently, "Your strength has indeed surprised me. But at best, you can only reach the 50th place." "Is that so?" "Flame see." The young man's body turned into flames and an ocean appeared. His talent for fire was higher than Lin Ling's, but his understanding of fire was weaker. A fist suddenly arrived, causing the void to explode and be burned. Heaven burning earth. Lin Ling's body moved, the ethereal space fluctuated, and he dodged the red-haired young man's fiery fist. Flame earth. The red-haired young man went all out. His attacks were extremely crazy. Looks like I really missed out on an expert. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, he would have reached a high position in the lower Xian ranking. The crowd stared at the martial stage, only to see flames soaring into the sky. In just a few breaths, the two had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling was actually dodging. Obviously, Lin Ling was also afraid of his opponent. "Lin Ling, you still want to enter the middle Xian ranking? Dream on. As long as you receive one of my moves, I can make you vomit blood and lose." Flame sky. The red-haired young man's flames became more and more crazy. If it was any other second-layer saint here, they would definitely be burned to death. But Lin Ling was the only one who could resist his opponent. Of course, Lin Ling's defeat was only a matter of time. Because blindly dodging could not win a battle. Many people had the same idea, and they suddenly sneered. At this moment, on the martial stage, Lin Ling's footsteps finally stopped. He said indifferently, "You said I was wrong? In fact, you are wrong. If you had challenged the Xian ranking earlier, you could have reached a higher position. But now that you have met me, you can only stay at your current position." "Is that so?" The red-haired young man laughed disdainfully. However, at this moment, Lin Ling had already appeared in front of him. A palm fiercely slapped out. There were no major laws, just pure physical strength. What fast speed! The red-haired young man sucked in a breath of cold air. He wanted to block, but his speed was too slow. With a bang, his teeth were broken. "Your mouth stinks, so I'll slap you." Just as he reacted, Lin Ling's cold voice floated over again. It was as if he was telling the red-haired young man that he was only watching his fire martial arts. It did not mean that he could be arrogant. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect that Lin Ling could not only dodge, but also counterattack. That was the power of thunder. "You are courting death." The red-haired young man roared. Lin Ling dared to slap his face in front of everyone. He was dead, definitely dead. He wanted to chase after Lin Ling, but Lin Ling distorted the space and appeared in front of him again. He slapped out again, and after that, he distorted the space and left. The red-haired young man roared angrily. Although his major laws of fire were very strong, he could not touch Lin Ling. He could only keep being slapped in the face by Lin Ling. "Your flames are very powerful and have an absolute attack. Unfortunately, your other domains are too weak. If it was a real life and death battle, you would have lost countless times." On the martial stage, only Lin Ling's ethereal voice could be heard. "Pa pa pa." Chapter 1522. Devil Emissary, if you don't admit defeat, then I'll beat you until you admit defeat. I want to see how many slaps your face can take. Lin Ling simply ignored his opponent's anger. Slaps continued to ring out, making it impossible for the red-haired youth to resist. His strong point was his absolute attack, but his weak points were also obvious, which were his defense and speed. "If you have the ability, then fight me face to face." The red-haired youth was beaten until he roared towards the sky. Up until now, his attacks seemed powerful, but in reality he couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Ling's clothes. How shameful was that? "Roar as much as you want. I love beating dogs with bad breath the most." On the martial stage, Lin Ling's cold voice continued to ring out, causing Tianming's face to turn ashen. Lin Ling seemed to be slapping the red-haired youth, but in reality he was also slapping his face because this red-haired youth was his junior apprentice brother. He didn't think that Lin Ling would be so arrogant, daring to humiliate him in front of everyone in the world. At this moment, the red-haired youth was already dizzy from the beating. He gradually realized that Lin Ling was torturing him to death, and he couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Ling's clothes. Suddenly, he remembered Lin Ling's words. If it was a life-and-death battle, then with the hundreds of slaps he had received, he would have already been smashed into pieces. I admit defeat. The red-haired youth finally lowered his noble head. As he spoke, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart filled with anger and sullenness. Bang! At this moment, Lin Ling's foot came from the horizon, unfathomable, and directly kicked him off the martial stage. Ancient rhyming immortal platform dog, you brought disgrace upon yourself. Now scram. At the same time, a cold voice floated into the red-haired youth's ears, causing him to fall outside the martial stage. His face was fierce, but he couldn't accept this. Before, he had complained that Lin Ling's appearance had disrupted his moment to shine, but now he knew that he didn't have the qualifications to shine in front of Lin Ling's appearance. The first match seemed to be filled with danger, but Lin Ling won so easily. The surrounding people narrowed their eyes. Previously, they had been surprised by the might of the red-haired youth's flames, but it was only later that they realized it was nothing more than a joke. Because no matter how strong the attack was, it couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Ling's clothes, so what use was it? Just as Lin Ling had said, in a battle of life and death, with the red-haired youth's strength, he would have died countless times already. 10 matches, Lin Ling wins the first match. At this moment, the voice of the martial pavilion elder drifted out. Hearing this, the faces of all the martial practitioners who had bet on Lin Ling's loss turned serious. It wasn't difficult for the red-haired youth's strength to rank in the top 50, but Lin Ling had defeated him in a playful manner, slapping his opponent's face until he admitted defeat. This sort of method was unique. Most importantly, Lin Ling's strength was even greater than he had imagined. And that was indeed the case. The following opponents appeared one after another, but none of them were a match for Lin Ling. They were all defeated. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to rank 50. Although I know Lin Ling won't lose, I still feel uncomfortable letting him win like this. Heaven and earth have restraints, just like how water restrains fire and fire restrains metal. But it seems that there is no martial Tao that can restrain Lin Ling. Yes. It's just temporary arrogance. After a few more matches, his spirit energy and body will definitely be exhausted. Yes. Around the martial stage, there was a flurry of discussion. Sorry, there are still 4 matches left. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling's chuckling voice drifted out, immediately making the faces of those who had bet on Lin Ling's loss turn ugly. Especially Golden Armor King, Lord Mountain Wu, and the others. The more Lin Ling won, the more uneasy they felt. You people just wait to bleed. Yes. Lin Ling did not give any face to those who had bet on him losing. On this point, Lin Ling did not care about anything. But those people, in order to win, repeatedly disturbed him and made him admit defeat from various angles. So why should Lin Ling give any face? What an arrogant junior. The crowd was even more furious. Next, the 40th ranked expert will appear. At this time, a new opponent appeared. It was a thin and weak middle-aged man. Devil Emissary, it's actually him. Great. Great. Devil Emissary, you must stop Lin Ling. No matter what method you use, even if he can win, it must be difficult for him to win. Many martial artists' spirits were lifted. They openly instructed the Devil Emissary on how to fight Lin Ling. On the martial stage, the thin and weak middle-aged man appeared. He was as cold as the night. His eyes were like a lone wolf under the night sky. He stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I have received the order to stop you with all my strength. It's your choice. The Devil Emissary's words were concise, and his purpose was straightforward. You fought with Zhang Zhan before, and it left a deep impression on me. But I remember that you let Zhang Zhan win. But now that you meet me, you want to stop me with all your strength? Lin Ling frowned and said, Yes, I let Zhang Zhan win, and even fought with him. I let him recover his spirit energy. But you did not have this kind of treatment. The reason is very simple. Only when you lose can I make a fortune. A wine pot appeared in the man's right hand. He drank and said with indescribable confidence. And I also saw your previous battle. Your space law is indeed powerful, but it is useless against me because I also know it. Let me ask you again, do you know why I am called the Devil Emissary? I don't know. Because I have entered and exited the Devil realm 100 times. But in that place, which is even more terrifying than the Ghost realm, I can escape unscathed every time. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This man was indeed somewhat powerful. He nodded and said, "Then, what do you want to say? You may not be able to defeat me. Even if you can, it will not be easy. I want you to be exhausted." The thin man faintly smiled. He took a step and a great law appeared. It was also the great law of space, but it was different from Lin Ling's distorted space. It was an exploding space. It was like a spring that shuttled around the space. Its speed was extremely fast. Good as expected of the Devil Emissary. This time, Lin Ling will definitely have to spend a lot of effort to defeat him. Devil Emissary, remember not to meet force with force. Try to delay as much as possible and suppress Lin Ling's martial heart. Cheers. Cheers rang out around the martial stage. Even the Golden Armor King sneered. Lin Ling could win, but it would definitely be a miserable victory. How could Lin Ling be arrogant? Boom, boom. The void continued to explode. The thin man's figure was ethereal. His speed was so fast that he was actually not weaker than Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was expressionless. He knew in his heart that the other party's goal was to exhaust his spirit energy and physical strength. His eyes of time stared at the other party and immediately noticed that the other party's talent was extremely strange. Your Majesty, that is the greedy Wolf King, a beast talent. Legend has it that he is the Demon Wolf King and has reached the 9th grade of the Yellow Realm. Most importantly, his great law of space is not weaker than your Majesty's. Purple Elder's voice floated out. His words were filled with anger. Were these people still considered martial artists? In order to win, they were simply unscrupulous. They actually used a movement technique to exhaust His Majesty. Come, Human Emperor's disciple Lin Ling, and a trash titled Sky Emperor, try to defeat me. On the martial stage, the thin man's cold snort floated out. At this moment, he was elated. So what if he was titled Sky Emperor? If his strength was not strong, then his title was just an undeserved reputation. Most importantly, there were so many people present who wanted Lin Ling to lose. Therefore, even if Lin Ling was a Sky Emperor, he did not need to fear him. Let me give you a piece of advice. When martial artists fight, it is better to be fair. You let Zhang Zhan win, but you used all your strength to stop me. This is already unfair, and now you are still being arrogant in front of me? Chapter 1523. Blood Giant Totem. So what if I'm arrogant? A dignified emperor's disciple is still being toyed with by me. The skinny man was extremely insidious. He was trying to goad Lin Ling into losing his cool. Alright. Lin Ling nodded and stopped talking nonsense. The crowd laughed at him again and again. They wanted to see how Lin Ling would deal with this. However, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged to recover his spiritual energy. What is he doing? Everyone frowned. Lin Ling was recovering his spiritual energy? That was too bold. The skinny man's pupils constricted. Shouldn't Lin Ling defeat him with all his might? But he was sitting cross-legged to cultivate. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that Lin Ling didn't want to win? That's not right. Lin Ling isn't taking the initiative to attack. He's wasting time with the emissary. Suddenly, an older martial artist shouted in panic. As soon as he said that, everyone reacted. Dugu Kong Lei revealed a handsome smile. This Lin Ling was interesting. After all, everyone thought that Lin Ling would chase after the emissary with all his might and would only win after exhausting himself. However, why was Lin Ling chasing after the emissary? The infernal emissary had originally intended to use his body movement technique to deal with Lin Ling. In that case, all Lin Ling had to do was bide his time and see who could outlast the other. Lin Ling, you've gone too far. You didn't chase after me during the battle at the martial pavilion. Instead, you waited. What martial arts are you talking about? On the martial arts platform, the skinny man roared. Do you still have any shame? You used the movement technique to consume my spiritual energy. What martial arts are you talking about? Lin Ling sneered. Did the other party have the right to talk about him? Then, he didn't say much and continued to recover his spiritual energy. This time, the skinny man was furious. The people around the martial arts platform were the same. Lin Ling was so cunning. It was obvious that he was wasting time. Let's see who could last longer and who could be more shameless. Not good. Emissary of the demon realm, you have to act as soon as possible because Lin Ling is recovering more and more of the spiritual qi that he consumed. At this time, someone roared angrily, making many people's pupils constrict. If this continued, they would be the ones to suffer. Lin Ling, you piece of trash. The thin man was no longer in the mood to drink. He had to make a move. Voracious wolf grand rule. Pop, puff. The space exploded, and countless wolf kings' images appeared. Demonic energy rippled, and it was extremely terrifying. Almost at the same time, a claw appeared in front of Lin Ling and viciously swept downwards. The sharpness of the claw was enough to slice anyone into two. It was obvious that the Devil Region emissary wanted to kill. Can't take it anymore? I'm just waiting for you to make your move. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were ice cold. He didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he chose to meet the opponent's attack. Rumble. The terrifying attack landed on Lin Ling's body, blowing up Lin Ling's long hair. However, the space between Lin Ling's body blocked a large number of attacks. Moreover, with his tyrannical physical body, Lin Ling didn't suffer any serious injuries. You're more difficult to deal with than your previous opponents because you have absolute speed. Unfortunately, you forgot that in addition to absolute speed, I also have absolute defense. Lin Ling spat out a cold voice. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward and punched out with both fists filled with endless power. Crack. In the void, the sound of bones cracking could be heard, followed by a painful howl. You broke my leg. The emissary of the demon realm roared. Previously, he wanted to copy Lin Ling and retreat immediately after his attack failed. He wanted to use this opportunity to constantly interfere with Lin Ling, who knew that Lin Ling didn't even defend himself. After receiving his attack, he immediately counterattacked. I broke your arm. At this moment, Lin Ling was like an unsheathed sword, revealing its sharpness and unleashing a storm of attacks. Puff, puff, puff. His fists rained down with power that surpassed the power of the 9 universes, directly breaking the emissary of the demon realm's right arm. Plop. The tyrannical power sent the emissary of the demon realm flying and smashing into the distant martial arts platform. Gulp. At the same time, the wine jug that the emissary of the demon realm was holding fell to the ground. The jug shattered and the wine spilled out, landing in the eyes of the crowd. It was extremely ironic. Drinking? Attrition tactic? Let's see how you're going to drink and stall for time. Put. Lin Ling stomped on the ground and shot towards the emissary of the demon realm. He instantly appeared in front of the emissary of the demon realm. At this moment, the emissary of the demon realm wanted to escape, but it was already too late. His legs had been broken by Lin Ling. Run, why aren't you running? A cold voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing the emissary of the demon realm's expression to turn ugly. I've said it before. I won't blame you if you lose, but don't provoke me. However, you provoked me. Do you think you can fool me with absolute speed? Lin Ling looked down at him arrogantly. His foot was raised high like a battle axe. At this moment, the emissary of the demon realm was afraid. He also regretted it. If it was a fair fight, or if he was not so arrogant, then Lin Ling would not touch him. However, he had arrogantly drunk and bullied Lin Ling. The result was obvious. Wait, I admit defeat. The emissary of the demon realm shouted anxiously. Too slow. Lin Ling's foot stomped down heavily. It was like the leg of an emperor, incomparably domineering. Boom. With one stomp, the martial arts platform shook. The emissary of the demon realm was stomped to death. Blood spurted out and the martial arts platform cracked. Next, Lin Ling's cold laughter sounded at the same time. It was like thunder, shocking the hearts of the crowd. He won again. The crowd's expression became more serious. Some were angry, but some were impressed. Lin Ling not only had absolute speed, he also had absolute defense. With 2 absolutes, it was no wonder that almost no one could restrain him. Looks like it's my turn. At this moment, the old man who had defeated Zhang Zhan finally went on stage. Lin Ling can't surpass me. He will lose to that mysterious old man. Seeing the mysterious old man, Zhang Zhan's expression turned ferocious. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to him. The Blood King has finally made his move. The people around cheered. That old man would definitely defeat Lin Ling. The Blood King was an ambitious and ruthless character. In the past, he had killed billions of people and devoured large amounts of flesh and blood. Back then, he had almost become a disciple of the emperor. However, his killing intent was too strong and he was eliminated. Now that the Blood King was old, his killing intent had greatly decreased. Instead, he had calmed down. However, his ferocious name was still feared by everyone in Xianping province. Lin Ling also looked at his opponent. His opponent was like a piece of condensed flesh and blood. It was extremely terrifying. Young friend, I fight for martial arts, so I won't stop you, but I won't let you win either, the old man said with a smile. He looked at Lin Ling with admiration. He only wanted to fight. Lin Ling also smiled. His opponent was straightforward and upright. He nodded and said, "All right." "Blood Giant Totem," shouted the old man explosively. His clothes were torn apart and turned into dust. His old body started expanding. His muscles were firm and solid. Blood dashed to the skies. He had turned into a giant. That person was a cultivator of physical strength. It was rare to see someone who practiced physical strength. Many people took a deep breath when they saw that. No wonder he was the Blood King. Few cultivators of the 4th Saint layer could compete with him. Even though those old cultivators don't have as much potential as the godly legend's disciples, their foundations are solid. They can't underestimate that old man, said many students of Champion University. They knew they couldn't underestimate that old man. Chapter 1524. Despicable. Rumble. The old man took a step forward, and a bloody light soared into the sky. It was as if there was endless flesh and blood hidden in his body. He fiercely threw a punch with surging power at Lin Ling. There was no great law, and it was all physical strength. However, it was enough to shatter any great law. The cultivation of the physical body was also the cultivation of essence. Once one reached great success, their speed, attack, and defense would all be extremely terrifying. Puff, puff. The burly giant seemed far away, but he instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling. Before his fist arrived, the astral wind was like a knife cutting Lin Ling's face. Lin Ling's expression turned serious. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying physical body cultivator. If he wanted to win, he had many means to do so. However, his opponent was open and aboveboard. How could Lin Ling humiliate his opponent? Lin Ling only had deep respect for a senior who fought martial arts with martial arts. Swallow the mountains and rivers. Boom! The small world around his body erupted. Lin Ling's 9-universe power appeared, and he similarly threw out a punch. The 2 big fists collided in the void. The explosion of sound waves and power shocked everyone. Rumble! In the next moment, the 2 figures retreated. With every step they took, the martial stage cracked and shook. The Blood King retreated 100 steps. And Lin Ling retreated 120 steps. Amazing! Wow! Everyone's eyes focused. Lin Ling did not choose to retreat when facing the Blood King. Instead, he chose to meet force with force. Such calmness in martial arts was admirable. Although Lin Ling was at a disadvantage in their first confrontation, he was not defeated. Lin Ling has a pure heart. If he did not meet force with force and used tricks, my grandfather would have a hard time winning. A man in a corner of the martial stage said indifferently, Good. After so many years, you are the first person to be unscathed under the Blood Giant Totem. Ha! On the martial stage, the old man laughed heroically as if he had returned to the days of conquering the world. You are also the first senior who dared to meet force without using great law. On the other side, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Hearing this, the old man's laughter became even more arrogant and soul-stirring. He was really an arrogant junior. His words did not show any signs of weakness. However, this was how a martial artist should be. Again! The old man's blood giant fist was unleashed once again. He wanted to crush the world with his fist. Lin Ling unleashed the power of the ancient god Empyrean. He did not retreat and counterattacked, looking down on the world. Rumble. Puff, puff. The two of them fought fiercely. They gave up on speed and defense. It was a pure, hot-blooded battle between men. There was no scheming or scheming. There was only the dripping of blood. The Blood King has been cultivating his body for decades, but how old is Lin Ling? He's actually on par with the Blood King. But their battle is blood-boiling. The surrounding crowd fell silent. Those who did not bet on Lin Ling's defeat were now staring at the black-robed youth. Their eyes were filled with deep admiration and yearning. That was right. This was how a martial artist should be. This was a hot-blooded battle between men. As for Zhang Zhan, his expression was extremely ugly. Previously, when he fought the Blood King only looked at him with disdain. However, when Lin Ling fought the Blood King only had admiration for Lin Ling. He treated Lin Ling as a real man. And the result was indeed so. On the martial stage, the Blood King's heroic voice sounded from time to time. You are much better than that trash called Zhang Zhan. Senior Blood King, don't compare that trash to me. You are humiliating me. What infuriated Zhang Zhan even more was that Lin Ling was not happy at all. Instead, he was furious. This also meant that Zhang Zhan was inferior to trash. At least someone would step on trash, but if he was inferior to trash, there was no interest in stepping on him. Following that, the two people on the martial stage went all out. Not going all out was an insult to the other party. People watched as Lin Ling became more and more arrogant as he fought. He was heavily injured and stood up again and again. In the end, the Blood King was no match for Lin Ling's ancient divine Empyrean body and was defeated. Impressive. Truly impressive. Lin Ling, you could have used absolute speed to contend with me, but you didn't. Instead, you chose to meet force with force. This is respect for me. I admit defeat in this battle. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. After the battle with the Blood King, it was as though the fighting spirit he had suppressed all his life had been released. Furthermore, this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying junior. It made him imagine that the human world would definitely have an Empyrean rise in the future. He felt a sense of appreciation for Lin Ling. He felt that Lin Ling was a confidant. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Ling didn't show any arrogance. He smiled and bowed, but at this moment he was heavily injured and many of his bones were broken. He clearly didn't have an easy time in this battle. When a man encounters wind and waves, he must fight bravely. Lin Ling, sail against the wind and go to the intermediate Xian ranking. The Blood King smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. He took a step back and left the martial stage. On the martial stage, although Lin Ling was heavily injured, his black robe fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with confidence. Not bad. When a man encounters wind and waves, he must fight bravely. The intermediate Xian ranking, an invincible fourth-layer saint, he, Lin Ling, had come. What an imposing and arrogant young man. The surrounding crowd stared at Lin Ling. The admiration in their hearts grew even stronger, especially for some young girls. They had previously worshipped Tian Ming, Dugu Konglei, and other peerless geniuses. But now, they discovered that the domineering and manly Lin Ling was also very attractive. Next battle, Lin Ling versus Gendosa. At this moment, a new opponent appeared. I admit defeat. Gendosa smiled and directly said. He also knew that even if he chose to fight, he wouldn't be Lin Ling's opponent. Today was Lin Ling's martial stage. Despicable. At this moment, an angry roar sounded. It was the Golden Armor King. His voice carried pressure, as if an invisible wind was gushing out. It wasn't targeted at Gendosa, but at Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling was heavily injured and was standing on his last breath, He wanted to use this opportunity to interfere with Lin Ling. This action caused Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. His killing intent towards the Golden Armor King grew even stronger. Golden Armor King, you must use underhanded methods in the martial pavilion battle. At this moment, the voice of a martial pavilion elder sounded, causing the Golden Armor King to sneer. Previously, I was only dissatisfied with some people's despicable victories, so I was subconsciously angry. I won't interfere anymore. However, Lin Ling is heavily injured and anyone can defeat him. Gendosa admitting defeat is clearly giving way to Lin Ling. Isn't this despicable? Despicable? Hearing this, Gendosa sneered. The crowd also sneered. Up until now, Gendosa was the first person to give way to Lin Ling. As for Zhang Zhan, a large number of people gave way to him from the beginning. Who was more despicable? It was obvious at a glance. Brother Yuan, why bother with them? Justice is in the hearts of the people. There's no need to argue with some shameless people. At this moment, on the martial stage, Lin Ling said indifferently. His handsome face made many people nod. That's right, justice was in the hearts of the people. They had seen Lin Ling reach the top with their own eyes. How was Lin Ling despicable? On the other hand, the Golden Armor King and the rest were indeed shameless because they were the ones who broke the rules first. Therefore, did they have the right to criticize Lin Ling? No matter what, the opponent has admitted defeat. Lin Ling has won. Next, the blood-clothed butcher. Chapter 1525. First on the lower Xian ranking, his next opponent was the second on the lower Xian ranking, the blood-clothed butcher. Unknowingly, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the top. This made many people feel like they were in a dream, and the pressure was even greater. Fight! This is the best time to defeat Lin Ling. Thinking of this, many people shouted in anger, their hearts filled with anticipation. The blood-clothed butcher was another unrivaled Saint Realm expert. He was ruthless, and extremely sharp. Now that Lin Ling was seriously injured, he might be able to kill Lin Ling. I admit defeat. However, to everyone's surprise, the mysterious blood-clothed butcher directly admitted defeat. You're crazy. The second on the lower Xian ranking actually admitted defeat. Among the crowd, Zhang Zhan could no longer hold back. Was Lin Ling going to reach the top? You're reprimanding me? The blood-clothed butcher looked at Zhang Zhan indifferently, his eyes filled with killing intent. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have the bloodline of an ancient country. In these years, I've killed many disciples, let alone you. Of course, if you're not convinced, you can fight me. Fight! Zhang Zhan's face turned pale, and he did not dare to speak anymore. I can tell you that the Blood King is my grandfather. My grandfather fought Lin Ling in a battle between men. Lin Ling was seriously injured, but how could a true martial artist use his injury to humiliate him? This is disrespect to him, and also disrespect to me. The blood-clothed butcher shouted again, surprising the crowd. The blood-clothed butcher was actually the Blood King's grandson. However, the killing intent between the two was very strong. Moreover, you want me to fight Lin Ling? Sure, you can learn from Lin Ling. Give up your advantage and fight with your physical strength. You'll be seriously injured again and again, but stand up again and again. After defeating my grandfather, I'll fight Lin Ling. The blood-clothed butcher looked at Zhang Zhan. His words made Zhang Zhan's jaw drop. He did not dare to fight such a terrifying battle. You only dare to talk but don't dare to do it. The blood-clothed butcher shouted in disdain. He looked at Lin Ling and bowed respectfully. Lin Ling, you don't have to pay attention to the words of that trash. A real man should walk the world in an open and above-board manner. No matter what you do, there will be people who will ridicule you, but there will also be people who will praise you. It's already very good that you can persist in your own martial arts path. Salute? The dignified second on the lower Xian ranking bowed to Lin Ling. One must know that to be able to reach second place, strength and arrogance naturally didn't need to be mentioned. But to be willing to bow down to Lin Ling, this was unbelievable. Thank you. On the battle platform, Lin Ling faintly smiled. Even though he was heavily injured, he was still standing like a pine tree. Next, the first one of the lower Xian ranking list, Gan Liangping from Champion University. As soon as the voice resounded out, the crowd became even more nervous. Lin Ling was only a step away from the top. After that, they were puzzled because many of them had never seen the first on the lower Xian ranking, nor did they know who it was. Only the three godly disciples' eyes were twinkling. They knew him very well. This person's origin was a mystery. He was a third-layer saint, but his strength was unfathomable. Killing a fourth-layer saint was as easy as flipping his hand. It was just that his cultivation hadn't increased, so he hadn't been able to enter the middle Xian ranking. Furthermore, it was said that he was stronger than Lang Ya and the unfettered Tenhals. He was a mysterious and discreet young man. The eyes of the disciples searched and finally landed on a young man in the corner. That young man looked ordinary and was wearing a blue and white robe. He gave off a transcendent aura, and his smile was very clean, like the clouds in the sky. He's the first one of the lower Xian ranking list. So it's him. Oh. Many people were seeing that young man for the first time. He's not weaker than me. At this moment, Xinyuan Jiuhun said calmly, and his words were even more shocking. But he's not that strong, said the blue-robed young man with a smile. He wasn't as arrogant as everyone thought. The crowd was shocked. That blue-robed young man was stronger than they thought because the 9 spirits of heaven's cultivation was higher. But even he was afraid of his opponent. It was obvious that the blue-robed young man was strong. In the next battle with Lin Ling wouldn't be able to win. At that moment, many people were happy. I admit defeat for this battle. Surrender, said the blue-robed young man indifferently. His mysterious aura was still like the clouds in the sky. What? You admit defeat again? Surrender. Many people were disgusted. The top 3 had all admitted defeat. Jendosa was Lin Ling's friend, and Shui Yi too was the grandson of the Blood King. It was normal for them to admit defeat, but the mysterious blue-robed young man also admitted defeat. Why was it like this? On the path of martial arts, sometimes what matters is not strength, but will. Lin Ling's will and heart of martial arts is admirable, said the blue-robed young man. Said the blue-robed young man indifferently. It's not scary to be weaker than your opponent. What's scary is to lose the will to fight. I can see from Lin Ling's eyes that he is not afraid of the flames of war. Even if he is seriously injured, his spine is still strong. Even if he is weaker than me now, he will surpass me in the end. So, I admit defeat, said the blue-robed young man. As expected of someone who has reincarnated. He knows more than anyone else. Luo Ye's life is endlessly wonderful. Of course, the most important thing is that if we really fight, I don't think I'm his opponent, said the blue-robed young man. Said the blue-robed young man as he slowly left the stage. He seemed to know that Lin Ling had reincarnated. Boom. Many people's hearts exploded. The first on the lower profound ranking felt that he was not Lin Ling's opponent. How could this be? But no matter what, at this point, the top 3 experts had all admitted defeat. Moreover, it was not because they were defeated, but because they were convinced by Lin Ling's will and perseverance, as well as his heart of martial arts. Perhaps to them, facing the Blood King who dared to give up his advantage and fight head-on, they did not want to take advantage of the fact that he was seriously injured to make a move. Because this would also be a humiliation to Lin Ling, a humiliation to them. That person is so powerful. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the young man. He was surprised. The mortal world was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. That young man gave him a strong feeling of oppression, but he also gave him a feeling of kindred spirits. He and the blue-robed young man were the same person, and they had the same heart. Luo Ye's life is endlessly wonderful? Lin Ling laughed. His eyes were filled with endless battle intent. He swept his gaze across the stage. I know many people are unconvinced, but I can let you challenge me. Anyone of the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm can come up. The loser will die. His voice drifted out. The stage was silent. Lin Ling had given them a chance. As long as one of them dared to go up and defeat Lin Ling would lose. However, the stage was completely silent. Even if Lin Ling was covered in scars, even if Lin Ling was like a candle in the wind, his fearless heart had never disappeared. That injured spine had never bent, and he was still proud. Who dared to go up? Everyone's hearts were suppressed. No one dared to go up. No one of the third layer of the Saint Realm was confident that they were Lin Ling's opponent. Moreover, no one dared to look down on the injured Lin Ling. All right, no one dares to go up. Lin Ling will enter the intermediate profound ranking to challenge. If he wins, he will be ranked on the intermediate profound ranking. Chapter 1526. The 8 Division Dragon King's Sun Golden Armor King, Tian Ming, Lord Shan Wu, and the other experts all had ugly expressions. They wanted to see who would go up, but they were all afraid and didn't dare to. Lin Ling had once again created a miracle. He didn't rely on strength, but perseverance to reach the top of the lower profound board. Moreover, the Martial Pavilion made an exception and allowed him to challenge the middle profound board without having to fight 10 people in a row. Is this the last chance? Golden Armor King and the other experts muttered to themselves. It was as if they were watching the rise of a star, getting closer and closer to the top of the Langya 10 halls. However, they were still confident because Lin Ling was already heavily injured. Moreover, the next opponent was an expert on the middle profound board. Even they didn't dare to underestimate him. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone was waiting for the earth-shattering battle. If Lin Ling won, then he would be an invincible 4th-layer saint. Lin Ling was only a 2nd-layer saint. In the entire mortal world, he would be ranked 1st. Ranked 82nd on the middle profound board, 4th-layer Saint Chao Feng. At this moment, the voice finally sounded, causing many people's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling's luck was really bad, encountering 82 experts. One must know that any one of the 82 experts was enough to sweep through all the experts in the lower profound board. The middle profound board battle's lot drawing actually drew me? At this moment, a burly man slowly stood up from the side of the martial stage. His face was indifferent and ferocious. He was about 30 years old and wore a brown robe. He was majestic, like a dragon king descending. He walked out from the martial stage. His pace wasn't fast, but every step caused ripples in the void. The head of a dragon appeared as if it was overturning the sea. Rumble. As he walked out, the experts sitting near him all vomited blood. Their faces were ugly. What a powerful immortal physique. It's him. Golden Armor King immediately laughed, extremely confident. Who is he? Lord Shanwu was curious. That person was obviously not a cultivator from Xianpeng province. The immortal Spring Flood Dragon King, Chao Feng, is the Hall Master of Xianhuang Deyu's final end hall. Golden Armor King indifferently said. As soon as his words fell, the pupils of the surrounding people constricted, especially the experts of the 3 mysterious realms. They naturally knew what the end hall was. One must know that in Xianyuan and Xianpeng, there were also existences comparable to Langya and the Carefree 10 halls. As for Xianhuang Deyu, it was the last hall. Apart from that, he is also one of the 8 Dragon Kings of Xianhuang Deyu, the son of the Blackwater Dragon King. The Golden Armor King added. What? 8 Division Dragon King? Many people were shocked. The 8 Dragon Kings were comparable to the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars. As for the son of the Blackwater Dragon King, there was no doubt that the man's strength was not weak. As for the disciples of the 3 great legends of the mortal world, their expressions were solemn. The immortal Spring Flood Dragon King's strength could not be underestimated. At present, apart from a limited number of people, no one was a match for him. If Lin Ling could win, it would mean that Lin Ling had stepped into the final Hall Master level. That level of expert was not much different from the Langya 10 halls. It seems that Lin Ling will have a hard time winning. At this time, Dugu Konglei indifferently said, "Is that Lin Ling going to die? Damn it, he can only die in my hands." Princess Hualing's delicate little face frowned. Princess Hualing, do you want to save him? Unfortunately, even the current you may not be a match for the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King, unless you use a secret technique. Even if you do, this is the Martial Pavilion. It is said that behind the Martial Pavilion is the most mysterious existence, so you'd better not be willful. Dugu Konglei shook his head, causing Princess Huoling's lips to curl up in dissatisfaction. I've heard of you from the heaven-shrouding Dragon King. At this moment, Chao Feng had already appeared on the martial arts stage, looking down at Lin Ling. Lin Ling wanted to fight him and take his ranking, so how could he let Lin Ling do as he wished? He was not a trash like the blood-clothed butcher who did not dare to fight. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength was indeed powerful. Not only in Xianping province, but also in the 8 divisions Dragon King's side, which made him feel very uncomfortable. One must know that he was the son of the Blackwater Dragon King, but he did not receive as much attention as Lin Ling. So, what right did Lin Ling have? But fortunately, it was destined that Lin Ling would meet him, Chao Feng. In this battle, he wanted to erase Lin Ling in the cradle, so that he could return in the future and be proud in front of his father. Heaven-shrouding Dragon King? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He suddenly remembered the heaven-shrouding Dragon King in the Ghost Domain and Prince Xia and Ba Yang who were killed by him. This person knew them? Heaven-shrouding Dragon King is one of the 8 divisions Dragon Kings, and my father, the Blackwater Dragon King, is one of them. So, of course, I know him. Chao Feng said again. His words were filled with arrogance as if he knew many famous experts while Lin Ling was a nobody. Your talent is not bad, your body is strong and you have the power of the 9 universes. Unfortunately, your cultivation level is too low and your immortal body is too weak. Moreover, I heard that you defeated a 4th-layer saint, but those guys are like ants to me. Chao Feng said again. Then he looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. You are heavily injured and many of your bones are broken. If you and I fight, I won't win honorably. The crowd frowned. Could it be that the immortal Spring Dragon King wanted to let Lin Ling recover? That was not what they wanted to see. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Chao Feng's words made him have a good impression of him. Perhaps he was also a tyrant like the Blood King who fought for the sake of battle. All right, then I will try my best to recover. Lin Ling quickly said. His body was heavily injured, so the battle was also a humiliation to his opponent. He had to use his full strength to show respect. It seemed like Chao Feng did not bully others just because his cultivation level was higher and his status was higher. Of course you have to recover, but before you recover, you have to kowtow 3 times. At this moment, Chao Feng said indifferently. His words made Lin Ling's pupils constrict. He thought that his opponent was straightforward and upright, but who knew that he would make such a request? Make your choice quickly, I don't want to wait too long. Chao Feng said again as if he was rewarding Lin Ling. So that's how it is. Everyone around the martial stage laughed. If Lin Ling wanted to recover, he had to kneel down and kowtow. If he did not recover, he obviously had no hope. Kneel down or not? Many people clamored, waiting to see how Lin Ling would choose. Under the gazes of everyone, Lin Ling was expressionless. A trace of coldness finally appeared in his eyes. If Chao Feng did not want him to, he could have just said it. However, he obviously did not want him to, but he was still putting on an act. You want to choose? Lin Ling nodded, and a cold light bloomed. Get lost. As soon as the word, get lost, came out, the clamor of the entire martial stage instantly quieted down. Many people sneered even more coldly. Lin Ling would rather carry a heavily injured body than kneel down and kowtow to recover to his peak state. He had courage, but this would also make him die faster. Chapter 1527. Might of the Blackwater, you talk a lot of nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Why put on an act to prove your strength? Roar! Lin Ling let out a low growl. All the bones in his body creaked as his fighting spirit surged. Against the Blood King, he was willing to give up his advantage. Even if he lost, he would accept it wholeheartedly because it was a battle between real men. However, against Chao Feng, even if he was no match for him, he would not accept it wholeheartedly because Chao Feng was not qualified to make him lower his noble head. Not bad. Then let's see how great your heavily injured body is. Chao Feng nodded coldly. He took a step forward and lightly threw out a palm that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Uprooting mountains and rivers. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He also threw out a punch. Even though many of his bones were broken, That punch still carried the power of the 9 universes. Many people stared at Lin Ling and secretly admired him. Lin Ling was heavily injured, but he still chose to meet force with force. Such courage was hard to come by. Puff, puff, puff. The fist and palm collided, causing the void to explode. Soon, Lin Ling was pushed back by the powerful impact. Finally, he stopped at the edge of the martial stage. After this clash, Lin Ling realized that Qiao Feng's strength was not to be underestimated. His immortal physique actually possessed the might of the ocean. Obviously, his level was not low. He was probably the strongest fourth-layer Saint Realm expert Lin Ling had faced so far. You're only a so-so. I don't understand how you can be titled as the Heavenly Emperor. Why are those in the lower Xian ranking giving way to you? It seems like there's something fishy going on. Don't tell me you bribed the martial pavilion. Qiao Feng appeared on the other side with his hands behind his back. He was indescribably proud. Not only did he want to kill Lin Ling in this battle, he also wanted to let the mortal realm's mythological disciples know that although he was no longer a disciple, he was still the palace master of the final hall. His strength was inviolable. You seem to be very proud. Lin Ling exhaled the turbid air in his body and quickly recovered. At the same time, he said indifferently, "Crushing you should be a very simple matter, so you have the right to be proud." Qiao Feng said with a smile. "But don't forget, you're a fourth-layer saint and I'm only a second-layer saint. In addition, I'm heavily injured. Your attack only resulted in this result. Where did your arrogance come from?" Lin Ling said indifferently. He didn't care about the fact that he was at a disadvantage. Moreover, the greater the pressure, the more his fighting spirit boiled. Hearing that, many people nodded. That was indeed the case. Then you will know how proud I am. If you don't believe me, you can ask the 9 spirits of heaven who won the battle 3 years ago. Qiao Feng didn't get angry and shook his head. Many people immediately looked at the 9 spirits of heaven. They knew that the 9 spirits of heaven was very strong, but did he lose to Qiao Feng 3 years ago? It was only 3 years ago. Now, I'm not necessarily inferior to you. At the edge of the martial stage, the 9 spirits of heaven said indifferently. He didn't deny it. The crowd was even more surprised. He was worthy of being the end hall master of Shenhuangdiu. Among the disciples present, only the Fire Spirit Princess and Dugu Konglei had the right to crush Qiao Feng. Of course, that was 3 years ago. Now, it was hard to say who would win the battle between the 9 spirits of heaven and Qiao Feng. However, it also showed how strong Qiao Feng was. In the past, I was also a disciple. Unfortunately, it was difficult to become a disciple. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After 5 years of bitter cultivation, I still didn't have the title of Celestial Emperor. What a pity! Qiao Feng shook his head as if he had talent but didn't get the chance. Perhaps it was because of this that he wanted to proudly defeat Lin Ling today. He wanted to let everyone know that he, Qiao Feng, hadn't been eliminated. And the fact was indeed so. At this moment, many people remembered the name of the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King. Have you said enough nonsense? However, at this moment, Lin Ling coldly shouted, interrupting Qiao Feng's self-reminiscence. He coldly said, "If you want to fight, then fight. Pretending in front of someone of a lower realm than you, does that prove that you are more powerful?" Bang! Lin Ling stepped on the ground. He was like an emperor descending as he pounced towards Qiao Feng. Lin Ling is seriously injured and he actually took the initiative to attack? Many people sucked in a cold breath. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Qiao Feng's expression turned ugly. He had just been mourning his lost glory and pride. However, as a junior, Lin Ling didn't listen at all. He directly interrupted him and forcefully attacked. Ocean Market Star Tower. Qiao Feng let out a low shout. Waves of water overflowed like the Milky Way. His innate talent was clearly related to water. Great law of water transformation. At the same time, black water roiled in the Milky Way. It was like the water of the demonic realm, able to melt all things in the world. My innate talent is the immortal flood dragon body. Under my innate talent, any expert of a lower grade than me will be turned into weak water. Qiao Feng's voice drifted out. It was still cold and arrogant, but it also carried anger. Lin Ling actually dared to interrupt him. Then he wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. The current you will never be able to break my immortal body. Rumble. The martial stage was filled with black water. The power of the great law was vast and mighty, causing the faces of the people outside the martial stage to turn grave. What a terrifying innate talent, able to melt all things in the world. If it wasn't for the martial stage's protective light screen, who knew how many people would have died here when the terrifying black water gushed out? Puff, puff, puff. Lin Ling rushed into the black water with his injured body. He immediately felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Water could nourish all things, but it could also melt all things, returning everything to its origin. Lin Ling felt that it was difficult for his body to move. He was like a drowning person. Qiao Feng's innate talent was indeed terrifying. However, when that terrifying pressure rushed towards Lin Ling's soul, Lin Ling felt that the pressure that could melt all things was getting smaller and smaller. No, Qiao Feng's immortal body's pressure has a fatal effect on my fiend god overlord body. However, after it invaded my soul, that power immediately weakened. It's the Yellow Springs flame. Lin Ling instantly thought of something. In terms of innate talent, he was indeed not Qiao Feng's opponent. However, he hid his divine rank talent. Qiao Feng's innate talent was indeed powerful. Not only did it invade the body, it also invaded the soul. However, it was fine if he didn't invade the soul. Qiao Feng was at most a 10th grade profound rank talent. How could it compare to a divine rank talent? I can't break it? Within the endless black water, Lin Ling's eyes were ice cold. He extended his right hand and surging flames bloomed. Millions of fire dragons roared and turned into a flame dragon king. The transcendent realm of heavenly pattern martial arts appeared and swept out in all directions. In fact, many of Lin Ling's trump cards were suppressed in this battle. For example, Tyrant Song Sword, Soul Force, Eye of Time, and Frozen Space. Otherwise, the pressure on Lin Ling wouldn't be so great. However, these trump cards were clearly not suitable to be exposed here. Sometimes, a martial artist's growth also required pressure. One couldn't rely too much on powerful trump cards. This would definitely not be good for the future. Lin Ling was also very clear on this point. At this moment, outside the martial stage, everyone could only see the endless black water. It was vast and mighty, gloomy and terrifying. Lin Ling was submerged in it. He was probably already dead. Those who bet on Lin Ling's victory all sneered. On the other hand, Xinyuan Jiuhun and the others were slightly worried. The immortal Spring Wurm King was in existence from the 10 halls of Langya. Even though he was slightly weaker than experts like Golden Armor King, he wasn't someone that many disciples could defeat. Chapter 1528. Dragon Battle, Water and Fire. Do you regret it? Actually, you could have lived longer. Unfortunately, you interrupted my mourning for the past glory. Qiao Feng stood there with his hands behind his back, looking like a dragon king descending. However, at this moment, light blossomed from the endless black water. The flame dragon king appeared with a roar. What? Qiao Feng's pupils constricted. He sensed a terrifying great law power. It's the fire martial Dao. The crowd also stood up. This was the first time they saw Lin Ling releasing the power of fire on the martial stage. Heavenly pattern martial arts at Transcendent Realm, and it's the real Transcendent Realm. The 9 spirits of heaven's faces changed. According to what they knew, Lin Ling's great law power came from that sword. However, no one expected that Lin Ling would reach Transcendent Realm without a sword. Rumble. The Flame Dragon King descended, engulfing the heaven and earth. The black water on the martial stage was burned, and the flames finally blossomed. Qiao Feng's face changed. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of his immortal physique's pressure. How was this possible? Was Lin Ling hiding some secret? Moreover, Lin Ling had actually cultivated the heavenly pattern martial arts to such a level. One must know that he had only completely grasped the great law after reaching the 4th layer of Saint Realm. The Flame Dragon King was huge and ancient. The horn of the Flame Dragon was tyrannical and crazy. Rumble. While Qiao Feng was still in shock, The flame dragon king coiled around him as if it wanted to burn the heaven and earth. Chao Feng's painful howl immediately came from the martial stage. That howl silenced the martial stage. Lin Ling was so terrifying. No one expected him to have hidden such a trump card. They stared at Chao Feng, who was coiled around by the flame dragon king, and felt a trace of mockery in their hearts. The dignified final hallmaster was so awe-inspiring before, mourning for the past glory and glory. But now, where was his glory? He said that his immortal physique couldn't be broken by Lin Ling, and now Lin Ling had broken it. Bang bang bang. However, at that moment, a majestic chi emerged from the battle stage. A black dragon horn appeared, and gradually, a gigantic black dragon appeared. It was a black flood dragon. It was so huge that it seemed as if it was floating in the clouds. It was impossible to see the end of it with a single glance. Everything around the dragon was submerged in an endless amount of black water. The immortal spring flood dragon king had arrived. Obviously, this wasn't the extent of Chao Feng's strength. Not bad, you are qualified to fight me. A cold voice floated out from the black flood dragon's mouth, intimidating everyone. As expected of the hall master of the final hall. The crowd trembled in fear. That black flood dragon seemed to be real. It was a ghastly sight, and the pressure it emitted made even Tianming and other powerhouses feel a strong pressure. Are you finally going all out? Golden Armor King sneered. He wasn't surprised by Chao Feng's strength. That expert had fought with him before, and his strength was also extremely terrifying. Therefore, he already knew that Lin Ling couldn't win. Fortunately, Lord Chao Feng still has powerful means. Kill Lin Ling. You have to win. The battle stage gradually became lively again. No one wanted to see Lin Ling win. They didn't want to lose money. Are you finally going to use your immortal physique? On the other side, Lin Ling's face was somewhat pale. He was exhausted from this battle, but his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He wasn't afraid at all. He secretly thought that this was indeed the hall master of the final hall. This kind of strength was indeed formidable. To be able to make me use my immortal physique, your death is a pity. The black flood dragon king let out a cold voice. It was like an ancient flood dragon with a sinister baleful aura. Ridiculous, you have said such words many times. However, facing the heavily injured me, you still haven't gained any advantage. I don't understand why your skin is so thick. Below the Flame Dragon King, Lin Ling was like the son of the Flame Dragon King. His long hair danced wildly, and he wasn't afraid of the upcoming battle. Two Dragon Kings, one red and one black, were fighting as equals. A battle between dragons. Staring at the frightening scene on the battle stage, many people became silent again. Although they all wanted Lin Ling to lose, they couldn't deny that Lin Ling's perseverance was really tenacious. Even at this time, he still hadn't admitted defeat. Moreover, he had hidden his trump card. One must know that the current Lin Ling wasn't at his peak. What if he was at his peak? That battle would be even more exciting. Your fire talent is very weak, but your fire comprehension is very strong. You can't win against me with just this. Chao Feng stated the truth. This was also the reason why he was so confident. Then you've won. Lin Ling sneered and said, you only know how to indulge in the past. You only know how to mourn the glory and pride of the past. You don't know how to move forward and pursue the peak of heaven and earth. I finally know why you want to defeat me. It's because you don't dare to face disciples of higher realms. You only dare to bully disciples of lower realms and find your past pride from them. Pitiful person. Lin Ling's words were like a sword that pierced Chao Feng's heart. Because he was indeed like that. He was gradually withdrawing from the heaven and earth martial stage and was no longer a disciple. People only remembered the most dazzling disciple and completely forgot about him, the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King. Because of this, he wanted to prove himself today and suppress Lin Ling. I've hit the nail on the head. Now, you're going to fly into a rage out of humiliation. Lin Ling said again. Your mouth is very powerful, even more powerful than your strength. I admit that your words have given me a big blow. However, you'll have to bear my fury next. Chao Feng nodded, his gaze became even colder. Immortal Spring Black Flood Dragon. Along with his low shout, the huge black flood dragon became violent. It overturned rivers and seas, rolling in the black water. It carried the most ancient tyrannical aura as it swept towards Lin Ling. Bang! At this moment, the martial stage also shattered. The protective light screen was on the verge of collapse. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the black flood dragon was. The expressions of those legendary disciples all became serious. They never thought that Lin Ling would be able to force Chao Feng to erupt with such strength. This also meant that Lin Ling was not far from the height of Langya's 10 halls. Let's see how you block it. The black flood dragon let out a furious roar and swallowed everything. Under countless gazes, millions of flames were swallowed. The light disappeared and the black water enveloped everything. This battle was not only a battle between dragons, but also a battle between water and fire. As the flames gradually disappeared, the hearts of the crowd around the martial stage became even more serious. This time, Lin Ling should be dead. After all, the flames had been extinguished and the dragon had died. Cultivation Realm, Martial Arts Comprehension, and Immortal Body Grade, Lin Ling is inferior to the other party. He's definitely dead. Golden Armor King murmured. He did not realize that his palms were full of sweat. Clearly, he was also extremely nervous. Rumble. The aura of the martial stage became even more tyrannical. Only the sound of the black water and the black dragons rolling could be heard. Lin Ling's Fire Dragon King and himself were both swallowed. Someone exclaimed. The entire martial stage became silent. Lin Ling had finally lost. Many people felt that this was a dream. A peerless genius of a generation, the most dazzling existence in Shenpeng province, had finally overestimated himself and died today. Fire Dragon King's realm. At this moment, the dissipating flames quietly reappeared, as if they had lit up the world. Under countless gazes, the flames from the black dragon's huge body soared into the sky. A wisp of heavenly flames origin power was released majestically, as if to tell everyone that the dragon was not dead and the flames were not extinguished. Origin power. Chapter 1529. Yellow Spring Flame descends. Lin Ling could barely release the origin energy with the help of the Tyrant Song Sword, but it wasn't the real origin energy. But now it was the real origin energy. One must know that the origin energy was above the Great Law. It was also known as the Saint Rune martial arts and was one of the most mysterious laws in the world, because everything returned to the origin. Rumble. Under countless gazes, the black Jiao dragon was burned into nothingness. On the martial stage, the power of fire bloomed. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. A figure quietly appeared. That figure's long hair fluttered in the wind. On top of his head, there was an extremely dazzling fire dragon horn. It was as if the Fire Dragon King had descended. If the previous Lin Ling was the son of the Fire Dragon King, then the current him was the real Fire Dragon King. It turns out that the Great Law is also a kind of power. Devour. In the silence, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. Devour the Great Law? Everyone's eyes widened. Could it be that Lin Ling had devoured the Fire Dragon King from before? This was too abnormal. No one had ever devoured the Great Law before, and no one had ever cultivated like this before. Lin Ling was the first to do so. This guy, could it be that he devoured the Fire Dragon King and allowed his fire martial Dao to reach the heavenly flame origin? The 9 spirits of heaven were shocked. They felt that Lin Ling was difficult to see through. As for Tao Xian and the others, their faces were pale. Facing Lin Ling this time, they no longer had the strength to fight. On the other side of the martial stage, the burned black Jiao dragon appeared again and coldly looked at Lin Ling. Indeed, my fire martial Dao is weak, but my fire martial Dao is stronger than yours. Chao Feng, you're just an outdated person. Other than indulging in the past, what else can you do? At this moment, Lin Ling had a domineering and destructive aura. His cold voice was like the roar of the Fire Dragon King. You haven't won yet. Don't be too proud. Chao Feng clearly didn't expect that Lin Ling would become stronger the more he fought. He had relied on his injured body to fight until now. He couldn't help but admire the tenacity of his willpower. However, the more it was like this, the more agitated he felt. That was because the current Lin Ling was giving him a sense of pressure. Although Lin Ling's immortal physique couldn't affect him, his immortal physique couldn't affect Lin Ling either. This made people confused. In terms of cultivation realm, although he was stronger than Lin Ling possessed the power of Source, resulting in them being evenly matched. This battle was more difficult than expected. In a battle between dragons, water and fire were equally matched. Right now, he was gradually losing the domineering aura that he had in the beginning. He no longer had any pride. I can let you live. You just have to kowtow 3 times and leave the martial stage. Do you choose? At this time, Lin Ling's calm voice floated out, containing an indescribable majesty. Choose? The crowd's hearts exploded. In the beginning, Chao Feng gave Lin Ling a choice. If Lin Ling knelt down and kowtowed, he would let Lin Ling recover from his injuries. But now, Lin Ling's thunderous momentum swept away Chao Feng and also gave him a choice. However, the current Lin Ling hadn't lost yet. Where did his confidence come from? You gave me a choice? Chao Feng's pupils constricted. He admitted that Lin Ling was indeed very powerful, but it didn't mean that Lin Ling could win or even kill him. I can tell you that once you make your choice, you will disappear from this world forever. You won't even have the time to mourn your past pride and glory. So, have you made your choice? Lin Ling indifferently spat out a voice like the roar of a fire dragon king. You have made your choice? His voice was like a brilliant heavenly might that intimidated the entire martial stage. Countless people were shocked. Although they didn't think that Lin Ling could win, they couldn't deny that Lin Ling's aura was like that of an emperor, controlling Chao Feng's life and death. I've made my choice? Chao Feng's complexion changed. He no longer had the appearance of an ambitious and ruthless character. His eyes were blank, as if he was afraid that he had made the wrong choice. Don't be fooled, immortal Spring Flood Dragon King. You are an ambitious and ruthless character of the mortal world. How could you be affected by a few words from him? At this time, an angry shout echoed out. It was the voice of the Golden Armor King. His complexion was ice cold. The strength that Lin Ling was currently displaying made him feel pressured. This pressure wasn't from losing money, but the pressure of his life. So, no matter what, Lin Ling had to die. His eyes were locked onto Lin Ling. In the past, Lin Ling was only an insignificant ant that overestimated himself and agreed to fight with Venerable Si Kaming. Afterwards, Lin Ling rose up like a storm and killed the mystical maiden of the 9 heavens, leaving him helpless. But now, not only was he helpless, he was even afraid of Lin Ling. Soon after, he discovered that Lin Ling's aura was becoming increasingly terrifying. Like a flame or a dragon, a wisp of source strength bloomed out like an invisible halo. Fire attribute talent seemed inferior to even the immortal physique, but at this moment, it made him feel as if he had seen a god. Could it be that Lin Ling was still hiding his divine talent? He is comprehending. Chao Feng, immediately interrupt him. Golden Armor King's heart trembled as he angrily roared. He sensed that Lin Ling was preparing his most terrifying attack, and besides the source of heavenly flames, there was also a trace of innate talent that he couldn't see through. So, after he spoke, his voice was like thunder that swept through Lin Ling. He wanted to disturb Lin Ling. Unfortunately, this disturbance had no effect on Lin Ling. And at this time, Chao Feng also recovered from his shock. He clearly sensed that Lin Ling's fire attribute talent was hiding a secret. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be so terrifying. At this moment, 2 choices finally appeared in his mind. 1. Immediately attack. 2. Admit defeat and leave. You are afraid of me. Unfortunately, you have already made your choice. At this moment, Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he looked straight at Chao Feng. When he was devouring the Flame Dragon King, he faintly heard the Yellow Springs Flame's voice, allowing him to understand some things. He was even able to borrow a trace of the Yellow Springs Flame's power. Therefore, at this moment, he wanted to dominate everything. You are afraid of me. Lin Ling's voice was like an endless echo that shot straight into Qiao Feng's heart. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul force was also released by him. The entire martial stage. Absolute silence. That one sentence, "You are afraid." It wasn't just a question to Qiao Feng, it was a question to everyone on the martial stage. Their souls seemed to have been attacked, and their faces turned pale. There was only one voice in their minds: Lin Ling, the ruler of the world. Impossible! Qiao Feng roared. Flame Dragon King's fist. At this moment, Lin Ling finally moved. His fist was like the most dazzling star, like the roar of the Flame Dragon King. Faintly, there was a terrifying scene of hundreds of ghosts crying. Hell shook. Yellow Spring's flame, descend. The entire martial stage was silent. An invisible divine aura was released, exploding everyone's heart with a bang. At this moment, Qiao Feng's face was ice cold as he stared at that seemingly simple fist. In that fist, he actually saw reincarnation, Yellow Springs Mountain, and countless evil spirits from hell. This made him finally confirm that Lin Ling was indeed hiding a powerful fire attribute talent. Plop. A tyrannical pressure came, like the Yellow Springs Great Emperor, causing Qiao Feng to kneel down in an instant. His ice-cold face turned pale. To be able to make him, a profound 10th grade talent, bow down, it was definitely a divine talent. He could hear the roar of flames from that fist. It was precisely to send him into reincarnation. Chapter 1530. Heavenly Emperor Huaxia, what kind of flame is that? Princess Hualing possessed powerful fire attribute talent, but at this moment, she also felt a dense pressure. It was a very strange feeling because Lin Ling's fire attribute talent wasn't strong at all. It hadn't even reached the immortal body level, but the reality gave her a feeling of hellfire. Other than her, the entire martial stage was deathly silent. They knew that the peak was about to arrive. I want you dead, Black Water Dragon. At this moment, Qiao Feng furiously shouted. He couldn't lose this battle. He was about to be eliminated. The glorious disciple of the past had become a thing of the past. So now, he wanted to prove himself. He didn't believe that Lin Ling could defeat him. So, he wanted to kill Lin Ling with all his strength. Pop up. Black water surged out like a tide, transforming into a dragon. Everyone saw that Qiao Feng's arms seemed to have transformed into a black dragon. With a palm strike, an endless black dragon swept out. This was the powerful technique of the 8-division Dragon King, Black Water Dragon King. On the other side, a fire fist roared. It contained the fury of the Fire Dragon King. Two dragons fought, water and fire collided. Boom! A deafening sound instantly resounded in the air. A huge flaming fist was extremely powerful and overbearing. When the Fire Dragon King collided with the Black Flood Dragon King, a mysterious flame appeared. The Fire Dragon King's source energy and the hidden god-level flame burned the black water. Under the gazes of countless people, the black water evaporated and the malevolent Black Flood Dragon King let out a painful cry. Is it really a god-level talent? Staring at the terrifying scene in front of him, Qiao Feng's face turned pale. Retreat! Qiao Feng frantically retreated. The Fire Dragon King's fist was something that he couldn't block at all. Rumble! However, he retreated very quickly. On the martial stage, the gigantic flaming fist was like a mountain. If God blocked its path, it would kill God. If Buddha blocked its path, it would destroy Buddha. The distance between the fist and Qiao Feng grew closer and closer, causing Qiao Feng to become even more anxious. He had never thought that a mere second-layer Saint Realm Jr. would be able to give him such a terrifying pressure. What exactly is this fire fist? The surrounding crowd had already stood up. Their faces were filled with shock. According to their guesses, even the martial origin wasn't this powerful. What kind of trump card did Lin Ling have? I admit defeat, I admit defeat, I admit defeat immediately. At this moment, Qiao Feng's anxious voice sounded. At this moment, he had already admitted defeat. Moreover, everyone could hear the deep panic in his voice. Is this still the palace master of the final central hall? Everyone felt that this was a dream. One must know that from the beginning, Qiao Feng had planned to let Lin Ling recover to his peak state and then fight him. However, Lin Ling's arrogance was so high that he refused. And now, even though Lin Ling was heavily injured, he was still suppressing Chao Feng. What qualifications did Chao Feng have to let Lin Ling recover from his injuries? Admitting defeat means that Lin Ling has won. A terrifying thought surfaced in everyone's mind once again. Today, they had personally witnessed Lin Ling doing something impossible. He had ascended to the top of the lower Xian ranking and finally charged into the middle Xian ranking. The intensity of this battle was probably the most exciting battle in the history of the Xian ranking. Lost? The Golden Armor King's face was devoid of blood as he muttered to himself. But it wasn't as simple as losing money. It also meant that Lin Ling had stepped into the height of the unfettered 10 halls. I admit defeat. At this moment, Chao Feng was in an extremely difficult situation. He wished that someone could come and help him. Because Lin Ling wanted to kill him? Moreover, he wanted to kill him in front of everyone. How could he die here? If he had known earlier, he would have chosen a weak opponent to prove himself. I didn't hear it. However, on the martial stage, Lin Ling's voice was filled with dense killing intent. There was no hatred between him and Chao Feng. The reason why Chao Feng wanted to kill him was because he wanted to be famous in the upper world. Then Lin Ling would fulfill his wish and kill whoever he wanted. I admit defeat. How could you not hear it? Chao Feng's face became sinister. Lin Ling must have heard it. He was pretending not to hear it and wanted to kill him. Save me, Martial Pavilion Elder. Chao Feng hurriedly shouted towards the outside of the martial stage. At this moment, the Martial Pavilion Elder smiled bitterly. Chao Feng fought Lin Ling. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, so it was normal for Lin Ling to counterattack. However, this was the Martial Pavilion. Since the opponent had admitted defeat, he couldn't let Lin Ling break the rules. After that, he took a step forward and wanted to stop Lin Ling. However, he was shocked to find that he couldn't take that majestic punch. Sorry, I can't block that punch. The Martial Pavilion Elder said somewhat anxiously. His words were like a death sentence, causing Chao Feng's pupils to widen. Even the referee couldn't save him? Impudent. In a battle in the Martial Pavilion, you just have to admit defeat. Yet you, Lin Ling, insist on killing Chao Feng. Do you think the profound rankings rules are child's play? At this moment, the Golden Armor King shouted. He seemed to have found a way to counterattack Lin Ling. That's right. You have guts. Do you want to kill someone who has admitted defeat? Kill Lin Ling. How dare you defy the Martial Pavilion's rules? You're too insolent. The surrounding warriors seemed to have found an opportunity and shouted angrily. Sorry, I can't hear you. However, Lin Ling was still decisive. He knew that he had forcefully used a bit of the flames of the underworld. Although it was very powerful, the aftereffects were also very serious. It would cause his physical body to be seriously injured. Since he had used it, he had to kill Chao Feng. Otherwise, he would have been injured for nothing. Do you have to provoke the 8th Division Dragon King? At this moment, a clear and melodious voice resounded. At some unknown time, a fiery red light drifted over the vast martial stage. It was extremely dazzling, and even the sky seemed to be dyed red. Above this red light, a woman in a red dress stood there quietly. She was so beautiful that the moon and flowers would be put to shame. Most importantly, between her willowy eyebrows and her beautiful eyes, there was a thick pressure of an empress. At that moment, tens of thousands of people on the gigantic martial platform felt oppressed. That woman was extremely strong. Who is she? Sister, why are you here? This is a battle to death. Don't get involved, said a young voice at that moment. It was a 5-year-old girl. She was looking at the sky unhappily. Hualing, my father asked you to come to the Martial Pavilion to see how strong the cultivators of the world are. Therefore, you should just watch obediently. Besides, the Celestial Spring Flood Dragon King's father, the Blackwater Dragon King, made a deal with my father in the past. I can't let his son die here, especially at the hands of a reckless young man, said the woman in the sky coldly. Princess Hualing's sister? Many people's eyes were twinkling. Champion University's Celestial Emperor Huaxia, said Dugukong Lei indifferently at the same time. That woman was a peerless genius who had the title of Celestial Emperor? The entire martial platform calmed down. Surprisingly, a Celestial Emperor from Champion University had come to watch this battle. How astonishing! Didn't you hear what I said? Do you really want to provoke the 8-Division Dragon King and die without a burial ground? I'm telling you, you can't provoke the Celestial Spring Flood Dragon King, said Princess Huixia, ignoring the astonishment of the crowd. She looked at Lin Ling indifferently. You have to understand that I didn't provoke him, he provoked me. Chapter 1531. Chaotic Battle, Impudent. He has already admitted defeat and you still want to kill him? Are you so arrogant that you don't even put anyone in your eyes? Princess Huixia angrily shouted. What an arrogant junior! He even dares to not listen to the words of a titled Celestial Emperor? Admit defeat? I didn't hear that. I only know that he wants to kill me, so I want to kill him. And you say I'm impudent? If I lose now, will he let me go? Also, if he kills me, will you stand out and speak for me? Lin Ling was not afraid at all and shouted again. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have for me to speak for you? Princess Huixia reprimanded him again. This junior is simply talking nonsense. Does he think he is nobler than Chao Feng? Then who do you think you are? Do you think I will stop just because you say so? Today I must kill him. Lin Ling's heart was boiling with anger. Accompanied by his fiery fist, it engulfed the entire martial stage. Go to hell. Princess Huixia's patience had clearly run out. She wanted to kill Lin Ling. Princess Huixia, since when is it your turn to preside over the martial pavilion battle? Their battle is actually very clear. Whoever loses will die. You better not interfere. At this moment, a voice that was as clear as a bell but also carried an alluring charm drifted out. In a corner of the martial stage, a woman wearing a cheongsam sat there lazily with her legs crossed. Her fair and jade-like thighs were clearly visible. They seemed alluring, but there was an indescribable domineering aura about them. This woman was none other than Lu Susu. Lu Susu, what does this have to do with you? If you interfere, how can this battle be fair? Princess Huixia was clearly afraid of Lu Susu, so she did not make a move. I bet on him to win. Do you think it has nothing to do with me? Not to mention fair? This kind of battle is already unfair. Let me ask you, what is Lin Ling's cultivation level? What is Chao Feng's cultivation base? How many battles has Lin Ling fought? How many battles has Chao Feng fought? What is Lin Ling's age? What is Chao Feng's age? If you can answer these questions, then you are qualified to say the word fairness. Lu Susu played with Hong Yan's fingernails, like a domineering empress. Princess Firecloud could not answer because in this battle, Lin Ling and Chao Feng were not on equal footing. How could it be fair? If you can't answer, then just obediently watch. If you attack, then I'll accompany you. Lu Susu obviously wanted to stop Princess Huixia. Although Princess Huixia was a heavenly emperor, it was not like she had never seen such a strong person before. In fact, she had seen many of them. Lu Susu actually suppressed Princess Firecloud? Many people were surprised. Their impression of Lu Susu was that she was a businesswoman who was smooth and slick, which led many people to overlook her strength. Now it seemed that Lu Susu was definitely not weak. Can no one save me? At this moment, Chao Feng's complexion became increasingly pale. Was he going to die here? He never thought that the result would be like this. You've openly violated the rules of the martial pavilion, yet you still have a reason for it. I can't watch this battle any longer. Chao Feng, I'll help you. An expert made his move. Dark winds swept across, turning into a tornado that surged towards Lin Ling. Although it was said to help Chao Feng, it was not actually helping. Instead, it was using the moment when Lin Ling was about to kill Chao Feng to kill Lin Ling at the same time. It's Tianming. The crowd's expression changed drastically when they saw that young man. The peerless genius of the ancient rhyme Immortal Foundation made his move. 9 Souls Halberd Transformation. However, as soon as Tianming made his move, the heavenly halberd appeared on the other side and split into 9 halberds. The heavenly halberd was actually formed by 9 souls. It was like an ancient war general that resisted Tianming. The 9 spirits of heaven also made their move. Seeing this scene, many people's hearts became excited. This battle was getting more and more exciting. It actually caused so many experts to make their move. Obviously, Lin Ling's crazy rise today had aroused the jealousy and suppression of experts from all sides. Running amok, I can't watch anymore. Lin Ling die. Lord Shanwu, I've been waiting for you. However, to the crowd's surprise, the Fire Cloud Heavenly Emperor, the 9 spirits of heaven, and other experts made their moves. They were not the only ones. The 4 pillars, 8 pillars, Lord Shanwu and Lord Shuwu also made their moves. So your name is Lin Ling. No wonder you're so arrogant. You dared to humiliate me in the past. Now die. How big was the martial stage? How sensational was today's battle? A large number of ancient experts had already come because of the fame. The 10 divine chart kings of Langyou were one of them. He had also made his move because this was the best opportunity to kill Lin Ling. However, as he made his move, the Heaven Touch Great Sage also arrived. The entire profound board martial stage was stirred up at this moment. The ancient martial stage was instantly shattered into pieces. The clash between the ancient experts had even caused many weaker cultivators to fall. Even if they were not killed, they were still severely injured. Rumble. The sky also seemed to be shattered. Treasure lights soared into the sky like a great calamity in the mortal world. In Xianpeng province, more and more cultivators came to the splendid mountain river. They were extremely curious. What's going on? Could it be that the experts from the demon region have invaded? No, I heard that Lin Ling reached the top of the lower profound board and battled with the son of the 8-division Dragon King. They even want to kill him. Now, there are experts with the title of Celestial Emperor, 4 pillars and 8 pillars. The legendary disciples are all participating in the battle. They want to kill Lin Ling. Then isn't Lin Ling doomed? That's not necessarily true. I heard that Lin Ling's call was answered by many experts. More experts have come to support him. Today, the mortal world is surging because of Lin Ling. Many cultivators appeared in the splendid mountain river. They stared at the martial pavilion from the distant mountain peaks. Vaguely, they saw the indifferent youth at the core. Their hearts were filled with shock. Experts from all sides wanted to kill Lin Ling. They used the excuse that Lin Ling had violated the martial pavilion's rules to attack ruthlessly. However, Lin Ling was not alone. He raised his arms and shouted. It was as if he dominated Xianpeng province, and all the experts came out. Boom. Puff. Puff. Rumble. The chaotic battle was getting crazier and crazier. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. More and more experts were involved. Even the 9 Li Divine Mother had appeared. Even the Sword Pavilion and the Xiantian dynasty had arrived. It was as if Xianpeng province had been turned upside down. Of course, experts from the Xianyuan dynasty and Xianhuangdiu had also joined in. Sensation. It was a complete sensation. Everyone had a vague feeling that whether Lin Ling could kill Chao Feng was the key to this battle. At this moment, Lin Ling was still controlling the Fire Dragon King fist. It swept towards Chao Feng. That murderous aura was unprecedentedly firm, and there was a crazy thought in his heart. The battle around him did not affect him at all. Perhaps it could be said that he did not know about the battle outside. He only had one opponent, Chao Feng. What he wanted was not only victory, but also intimidation. He wanted to let everyone know that he, Lin Ling, deserved the title of Celestial Emperor. At the same time, he wanted Luya's life to be endlessly exciting. I admit defeat. My father is the 8-division Dragon King. You really want to kill me? Can't you see that the mortal world is in an uproar because of me? Chapter 1532. Who could save him? Although he was the palace master of the final hall, the people who came out to fight were all heavenly emperors. They were people he had to look up to. He had never thought that he would have such a glorious moment in his life. However, he was even more clear that those people were fighting for Lin Ling. He was just a vase that served as a foil. Rumble. The fire fist was still roaring. The Fire Dragon King was furious at the injustice of the heavens and earth. It continued to sweep towards Chao Feng. Chao Feng's words were not heard by the fire fist. It was determined to kill him. No expert could save him. "Save me, father." Chao Feng's voice became smaller and smaller. In the end, he disappeared under the majestic fire fist. He was killed by a single fist. An ambitious person of a generation, the son of the 8-division Dragon King, fell here. After killing Chao Feng, Lin Ling's crazy steps finally stopped. His black robe fluttered in the wind. Although it was tattered, it was still arrogant. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked around with a cold expression and said, "I won this battle." With this sentence, Lin Ling also announced the end of the battle. He had successfully entered the middle Xian ranking and created a new record. The entire world suddenly became silent. The battles between the experts from all sides had come to an end. The crowd looked at the handsome young man and their hearts surged. Did Lin Ling win in the end? With continuous battles and an injured body, he entered the middle Xian ranking. His cultivation was only at the second layer of the Saint Realm. Amazing! Admirable! Lin Ling is worthy of being called the Emperor's disciple. The people in the distance all expressed their admiration. In their hearts, that seemingly thin and weak body had become stalwart at this moment. Then, everyone saw blood seeping out from the corners of Lin Ling's mouth and his body being burned by mysterious flames. This caused them to guess that Lin Ling must have used some sort of secret technique. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself to kill Chao Feng, and now, the aftereffects had appeared. Lin Ling's body was heavily wounded, and he even seemed to have fainted. What terrifying perseverance! Look, he's still standing there, his arrogance soaring to the sky. Although he was heavily injured and unconscious, in the eyes of the crowd, the young man was still standing. His bones were firm and unyielding, like an indomitable giant. His tattered robe fluttered in the wind like a banner of victory, so dazzling. The entire world continued to be silent. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Even those who bet on Lin Ling's loss couldn't help but admire Lin Ling's fighting spirit and backbone. Violating the martial pavilion's rules. Just then, a cold shout arose. Like the sun, a ray of golden light shot towards Lin Ling. The moment he attacked, the golden beetles swarmed over as if they were trying to conquer the world. Despicable! Many people shouted angrily. Even the Mystic Origin Realm and Xianhuang Deyu's martial artists couldn't stand it. If the Golden Armor King wanted to kill Lin Ling, he could challenge him openly. Now, he was taking advantage of the fact that Lin Ling had fought more than 10 battles. What was the difference between this and a sneak attack? Moreover, he said that he would represent Xianping Province to punish Lin Ling. Did he have the qualifications to represent Xianping Province? Not good. At this moment, Lady Watermist and the other experts' expressions changed. They all had their own opponents, so they couldn't split their attention to help Lin Ling. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The Golden Armor King's speed was extremely fast. In fact, he had been silent all this time because he wanted everyone to forget about him for a while, and the result was indeed so. Everyone ignored him, so the moment he made his move, everyone couldn't react in time. Moreover, Lin Ling was in a heavily injured state, which was what he wanted to see the most. Because of how terrifying Lin Ling was, he had a strong fear of Lin Ling. Only when Lin Ling was unconscious did he dare to make a move. Golden Armor King, you're shameless. A large number of angry shouts rang out. Another expert had made a move to help. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Duguanlei. However, after he made his move, there were immediately experts who stopped him. From the looks of it, Lin Ling was definitely going to die. Who can stop me? The sneer on the Golden Armor King's face grew thicker and thicker. Had he finally killed Lin Ling? His majestic power was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. However, at this time, the sound of seawater gushing out could be heard. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the Golden Armor King, forcibly blocking that palm for Lin Ling. Golden Armor King, you dare to touch Lin Ling? Step over my dead body. A violent shout floated out from the newcomer's mouth. Moreover, after being hit by the Golden Armor King's attack, his bones were shattered and he spat out a large amount of blood. However, this person still stood in front of Lin Ling. Venerable Sea Calming. The crowd stared at the fearless figure, their hearts trembling. Today, Lin Ling was like an emperor who had descended. All the generals were supporting him, not hesitating to give up their lives for him. It made people feel as if their blood was boiling. Venerable Sea Calming. The Golden Armor King also roared. At the most critical moment, this Venerable Sea Calming had actually stopped him. How hateful! Die! The Golden Armor King definitely wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. If Venerable Sea Calming dared to stop him, then he would kill him. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out, "Golden Armor King, scram." The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an indescribable pressure. After hearing it, the Golden Armor King's expression changed drastically. His gaze passed through Venerable Sea Calming and landed on the indifferent youth behind him. He immediately discovered that Lin Ling had already opened his eyes. His eyes were emotionless and indifferent. At this moment, the Golden Armor King was actually so afraid that he didn't dare to move. He was somewhat afraid. How majestic! Just one look and the Golden Armor King doesn't dare to move. Lin Ling really is like an emperor today. The crowd stared at the indifferent Lin Ling in shock. Golden Armor King, don't be frightened by Lin Ling's aura. The Lin Ling right now has no strength left. At this moment, Lord Shan Wu's anxious voice rang out. He was angry and sullen. This was such a good opportunity, but the Golden Armor King was actually so scared that he didn't dare to move. The dignified Langya 10th Palace Master was a disgrace. So that's how it is. Lin Ling, die for me. The Golden Armor King was stunned for a moment before he immediately reacted. As if he had been humiliated, he attacked again. Enough. Could it be that the infighting in the human world will never stop? A faintly discernible voice suddenly rang out. The light of treasures soared into the sky, and an indescribable pressure pressed down on the Golden Armor King. It was as if there were countless hands pulling at the Golden Armor King, causing him to be unable to move. His face was filled with shock. Who was this expert this time? The crowd was also frightened. Today, all the hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the human world seemed to have surfaced for Lin Ling. They looked around and saw a blue-robed youth standing quietly not far away. He was like a passerby watching everything, but his eyes were cold and domineering. It's him, the mysterious youth Gan Liangping, the first on the lower Xian ranking. Chapter 1533. Unyielding and unyielding. Xuanyuan Jiuhun and the rest of the peerless geniuses squinted. The young man's background was mysterious, and he had been keeping a low profile in the mortal world. However, no one knew how strong he was. He was like the clouds in the sky, ethereal and otherworldly. However, they could roughly estimate his strength. It was likely that the young man could easily rank himself at the top of the intermediate Xian ranking. "Piss off," said the young man in blue clothes indifferently. He didn't pay attention to the astonished gazes of the people around him. Boom boom boom. In the eyes of the Golden Armor King, the heavens and earth disappeared. All that was left was a pitch-black fish that seemed to be formed from primal chaos. The black fish opened its mouth wide, and within its mouth were endless white bones, ghosts, and gloomy coldness that ruled over everything. The Golden Armor King coughed up blood. The crowd was astonished. That mysterious young man was so strong. Even Princess Huaxia frowned. She hadn't thought that the mysterious young man would be so strong. However, when she looked at him carefully, the mysterious young man disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had just helped Lin Ling block a powerful attack. After that, it had nothing to do with him anymore. However, it was enough for him to block the attack once. Because none of the experts present dared to attack Lin Ling at this moment. They were all intimidated. Princess Huaxia was the only one who could. "I don't have any enmity with you, but I don't like what I say. If other people disagree, I won't kill you, but I will make you pay a price," said Princess Huaxia. She took a step forwards and flames appeared. The sky was burning. "Princess of the Hua clan, Xianping province can be dealt with by us. If you want to be arrogant, you can go to Champion University." As soon as Princess Huaxia finished talking, another strong cultivator appeared in the sky. An endless amount of swords intertwined, cutting the sky and the earth. A man with his hands clasped behind his back appeared indifferently in front of everybody. Everybody lowered their heads when he glanced at them. It was as if they were looking at an emperor. Tiandi had arrived. At this moment, many people's hearts trembled again and gradually became numb. Lin Ling raised his arms and shouted as if he was the ruler of the Xianping region. So many strong cultivators had come to kill him, but they had all failed. Consider yourself lucky. Princess Firecloud's pretty face turned ugly. She glared at Lin Ling on the ground and shouted in a tender voice. Unhindered Heaven Emperor also knew that Flaming Cloud's Heaven Emperor didn't dare to be arrogant. He also looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but smile. Impressive, truly impressive. He had actually entered the intermediate Xian ranking and defeated the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King. The speed of his growth was beyond imagination. He clearly knew that Lin Ling had only been a mortal sovereign's disciple for half a month. Gold Armor King, if you had a fair fight with Lin Ling, I wouldn't have stopped you. However, you only dare to attack when Lin Ling is seriously injured. Don't you think it's embarrassing? His voice was calm, but it was as sharp as a sword, causing the Golden Armor King's face to turn ashen. He coughed out another mouthful of blood. His heart burned with anger. How could this be? Such a good opportunity, but he still couldn't kill Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling summon so many experts? Do you have anything else to say? Unhindered Heaven Emperor said again, causing the Golden Armor King to shake his head. What else could he say? Wait, leave him to me. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated in the air. Although he was seriously injured, his eyes were still shining with arrogance. All right, you have a battle between you. Then let's end it all. Unhindered Heaven Emperor nodded. I'm very sorry that I made you lose money. Moreover, you want me to die. Unfortunately, you will be disappointed. Just wait, when I become stronger, it will be your end. Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree. He glanced at the crowd with a cold smile on his face. Golden Armor King, Nine Li Holy Mother, Lord Shan Wu, Tian Ming, and the others, he remembered all of them. Boom. Those who wanted to kill Lin Ling were now filled with fear. Although Lin Ling couldn't shake them at the moment, they were still afraid because with Lin Ling's growth, it wouldn't be difficult for him to surpass them. Lord Shuiwu, keep the bet. Let's go. Lin Ling shouted again and walked away step by step. However, everyone could see that he was seriously injured and every step was extremely difficult for him to take. Lin Ling, I'll help you, Gendosa hurriedly said. No need. No matter how serious my injuries are, I won't embarrass myself in front of them. Lin Ling shook his head and continued to move forward. Every step he took left a shocking trail of blood. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to feel it and continued to move forward. Although he was injured, it didn't mean that his backbone was injured. He didn't need anyone to help him. What a tough guy. He would rather suffer pain than show weakness in front of the enemy. This backbone is tough enough. The crowd in the distance whispered to themselves. Today, it was obvious that Lin Ling's martial stage was the only one left. Lin Ling not only rose in Xianping province, but also in the three mysteries of the mortal world. Although Lin Ling wasn't the strongest at the moment, the three mysteries of the mortal world knew that there was a peerless genius in Xianping province. Looking at the arrogant young man, the unhindered Heaven Emperor shook his head and smiled. What a stubborn guy. Get lost. When Lin Ling left the broken martial stage, Tao Xian and the disciples of the Shiman Si were standing in front of him. Lin Ling didn't even look at them and spoke in a cold voice. So many people are watching and you want us to get lost? Tao Xian and the others looked extremely ugly. If you don't get lost, die. Lin Ling's voice was cold and emotionless. He finally raised his head and looked at them. With just a glance, the disciples of the Renhuang realm trembled. Even though Lin Ling was severely injured, they didn't know why, but when they looked at each other, they didn't dare to go against Lin Ling. Therefore, they quickly moved out of the way. Those disciples of the Renhuang realm wanted to compete with Lin Ling. Now, with just one sentence from Lin Ling, they have to obediently move out of the way. How embarrassing! Many people shook their heads. As expected, dragons don't coexist with snakes. No wonder the 9 spirits of heaven and the other peerless geniuses looked down on Tao Xian and the others. The scene before them had proven everything. Tao Xian and the others were trembling in anger. They wanted to say something, but they didn't dare to. They could only watch as Lin Ling walked past them and gradually disappeared into the distance. I'm looking forward to the day when Lin Ling reaches the top of the middle Xian ranking. At that time, he will truly be the ruler of the world. Many people murmured to themselves as they watched the proud figure walking further and further away. Lin Ling defeated the immortal Spring WRM King. His current strength has already reached the level of the Langya Tenhals. However, the Langya Tenhals have different levels of strength too. His strength hasn't caught up to mine yet. Not bad at all. As expected of someone who came from the outside world like me. In a villa in the faraway Xianpeng province, a young man said with a smile. He was the first hall of the unfettered Tenhals, Prince Unfettered. This person had met Lin Ling once at the star-plucking Violet Palace. At that time, he already felt that Lin Ling was extraordinary, and the result had proven everything. However, as someone who came from the outside world, he was eager to see if Lin Ling was stronger or if he was stronger.